Hello all. Thanks for being here if you're here. Um we are going to do the all black everything roundtable in just a moment. Most of the black people are late, but it can be expected. There are black people after all. But we got a few of them here, so we'll talk to them. Um ba, 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 ba. Hey black people. Oh, you know what? I don't have my fuck. What was my there was no sound. Oh, God damn it. All right. I didn't have my headphones turned on, which means the audience didn't hear any music while they were waiting. Ugh. Hate when that happened. Anyway, back to you guys. Uh how are you?
Doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing good.
Uh alive. Alive.
This upcoming, upcoming gig I got.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, so this was fun.
And how's that gig looking? Saw your
It's looking
stream
good.
yesterday talking about some of the new work you were getting done.
Yeah, man, it's good. It's it's exciting. It's just we gotta kill it. We gotta
Sorry,
kill
what
it.
work?
I'm playing this Taste of Soul event.
Oh, I thought that already happened. Okay. Sorry.
No, that's on Saturday.
Okay.
And it's like a big deal. It's like 500,000 people, so it's gonna be. That's the thing.
You gotta crush it. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't imagine you get nervous in front of like a bigger crowd, right? So
No, not
yeah.
at all. Not at all.
Another day of work for Fanatic.
Yeah.
Do some good music. So it is what it is.
Yeah. If it was, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I get nervous with piano or music. I just don't. I think I'm really good at what I do. So it's like, what am I supposed to be nervous about?
Yeah, and your bandmates, I imagine you feel like they're reliable people. Okay. All right. I'll leave that alone. I won't pull that thread.
That's very funny that you would ask that, but yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
Okay.
Nasty work, Prime. Nasty work.
Nigga, that's crazy. No, I think, man, no matter what, I'm always gonna be a little bit uncomfortable with the idea of being reliant on other people. I think it's just I can't avoid that. Like I hate team-based games for that same purpose. Like it's like metrically.
Yet you play League.
I know, but that's why I hate League of Legends. It's one of those things that frustrates me the most out of everything. Is the idea that like metrically, I'm saying in every quantifiable way, I am completely dominant. Like the game collects stats of like how you fare versus other people in lane, like whatever, and like I'm like challenger in that area. In that I am going to beat the person I'm laning against. You're just not going to do it. I'm going to have more kills. I'm gonna have more gold earned than everyone else. I'm gonna like have even better vision scores. It's just in every way, I am the freaking dream of what you could ask for, and niggas will fail me. It's gross.
You never have to ask if Fnatic has low self-esteem issues.
I know. No, this is just an extension of everything else I know about him, right? Like when it comes to a panel, this is literally an extension of all this, right? It's like,
Yeah.
well, I come and bring the facts, and then you guys don't seem to understand what I'm saying, and you just can't keep up with my logic.
You want to know what's really insane? Is I had hyper low self-esteem my entire life, actually.
Oh, and then you met the Bait Bros, and you're like, oh, there's no reason for that. Besides,
Nah, it started with Beat Mania. Like Beat Mania was the first thing that I did competitively, where let me just change this title real quick. Panel time. Boom, start streaming. Okay, so yeah, Beat Mania was the very first thing that I did where I realized like, oh, I can compete, right? Because it was like a competitive game, and I got really, really good at it. And it was like, oh, okay, so hey, I'm good enough to compete if I put in like enough effort in something. It showed me that I was actually capable of competition. And then fighting games happened, like music games led into fighting games, and then I became a very like a hyper top player there. And so it was like, okay, hey, I'm capable. But there was still like an insane insecurity. I always felt I used to have, I think, the worst kind of inferiority complex. I couldn't handle someone being better than me at literally anything, and I used to be probably the most competitive person I ever met in my entire life. Um, and I think it's like 2016, 2017 when I kind of beat depression is when I finally got to a point where I finally was just like, no more about like needing to like meet other people's standards or do anything else to prove myself to anyone else. It's like, hey, I'm enough. I've done enough. I am enough. And so if I never accomplish anything else, I'm fine with that. And that like literally changed my entire life, like my thought patterns, just everything about me. Um, yeah, because I was like hopelessly low self esteem. It was gross.
I'm glad you made your way out of that, friend. I was a bit
Yep.
fortunate. We didn't have.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean, I mean, I would have been yelled at a few less times in my life, but it would be a tragedy not to have you and and all the greatness you bring. So
to
happy to
be
hear.
honest with you, I think literally most of it like comes from insecurity. Like I think
Mm.
that's what shaped a lot of it. I've shared this with one of my good my brother inside. Like I'll never forget it. In the sixth grade, we were talking about some racial nonsense that had happened, and I remember saying something was prejudice. I was like, "That's prejudice," and my teacher got really upset, and she made me stand up in front of the entire class and come to her desk and read her dictionary, and read racist as opposed to prejudice. And I remember crying in front of the entire classroom while I'm explaining, while I'm reading this definition because I'm being singled out. And I guess she was trying to make the
Gaslight.
point
Mm.
that it was racist and not prejudice. By the way, racism is racial prejudice. So it is
Mm.
absolutely prejudice. All racism is prejudice.
Mm.
Not all prejudice is racism. And so the word that I was using was absolutely correct. She just could have explained to me that I can be more specific or whatever the freak she wanted to do in a less injurious way. Like I have a few of those kind of instances that I can remember from childhood, and because of those things is why I think I developed a hyper insecurity about language, about expression, and about definitions. So because of that, I have a tendency regularly, every day, I'm constantly going to look up definitions of words, even words that I know that I feel very comfortable with, but I'm always like, but what exactly does it mean? What's the exact denotation so no one can ever accuse me of having used a word improperly? And so I think, again, that was an insecurity and a trauma that led to me being so insanely like eloquent because it was like I never want to be dismissed in that way again ever. And I
Mordecai.
think
We
that
got
happened
our
with my
target.
parents
We
too.
got our target. It's this teacher, right? They're the one who caused us this amount of grief, right? We got to
So
track
if we
them
learn, if
down.
we can go back, if we ever get a time machine, we're gonna go back and we're gonna find this
We're
specific
gonna fuck them
teacher.
up. Yeah,
Yeah.
and we're gonna give them a reason to have racial prejudice, right? We're gonna fuck them up.
So
So,
that this is the crazy thing, that used to be like a constant daydream of mine. I used to always daydream about going back in time into that specific incident and the things that I would say in those moments. It was like
mm,
a perseveration of sorts because it was legitimately a trauma.
yeah.
You were
Um,
getting gaslit as a child. Like
for sure,
who gaslights children?
Oh, plenty
right?
of people. Plenty of people.
And then it was gross because you
Oh
already
God.
told you guys I was like one of the few black kids in this school, right? Like in every classroom, it's like me and one other, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then everyone else is white. And there were several classrooms that were all white. We were
Mm-hmm.
already not supposed to be at that school in the first place. And my mom basically had to like force her way into the apartment complex that allowed us to be zoned to go to that school in the first place because they like literally were like saying they didn't have opening because we
Yeah,
were
but
black, right?
mm,
So all of these things are why I'm even in the situation, and so I am starting to recognize some of the racial discrimination and things like that. And now I'm being attacked for even using the word prejudice, which accurately depicts exactly what the freak is going on. So it's like, yeah, nah, of course, like Yeah, there was a lot there on top of the vocabulary and the definition. There was already this tension that I felt like being singled out, and felt like, man, they already won't call on me and stuff. When I'm raising my hand because I know the answer, and they're calling on everyone else who's getting it wrong, and then I'm just sitting there left holding my hand like up forever, and it's just like, oh, I'm just never gonna be called on, and it's just like, yo, I all that internalized stuff. It just created like a sense of, I'm gonna be so good that you can't possibly deny that I'm better. You can't possibly ever say, "Oh, he's not on point," or "He's not on par." I can never be left out. And that I mean, there's so many instances in life where that was like the case, that I feel like, again, like, there's all these manifestations of like of me like striving for like these great things, but in reality, on the back end of it, it's like all of these things that I'll never ever do because I just don't want to be bad at it. So it's like, I'm just never gonna do it, which is why I'm not gonna cook. That's why I need a wife.
When
Because
I
like, I'm not
was
gonna cook.
But you could be an amazing chef. How do you, bro?
Yeah, no, I just need to be married.
when I was in middle school, I was like that too. Like they wouldn't. At some point, they just stopped, um, calling on me because I knew I'd had the right answer. So it's like everyone else. Like my hand would be the first one up. Um, I remember there was one girl who, like, she showed up later on. Right, she didn't come in with my class. Like, you come up with class, and you go up through sixth, seventh, and eighth together. She came later on. And she was just so she would also have her hand up like a lot too. But at some point they're like, yeah, we can't be calling on these people. We gotta give the
You
rest
got a
of the people
nemesis.
a shot. No, and she wasn't a nemesis of mine. She had some. She was a oh I wouldn't call her a girl, more a for reasons, a young woman. She in puberty. Puberty struck. Struck with a vengeance. With that one. But, oof, yeah. But in any case, yeah. God, I'm just like remembering her now. Like, wow.
That's all right.
um,
Yeah, I had a similar problem. I wouldn't get called on because I would have the right answer, or I was a faster reader, and the teacher wanted to give other people a chance to be able to express that they know things, and they're just like,
yeah. You just, I know you know the answer, so not you. But I was never a fast. I'm an extremely slow reader. Like, I realized this much later in life, but like everyone else reads much faster than I do. In fact, I have like a little bit of a complex about it. I don't like reading in front of people. I do it now for like, I'm like reading an article to the audience. But like I don't like reading in front of people. I don't like it at all. I don't like the way I narrate because my voice apparently sounds quite flat, and I just, and like, so narrating, you narrate at a certain speed, so that's one thing, right? But even when like, let's say you and I are looking at the same page, right? And you're like, okay, flip the page, and I'm like, I'm halfway through. I'm still halfway through, man. I'm still working on it. So yeah.
Is it just like, do you have a difficulty reading quickly, or is it a comprehension thing? Because I've noticed, like, I know some people. Me and my girlfriend, we were doing a reading session at one point. We were reading a book together, and we were kind of going like popcorn style. And I know that she was hitting a point where she was like reading, like we're singing that out loud, but she was going really, really quickly. And I finally called. I was like, "What did you just read?" And then she was like, "I don't know." I was like, I could tell. Like, I was like, I like, you don't gotta prove nothing to me. This ain't a race. Like, it's not a competition. But some people read things really, really quickly, but they don't necessarily like retain the information just because they're like saying the words quickly.
Well, then when those sounds like that's the same thing then, right? Like, you gave me two options there. And it's like speed or comprehension, but the comprehension was like, the option was that like you're reading it quickly, but then you're not understanding it. So like you have to go at a certain speed.
No, I was asking basically, like, there's some people who have like difficulty reading, like, oh wait a minute, like it takes my mind a second to process the words, or it's like if you needed to, you could like read off words quickly, but that doesn't, but you may read slower because you're like actually digesting the information that you're holding.
So okay, this will appeal to, well, actually, this will appeal to all three of you, right? So one of the reasons why I realized how slow I read, because I was with a cousin of mine, we were reading manga pages of One Piece, right? And we're going down, and like she's like, flip to the next page. Like, what are you doing? I'm waiting. Like, go, right? For me, especially when I'm reading One Piece, I take my time and like read every single line, right? Like taking the picture, taking every bit of the page, right? So that's the thing that I do. But even beyond that, in terms of like regular reading, I don't have any problem with the because I don't think you meant it this way, but like in terms of comprehension, in terms of understanding the individual words, like I read at a very high level. But the speed at which to take it all in, I can push myself to go faster. I can do that, but I guess it's my comfortable speed. My comfortable speed of like my natural speed of doing it is just slower than everyone else's. I guess I'm not sure that answers your question.
No, it does, because like I said, I think I'm probably somewhere the average, though above average as far as reading speed. But like I wouldn't say I'm like crazy, like, oh my goodness, I'm flowing through pages. Like I know, like I have friends who make the argument, like, man, I can go through 2-3 books a day, like if I wanted to. And it's like, I mean, I guess that, but I don't know if you're actually really taking in everything that's being read.
And beyond that, so like Doobie has me reading this book. He wants me to get into this. I'm not sure if you've heard of Brian Sanderson, I believe his name is.
You told me about it. Yeah, the really, yeah, had this conversation.
Yeah, like basically this guy,
Really
he's a fantasy writer for the other people who don't know. And he's built out this entire like world. It's called the Cosmere, I think. And like it's a huge list of books that all take place in like the same universe, but like you see different aspects of it. It's huge, right? And I'm like only just in the beginning of it, but like it's extremely detailed, right? The extremely detailed writing, and it can be heavy at times too. And I take my time to like comprehend things, and then also, I like if I'm reading something that's interesting, I stop and I really consider it, right? Whatever it is on that page, I consider it. I imagine it, and then I begin again. So I do that often. So it takes me quite a bit when like I'm building the world out in my mind, as I'm reading it, because it's extremely descriptive, especially his writing. So that all just takes me a lot of time. But I think if you're speeding through, I don't know. I can't say for sure because I'm not one of those people. I don't know if you can do all that as well.
It can be done. Like I was that asshole kid that would get up on Friday morning before we're supposed to put the write out our Bible verses for the week, because they would give us a Bible verse at the beginning of the week. We'd have to memorize it and then put it on paper by Friday, and I'd memorize it on the way to school. So I think it comes down to both.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. I'm not on that level, but yeah, it's amazing for people who can. What about you, Fanatic? Are you a quick reader?
Oh,
he comes off as you run as a pretty like.
Yeah.
Is reading an interest for you?
Oh, sure.
You seem like the type.
Yeah, I think. Well, we had no choice, being raised without a television. My parents, we would go to the Bible bookstore every. It's like a Christian library. And we would go there every single Sunday, and we would get like books for the week, and we would go through our books before we went there the next Sunday. It was like a very common routine, and then we would have hot dogs when we would get home. And so that was just part of the culture of my family. Everybody was reading, like very, very much. And I think that's just a natural thing because we didn't have TV. So what the freak were you going to do? So it was like board games and books, but I loved books. And then I remember getting getting on punishment, and so all of my siblings, they had school books that were they had like when you'd graduate from school, like when you go to the next grade, you would you had your textbooks, but then a lot of people would forget to turn their textbooks in, and because since we went to white schools, then there was everyone had textbooks to take home. And so there was like a collection of textbooks, like history books, science books, etc. And I remember being on punishment. I'd gotten in trouble at school, and my mother like put me on punishment in my room. So yeah, you in here for a minute. And I decided during that time I was just reading because I needed something to do. It was like miserable for me, and I just read every book that like every single book that they had. I just read them. They were textbooks, and for like grades that were ahead of mine from high school and stuff. And I think it put me pretty far ahead actually, just because I was also like I had particularly good reading comprehension. So yeah, I love reading. I think it's freaking great.
Are you? I was gonna ask, because you grew up like that. Are you when I know you enjoy fighting games, but as far as TV, is it kind of something people have to tell you to watch? Because I remember you were talking before about how you watched Dragon Ball Z, for example, like pretty later in life. It was like something like, are you a big screen TV person now, really, or is it just kind of like if somebody says, "Hey, you should check this out," then you're like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, that's how it's always been. Because I have no idea what's out there. I hate commercials with my soul. So I have good friends who will tell me, watch this thing, and then I'll go, oh, I should watch that thing. Good, then I'm gonna watch it. And so then that's how I find out about things. And yeah, I think I'm typically really really late to the party. It just has to be someone that I respect telling me, like, hey, watch this thing, and then I'll go, oh, okay, that's a thing I should watch. Then I'll do it. And then aside from that, I'm not gonna do it. So like, yeah, that.
So you're not a big TV guy generally.
But I mean, I don't want to say I'm not a TV guy because I've watched quite a few shows. I tend to watch the same shows over and over again though. So like, yeah, I've watched It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I pretty much watch that every night while I'm going to sleep.
Really?
Yeah, it's
Show's
like
great.
literally the best comedy show I think. Yeah, but I did watch Game of Thrones. Like my brother convinced me to watch that. I think that show is fantastic. I recommend it to everyone. It just has a god awful ending. I watched Breaking Bad. I watched Entourage. Yeah, I mean, so I've watched quite a few.
Yeah. Did you have? I about to say, did you ever have like your mob movie phase?
No,
Didn't
I
try
recently tried to go
Sopranos
back
or
and watched what's the main one? The main one with
Godfather, Goodfellas.
Yeah, and I thought it was complete trash, and I think people overhype that, and it's actually not good. It isn't good.
I really enjoyed the first Godfather. I think Goodfellas and Casino are far better movies, but
Goodfellas is great though. I'm not gonna front, but Godfather I could live without.
Yeah, we all should
Godfather
live
2 is
without.
better than 1. Godfather
It
3
insists
not
upon
that good.
itself. No, I'm kidding.
It insists upon itself. Oh, that was a good pull. Yeah,
but that's another one. I watched all of Family Guy back in the day. It eventually fell off, but I loved Family Guy, like in its prime. And I only discovered that show because I was in a hospital, and like for someone, I'm sitting in the waiting room, and they have the television in there, and I saw the scene where Death was like on kind of basically retirement, like during a certain point. It's really early on in the show, and then people are like all around, going around shooting people, and nobody's dying, and then someone just shoots themselves in the face, and I remember laughing my head off. Like that was incredibly funny. So I definitely got into Family Guy, and I still believe it's one of the funnier shows of all time.
I think for better or worse, you can't, like, no one can take away that. God, what's his name? The
Seth MacFarlane.
Seth MacFarlane is clearly, like, he's really clever. Like he's a really intelligent dude, and he understands like the fundamental things that make things funny. Everything isn't gonna hit for everyone, but like you can tell that, like, no, this guy gets humor really really well to a really high degree.
Dude, I feel like South Park had them nailed when they were going through the Family Guy writing room, and it's just dolphins in a tank throwing balls with different words on them.
Oh, they
Yeah.
did, and I hated that because again, I'm a huge Family Guy fan, but they were accurate,
Text
bro.
Zimmy so she knows to go into the.
Is she in the wrong thing? I was about to say because she texted me and said she was going to be late.
Yeah, I mean,
But-
I see her in the stream,
Oh,
but
she's
she's
here?
not in the Discord.
Oh, my bad. She texted me actually. How do I get in?
Yeah, bro. It was absolutely manatees. Like, and then you think that's bad, like that, bro. It hurt because again, it was incredibly accurate, right? Like, there's no way around it. That is exactly how the writing of that show is. And maybe that might have happened. Maybe that had something to do with my disillusionment, like from the show. Maybe that's why I don't hold it in the same regard. But yeah, for its time, it was literally one of the funniest shows ever to be created.
But I was gonna say, for people who have had that like a little bit of mafia bite, or even if you haven't, I think everyone should watch The Penguin.
It's
took me a
fantastic.
couple but it's fantastic.
It's fantastic. It's
Yeah.
fantastic. It's so good. Like, I'm loving it.
Okay.
You don't have to be a comic book fan. Like, none of that. Like, that helps, but it's not necessary. It's just really
Yeah.
good TV.
So it's a sequel of the Batman, that movie, The Batman, right? With what's his face from the Twilight movie, Robert Pattinson, right? But so it's a sequel, and it's helpful to have watched that movie, but it's not necessary if you haven't done it. But it's just a basic mob show, right? It was a really different take on the Penguin that you've ever seen before in the past. And it's like, it's a mob show. There's like no superheroes in it so far, right? Like, it's great. It's just fantastic. I'm blown away. Like, I'm waiting on edge of my seat in the next episode. Yeah.
I don't trust y'all.
I'm gonna wait for it to end, and then I'll get a subscription for a month.
That's a smart thing to do. I need my friends to tell me, like, hey, this is good. I think almost everything is bad. I think like the vast majority of television is really bad, and the vast majority of music is bad, and the vast majority of movies are really bad, and the vast majority of politicians are bad, and the vast majority of YouTube videos are bad, and the vast majority of debaters are really bad, and the vast majority of everything is really bad, like legitimately. But
That's true.
What I learned is, and this is like really changed my life, is that you need that bad, because if everything is good all the time, you stop appreciating the good. And I just learned the word hedonic adaptation like 2 nights ago, I want to say. And
Hey,
that's
sorry, Bam. Could you
I'm texting. I'm working on it.
Call her, please. Just call her.
There's 15 people here. We can start.
Please.
Okay.
Fanatic.
Someone just said in this chat, and that's how I knew. Someone said you'll most likely like Penguin if you like DBZ, and I know that either they're trolling me because they know how much I hate DBZ, but there's no way I'm not watching that show, bro. I need my friends. If my friends tell me to watch it, I'm watching it. Outside of that, that show can suck me. I'm not doing that.
Penguin is good. Penguin, I think, is definitely fantastic. I wasn't expecting. I mean, like, I didn't know about. It's not like I had followed the show, as it was developing or anything. I had no idea until after it was already aired. People were talking about, like, oh yeah, this is pretty good. I'm like, really? All right. And I checked it out. Fantastic. Love it.
So what I was saying about hedonic adaptation, right? We have a tendency to normalize to whatever the freak that we're exposed to. And I do believe that if we experience good all the time, then we stop appreciating good. And so you do really need, like, you need the bad out there. Otherwise, we will definitely just take it for granted for sure. And I think upon realizing that, it's like, man, like every now and then, right? It's not all the time, but every now and then you get like one of those really sick movies, or like, what's his name? Why am I drawing a blank on my favorite director? The nigga that did Inception. Oh, come on, we all know his name. Christopher Nolan. Yeah, every now and then you're gonna get like a Christopher Nolan film, right? And when you get that, it's like, hey, this is like a humongous deal, and it's beautiful, and like I appreciate it, and all that stuff. But if every movie was that good, then we wouldn't be able to appreciate it. It would just feel like, oh, it's just another movie. So
quick question.
We
I
got
mute
you,
myself.
Zimmy. We can hear you. We got you now. Okay.
So I think that is like such a huge deal to me. And so now I no longer am like upset or frustrated when I encounter like bad. My thought process is, okay, so this is just something that wasn't for me, right? There's a bunch of drones out there that'll just appreciate this for what it is. But I know when the good comes to be wholly in appreciation of it. So a perfect example of that would be like the Dune series. I think that was fantastic media, fantastic, and it's like it gave me appreciation. I remember watching that in the theater and saying, "I'm happy to be alive now when this movie is like current and now and be here and be able to take this film in as it is and just the beauty that this film is that I'm experiencing it." I was just blown away. So, it's I appreciate what I can get now.
Sounds like the argument the game makers made when Baldur's Gate 3 came out, and they're like, "Well, you can't expect us to put out a good game like that. I mean, this is Baldur's Gate. They just happen to have all the best developers."
No.
Just setting the bar low.
I was thinking about Baldur's Gate 3. And we're gonna get started soon now that we got friend Zimmy here. We're gonna get started soon. But like I was thinking about the financialization of our economy. And in fact, it's because I'm watching another show called Industry, which I just discovered on Friday. And I was binging it like all of today into like last night. I had been binging this show. It's about people working on in a financial investment firm, right? But anyway, the point is, it got me thinking about like the financialization of our economy, and it's bad for so many reasons, like within our housing market. I mean, like that's how it affects real people. But for the people who might be watching this, like our video games, yes, have been made worse because those companies are public, right? The big publishers, they're publicly traded companies, and they got to hit their revenue gains every time for every quarter, right? So they're making short-term decisions, right? And what juices it short-term? It's not like making taking the time, putting millions into a quality product. Instead, it's microtransactions, right? Like annoying the customer to providing more more money, right? Like the few customers that you have, simply squeezing them for more rather than expanding the base by making a better product, right? So Baldur's Gate, made by a small a game studio that is private, right? Elden Ring is made by From Software. I'm not sure it's owned by a company. I think it's called Kodakawa. I'm not sure if that company is private or sorry, public or not. But in any case, they haven't been interfering with the studio, right? Whatever it is, even if it is public, they haven't said you got to hit those quarterly reports, and so it gave them room to do what they're doing. Sometime, yeah. So like the more these places are public, the worse it becomes. That's why there's that investor who sent that open letter about Ubisoft recently. I'm not sure if you saw that, right? They sent that open letter about Ubisoft talking about how bad it's become. And one of the things they said is like this company needs to go private. It needs to go private. It's public now. It needs to go private because it's been juicing its players, right? Juicing its audiences for money with these microtransactions because it's got to hit those quarterly reports, and it has gotten worse, right? They've been putting out games yearly, right? Like an Assassin's Creed every fucking year, and not like better, not like great games. They're just like they're copy and paste. You played one, you played them all at this point, and it was just unfortunate when they were like originally they're fantastic. Like the original ones were fantastic. They were game changing. But now Ubisoft is worse. And I'm saying exposure to the financial world, right? Exposure to public markets. It can bring in money for investments, but that money goes into the pockets of the C-suite, right? And not even into the product. So it just gets worse. I'm sorry, I'm going on a bit of a tangent here, but that's something I feel like.
I'm not sure I disagree with you. I feel like there's some like leftist leaning in there that I don't want to agree with, but ultimately I agree with your main
do it cautiously.
point.
Do it cautiously. Say like, yeah, I got a parachute. I'm ready to jump in any second, but cautiously, yeah.
As a fellow fighting game player, and I was just saying this to somebody else before, like when I play Street Fighter, I want to beat the game, unlock my characters, and enjoy the game with the characters that came with the game. Not wait every 3 months, give them more money.
What are you talking about?
They're going to get rebalanced.
What?
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Like, hot garbage.
A whole
Not for
list,
sure.
all the
Entirely in
characters
agreement.
in there. I mean, wow.
Yeah, it's a big ask, right?
It's a big fucking ask. Though actually,
I hate it.
last thing I'll say on this, and then we get started, I guess. But like, it's interesting. I thought about this specifically for fighting games, and another thing that we didn't have for fighting. So before we would have all our characters, right? But also we didn't have like updates for these things, right? And also we didn't have like online, right? So like MK2 or MK3, right? Had a pretty big cast, especially what was it? MK3 was not Ultra. MK3 was what's it called the revision of MK3. Anyway, the point is that like and like these things didn't have like online, right? So they just gave you the product. Now it was a full product, a complete product, but like there was no balance changes, right? There were no patches for errors. It was just like this is what you got.
Yeah.
And they didn't have to have like the massive server infrastructure for online, the netcode. So I feel like even though I don't like it for all the reasons you guys don't like it, I feel like it's a bit more forgivable with the character sets, right? To bring them in later on to have continued investment, so they will continually invest in this ongoing product. They don't just like drop in your hands and leave you alone with. That feels a bit more forgivable to me, but like, yeah, it's a tough one.
I'm 50-50. I'm fine with skins. I'm not fine with extra characters because then they're gonna like they release a character and then they make it either overpowered and rebalance it later, or they make it garbage and you spent your money for nothing. So it's
but then
really
they can balance it
irritating.
again afterwards. So
Even more irritating. Like once I
hate it.
learn the game, I just want to be able to know what I know.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the balancing stuff. I feel like most of the time the developers and people don't know what's balanced and what's good. Like it's up to us, the players, who are infinitely like superior to the developers of these games. Like, I mean, we see it time and time again where like developers create products specifically with an intention in mind, and then we break the game and take it to somewhere that they're not ready. And so, like, I feel like they've demonstrated over all of these years that they don't know. Like, they're not like this superior overlord that just happens to have all of the information for what balance and what good is. In fact, we've seen countless times where people like Capcom have gone and said, oh, this game is really broken and not playing the way we intended it to be, and we're going to patch it. This is in the arcade era, right? Where they would come out with revisions of their games. And then we saw wholesale an entire community of people reject that game and be like, "Oh, I'm not playing this. I'm playing the broken one the way that we know it." Almost every single time. I cannot think of a time where they fixed it and then people were like, "Hey, yeah, we'll go with this new fixed version." And so people like broken, people like chaotic, people like all of the insanity and stuff that we develop because they don't even know it's there when we do it. They didn't have an understanding of what Unfly was going to be in Marvel vs. Capcom 2 or the infinites that they were trying to prevent that we found ways around anyway and got. Like all the stuff that we developed in these games that we've created, right? Like that's what the games have become. And I think every time that they try to curtail that, it ends up just ruining and making a worse game. And we've seen it happen over a series of games.
Combos were an
I have
accident.
some disagreements with you, but like we got to get started. We gotta jump into it.
Yeah.
But I think it's a worthwhile conversation. Because I don't think it's nearly as clear as some of the other microtransactions. But like I think there's definitely good points on both sides. Zim, are you there? Well, hopefully she'll be there soon. But why don't we just get started? At this point, hopefully we'll have more of our participants show up, but we will see. Hello all. This is the All Black Everything, which have Thursdays 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a great group of guests here, and I'm excited about the topic. Hopefully, get some good discussions on it. So I don't want to waste too much time, but we're gonna give a short intros to everyone here, and then we'll jump into it. First I have my man Bam back with us. Happy to see you, friend. How are you?
I am doing pretty good. I think I may be like at that stage, like when you're like 2 days before you get sick. Like you don't know if you're gonna get sick. You gotta see if you fight it or not. But no, overall I'm feeling super good and glad to be here. Should be a fun conversation. I actually really like this topic.
Oh, Zimmy was outside of the thing. Zimmy, you back? Okay. Well, we'll deal with her in a second. But anyway, thank you.
Is it working?
Yeah, we got you. Yeah, you were
Okay,
outside
I
of
was
our.
trying to respond last time, but I don't know what's going on. It wasn't working.
No worries, no worries. Okay, Fanatic, thanks for being here. Friend, I'm very happy to have you. It's always exciting to when you're around. What's up?
Man, I'm excited for the conversation. I have very strong opinions about this topic. I really hope that we can actually have a meaningful conversation that actually can be content worthy instead of idiots saying idiotic things and then just trying to talk over you when you correct their retardation. Let's hope this goes well. Yeah, I think this would be great.
Ah, hmm. Let's hope for the best. Let's all hope for the best here. Okay. No guarantees. Let's go to our friend Zimmy, who is here. And I mean the most rare, right? The most rare Pokemon here, right? But we're happy to have her around. She's been fantastic in the past. A really unique individual. So very excited that you could join us today.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me back. I'm really interested in this conversation. I think some of my beliefs might actually be surprising this time.
Okay. All right. Very excited. Very excited to see where we'll go. All right. Next we have a good friend Waterkai, Leah Waterkai, who's been here forever, been a kind supporter of this community. How are you, Waterkai?
I'm enjoying myself. Glad to be here another Thursday to see this another you cannot miss prime topic. It's gonna be great.
Okay. We're getting a little feedback from somewhere. I'm not sure where, but we'll figure it out soon. But okay. So we're gonna jump into it. We want to do a free discussion first. Our friend Fanatic needs to go early, so let's just jump right into the main topic. Former President Obama spoke to young male black voters about the election. He called out black men who aren't supporting VP Harris when they have supported him in the past. The implications seem to be that misogyny was at play. This comes at a time when there is a media narrative that black men have shown more preference to Trump than in the past, though as a group, they still prefer Harris. Do you think there is anything to Obama's remarks? Is misogyny playing a significant role within the choices of black men? Some people say that Obama was basically scolding black males for not being on Kamala's side. Is that how you felt? Okay. So it sounds exactly what it is. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this moment. It blew up in the news. But yeah, Obama's talking to these young college type kids, and it seemed like those remarks weren't planned. That's what it felt like to me. That those like weren't planned remarks. They were just kind of like off the cuff, like something he had on his mind, and he just let it rip. Um, some people think what he said was perfectly normal and fine. Others are like, yeah, this is him like wagging his finger. Charlemagne the God in his maybe Kamala Harris called it a wagging a finger at black men. Um, so I'm really curious what you all have to say about that. But and also the heart of the issue is, like, is there actually misogyny, right? Like, of course, there's gonna be misogyny. The fact that there's a woman involved is gonna be some level of misogyny, but is it a significant role here, right? And do black people need to be pointed out specifically about that? Okay, we'll start with Bam. Work our way around.
So, I'll try to be decently quick, but I do want to add a couple details. First, I want to read off a little bit of the transcript of what was specifically said. He said that, quote, "We have not seen the same kinds of energy and turnout in all corners of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was running." Now I want to be more. I also want to say that seems to be more pronounced with brothers. So if you don't mind, just for a second, I've got to speak to y'all and say that when you have a choice that's this clean, when on the one hand, you have somebody who grew up like you, went to college with you, understands the struggles, the pain, and the joy that comes from those expectations, part of it makes me think, and I'm just speaking to the men directly, that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president. And you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for that. So the reason I wanted to put that out there is because like the media has put it into a place where he was only speaking to black men. Now I think he made an extra special edition, but he was speaking to the community as a whole because Kamala, if you look at the polling numbers are showing, he's not doing as well with black women or black men as Obama did. Now that doesn't mean she has to necessarily be doing Obama's numbers, but she's behind Joe Biden's numbers with these with the black in the black community as well. And I think there is something to be said that there is a percentage of the community that is openly uncomfortable with the idea of a woman being president. I've had conversations and arguments that she doesn't appear as strong as Trump because she's a woman. I've had people say that Putin would be able to punk her out on the global stage, or whatever that means. And these are a lot of the same people that come from our community who believe that women shouldn't hold positions of leadership. Like I know tons of black people believe that women shouldn't have the ability to be pastors and be in leadership positions just because they don't believe that that's their role in community. So these things do exist, and it's not just like a small minority that no one talks to. Like these conversations are happening, they have happened, and they've been given space. So there's at least some significant portion of the population that believes there's some validity to it. Now I don't believe Obama was scolding black men as a whole. He was literally speaking at a black voters for Harris, basically not a rally, but basically district thing it was specifically black people who were voting for Harris. So obviously Barack Obama knows that black men are voting for Kamala Harris by and large, but he was just saying that there is an element of our community that is worth having that conversation because it does seem to be really clear that Donald Trump isn't in your favor and has chosen to demean you time and time again.
Thanks so much. Hey, Zimmy, just FYI, we're getting some feedback from you. I'm not sure you got like headphones or something that maybe you could use, but like we were getting some feedback to mute you there.
Yeah, I was trying to put them in and they just wouldn't connect now.
All right. Well, yeah. Work on that. I'll keep you muted for now. But yeah, work on that. Let's go to Fanatic.
So everything about that interaction was absolutely disgusting and deplorable. I don't want to be long-winded because it's opening statement, so we'll get more into that. I think it's absolutely insane that the strongest voting block for progressivism is being touted out as being misogynistic because of the fact that they're not supporting somebody, right? I think it's absolutely disgusting, and we'll just get more into it later. It's gross.
Okay.
Everything about it was just deplorable.
All right. Now we'll go to Zimmy, if you could, please.
Nope. You might have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I think you're. Or do you want me to come back to you in a second? We can't hear you, so I will come back to you in a second. Okay. Let's go to our friend. She left the Discord room. All right, let's try it again. Let's go to DQ.
Are you still getting feedback from me really quick?
Well,
we'll
got
back in here.
We'll have to see when someone else is talking. We'll figure it out. But we'll go to DQ, then we'll work our way back to Zimmy. DQ.
Yeah, I think that this is pretty on par for Obama. I mean, he told black men to pull up their pants. He was like at first like against all Black Lives Matter and things of that sort. So all of this is just on par for him. So I'll like to hear other men's opinions when we get into it.
Want to cry?
I find myself of two minds on this. Him trying to interject that there's not enough energy behind Kamala seems a little unfair when I'm going to say a majority of black people are going to be voting for Kamala. Like, how much of the black voter block are you expecting? 92%, 93%, 97%? Like, there comes a point where enough is never enough, and the expectation is unfair. At the same time, I do know a lot of people that have voiced, and this usually is women, that they would not like a woman as president. So I don't hear this as much from men as I do from women, as is being stated. So I still don't necessarily know that the message is hitting the right ears. I'm sure there are some men out there that need to hear a message like this to understand that this is a person that has more experiences in common with them and is not going to denigrate them the same way as the alternative. And the alternative has shown time and time again that he's just straight up racist. So with that being the case, it's like it shouldn't even be a question, but here we are now.
You. And finally, our friend Zimmy.
Yeah, I think two things can be true at once. Like, I wasn't a huge fan, of Obama's remarks, for a number of reasons. But I don't think that he was incorrect at all about his assessment. That a large part of the reason why a lot of men, not just Black ones, are having difficulty wrapping their minds around voting for a woman as a president. I don't think this is the first time, right? We had the same thing happen with Hillary. But I think it's complex because it's like Kamala's also not a great candidate, right? So it's not like you have this wonderful candidate in front of you that people are going to be all extra enthusiastic about. Like, she's not a Barack Obama level politician. But I find that when I listen to men's critiques of her, Black men in particular, because I more likely to be in community with Black men, they're not substantive critiques, which is why I actually think Obama might be a little right. Like, I don't hear them talk about like things that I'm like, oh yeah, I agree with you there. Kamala's not great on that. It's like silly shit. And I'll just say, I don't really hear women. I don't know. Maybe I run with a different group of women. I don't know any women who are hesitant about voting. I don't know any Black women, especially, who are hesitant about voting for a woman president. This is definitely a male-centered and driven conversation. Not to say there aren't any women, but I don't know what the other person was talking about. Sorry, I don't want to mispronounce your name.
Okay, yeah, thanks so much. All right, let's jump into it. Fanatic.
So I think one of the biggest issues
and
here
Ben,
is that
I think you're also muted too, just so you know. But go ahead, Fanatic, please.
Okay, so one of the biggest issues here is it does feel like there's a straw man. I mean, I feel like Black men have been very, very vocal about what our agenda has been, and of course, neither party has like pushed towards our agenda, and we've seen how the Democrat Party has failed consistently. And so I think when Black people begin speaking about the failings and the way that the Democrat Party continues to ignore the plight of the Black community, I feel like to just come up here and say, oh, it's just because she's a woman, it's just dismissive. And I feel like it's infantilizing. I've always talked about the fact that communities and people in general, the white power structure goes out of its way to try its best to both infantilize and to feminize Black men. In this case, it's almost denying of their agency, because now we can't even speak for ourselves, because we're going to start having people speak for us, inject straw men into the conversation, and never actually address what the freak we're talking about. People have problems with Kamala Harris because of the perception that she prosecuted a freak ton of Black men and for marijuana. That has nothing to do with because she's a woman. That's because of what she did with her position of power. People have a problem with the Democrat Party because they feel like they've never actually addressed Black male issues. And so that has nothing to do with Kamala being a woman. It has something to do with the party. These conversations existed before Kamala Harris, and they existed with Stacey Abrams when she was running for the Democrat thing. And then she ended up eventually creating, here is my agenda specifically for Black men. And we saw Black men turn out for her. And there's always going to be this misconception that Black men aren't going to support these people, and even though the majority of Black men are supporting her, and someone said it and put it in the most poignant way. If 78% of white men were voting progressive, there wouldn't be a finger wagging at them for the remaining 28% saying, y'all niggas need to get it together. They would be touting them as, this is how they're showing that they can support women and how they can uplift and uphold women. And that's what they would be. That's what the narrative would be. It's insane that this concentrated of a voting bloc is being denigrated when there's nothing this strong anywhere else in the freaking country. The freak are we talking about? It's disgusting, deplorable, and dismissive, and infantilizing. And
So
Obama should be a freaking ashamed of himself.
okay, so before I respond, I want to know what's I'm about to say, because I don't want to have valueless conversations. If are you, I believe that there are legitimate critiques people can make, or there are people who are legitimately Republicans or legitimately have like issues. Are those the only ones you're talking about? Because I can name a number of criticisms people can make that you would probably consider stupid, and I don't want to know if any of that's valuable to this conversation. Like
I
if
mean,
because if you
it's
say
gonna
that I'm
be
not talking about them,
well, yeah, it's
then
going to be hard for me to have a conversation because there's always retards in every conversation. There's always retards in existence. So if all you're going to do is prop up a few retards and try to pretend that those retards are the norm and saying, "See, this is what they're addressing." If you're going to address the retards in the room as opposed to the vast majority that actually do have substantive claims, then that's a straw man and it's dismissive and infantilizing.
okay, so that's where we disagree. This kind of comes back to the conversation last week. I don't think the vast majority of the critiques are substantive.
Okay.
I think that might be where the difference is. I think when I hear when I hear black men in barbershops in different areas, and the people they bring on Fox News to discuss their issues with Kamala Harris, a lot of it tends to be either tied to misinformation that Donald Trump has laid out, or just something completely and totally made up. There was Fox News did an interview today actually, responding to it in a black barbershop, and the barber was saying that, oh, I'm voting for Donald Trump because I don't want my job to get shipped overseas. How in the world do you send a haircut overseas? It's kind of like dealing, and Fox News is like, yeah, see, these are the way black men are feeling. And it's kind of like, if I'm listening to Obama's words, I don't think Obama was saying that people can't have criticisms. Like I said, his exact quote was, I think that some people have problems with her being a woman, and they're couching it in some BS. Basically, they're couching it in other things that aren't legitimate. So
Do you,
like
do
I
you,
said,
do you think that it may be more
I have a quick
realistically?
clarifying question. Oh,
If I could just really quick, do you think that more realistically that guy wasn't talking about his individual job, but was more probably speaking more broadly to the idea that jobs in general would be shipped overseas if we don't have an America First type of agenda? Do you think that could have been at all what he was talking about there, or do you genuinely believe he was talking about his individual job as a barber?
I'm just bringing up the things that he said. I'm sure you
I
can.
got you. I'm saying, do you
Mhm.
think realistically, instead of just bringing up what he said and engaging with it
Oh, okay.
dishonestly, do you think it's more realistic that what he was implying was something a lot more sensible, like what I just said? Or do
But
you
I don't
think
think
that it
that's
really
sensible.
was, or do you think it was really legitimately that he was talking specifically about his individual job as a barber?
I think both of those are insensible things. Like, even if we take what you say at face value, when you look at job creation, the Republican Party doesn't
It's
create
always a
jobs.
waste
The
of
Republican
time.
Party doesn't keep jobs in the United States. Like
It's
that.
always a waste
So
of
that's
time,
not
man.
true on its face.
Yeah. All right.
Well, no,
Or do you
hold
can I
on.
disagree
ask
with
my
that fact?
clarifying question
All right, you asked a
before the
go ahead.
debates?
Mhm.
What is black? I don't remember who mentioned it, but someone said like the black male agenda. What would it lay out the points of that for me? Because I think that is something that I'm perhaps not well versed on. Like, what are the unique acts that black men specifically have that an agenda needs to be created for?
It's pretty freaking funny because I have an entire video on this called "The Black Male Agenda." But it's really interesting because
Lay it out.
I got you. If you're completely uninformed about the black male agenda as a whole, then do you think it'd probably be a little bit crazy to then be sitting on here on this platform talking about that you believe that the real reason is misogyny when there is an actual black male agenda that people have been fighting for all this time that you're completely unaware of, but yet you believe that you can speak for the intentions and reasons for black people's kind of, I don't know, cooling on Kamala Harris? Do you think that's a fair thing to observe?
Yes. And now that I've said that, could you lay it out?
Sure. So the black male agenda has been a very consistent one since the March on Washington for jobs and freedom. As I've pointed out on God knows how many times, most of the people here are very, very well aware of what I'm about to say. The black male agenda has been very, very consistent. It's been about jobs and freedom. So freedom means, of course, being able to avoid some of the intentional criminalizing of black men that has been happening in the criminal justice system, right? And the various black codes that now still de facto exist. The other thing would be the end of discrimination that would allow them to retain gainful employment. Because as you know, there's been plenty of efforts specifically to restrict the black employment. What the hell just happened here?
The
That
light
was
died.
interesting.
Yeah, they can still sue you.
I got you. The whole goal was to restrict black employment. So when you look at all of the different things that, like again, the March on Washington was for jobs and freedom. When you look at the various training programs that existed specifically for non-black people during the New Deal, when you look at hiring discrimination, right, that's still ongoing. That's typically what so the entire black male agenda is about economic empowerment, which would mean increased business loans and things like that for black people so that they can run their own businesses. It would mean educational opportunity and training programs specifically aimed at black men, considering that we've been the largest people who have been left out of those type of things. And then the end of the brutality and other forms of criminal justice discrimination that continue to exist against black people. That has been the very consistent black male agenda.
I think it's dropping the agenda that addressed a lot of those things specifically. But yeah.
Nope.
But let me just repeat it back to you so I make sure I'm on the same, come from the same part, understanding. So gainful employment, which looks like ending hiring discrimination, providing educational opportunities and training programs, business loans for entrepreneurs. That was just the jobs part. And then the freedom is to address the disparate criminalization of black men. Just really quickly, when you're talking about gainful employment and educational and training opportunities, are you talking about specific sectors or industry, or do you mean just across every industry and every sector, there needs to be some kind of policy that's unique to or specifically for black men?
I would say probably something.
Because before we start going back and forth, I just want to make sure I'm on the same page. Yeah.
Sure. I would probably say something more broadly. I can obviously have a few areas where I would like to focus, but I'm pretty sure that black interest varies, depending on the people and the community and so on and so forth. So I think it should probably be a little bit more broad. Of course, and reparations has also been a very significant part of the black male agenda as well.
And just my last point is, do these programs have to be specifically earmarked, like only black people can apply to said educational opportunity or training opportunity in order for it to fit within? So essentially, if there's a training program or educational opportunity that's available in a particular area or industry, let's say where black men are overrepresented, does that count if white people can still participate, or Hispanic or whoever people can still participate? Or is what something that's fundamental to the agenda that it be earmarked specifically for black people?
I think there's a calling
black
for both
men.
Sure. I think there's a calling for both of those things. I think for one, when you look at reparations, it's going to be particularly targeted, and it's going to be very specific towards black men and black women, right? Just the American African community that is delineated specifically for descendants of slaves. But then when it comes towards the other programs, I'm pretty sure, there's going to be a varying people. Some people are going to want just to see the disproportionate impact of those things. But what we've seen time and time again is when we try to create these programs that disproportionately just impact people, it doesn't actually tend to work, because a rising tide does not raise all ships. The rising tide sinks the ship that has a hole in it. And unfortunately, there are plenty of issues specifically within the African American community, the American African community, that actually need to be addressed. And I think reparations would help to address some of those things. So yeah, I think they should be targeted. And I want to point out lastly, if you intentionally, specifically target individuals to set them on a negative trajectory, then I think there should be a specific intentional targeting of the exact same individuals in order to offset said trajectory.
Yeah, you seem really informed about this. So my last question would be, can you walk me through all of the different initiatives that Biden and Harris ventured into over the last 4 years, and explain to me how you think that they fell short specifically for black men?
Well, we can just look at something as broadly as the wealth gap, the racial wealth gap, and see how that's continued to expand.
I mean policy, right? Because like the president is tasked with like laws, policies, So Biden and Harris, they've had an agenda, right, that they've worked through over the last, let's say, 3.5 years. You're saying that was not enough, right? That did not meet the needs for the black male agenda. So can you walk me through, like give me policy X, right? Give me the name of it, and this is how it fell short, and this is what it would look like if it was targeted towards black men.
I can also read through
hope.
Kamala's Black Man agenda if y'all like.
Well, I think that was also a failing. That would be me trying to prove a negative, which sounds rather difficult to do. To the contrary, I believe that it obviously has fallen short. And so in order for you to be able to prove to me that instead that her agenda did actually do the thing that it was supposed to do and was actually effective, you would need to point out to me specific policies that have actually positively benefited us and have offset the damages that have been caused. Of course, you and I both know that Black people are still overrepresented within poverty. We're still overrepresented within the criminal justice system. We're still overrepresented within unemployment. And so all of these things clearly demonstrate that these things have not been particularly effective and that they are the same supposedly lift acts that are going to somehow benefit us, which end up not doing so. We've seen affirmative action didn't directly benefit us to the majority. In fact, it benefited white women more so. We're still seeing that the disparate brutalization, we're still seeing the disparate criminalization, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I haven't seen any of those things to offset it. I'm not entirely intimately familiar with every single piece of agenda that she has to, but I don't think I need to be. What I need for someone is to be able to say, since you're pushing for our vote, you should be able to point out specifically what she's done with her agenda up to this point that has offset said damages. And unfortunately, you nor her are able to do so.
Can I do that? I was like, Kamala Harris, I'm about to say, and I'll drop this in chat as well. Kamala Harris will create an opportunity agenda for Black men. And this includes, but is not limited to, providing 1 million loans that are fully forgivable up to $20K for Black entrepreneurs.
And like $1 million total, I believe, or is
No,
it 1 million?
1 million loans.
1 million
When I'm
individual
looking
loans.
Hey,
Okay,
link it
I
while
got that
you're
wrong. Okay.
link it while you're reading. Go ahead and just link it in the chat while we're reading.
Okay, thank you.
All right, yeah. 1 million. 1 second. Let me finish it and then I'll send it. So
So we can't read along
to
with
start
you?
business.
It would literally take you less than 5 seconds.
Okay,
Just go ahead
never
and
mind.
link it.
You're right. I'll do it Fanatics way because Fanatic.
So that the more auspicious way, so that we can make sure we can follow along with you.
It's literally just a post. Cool. Here you go.
I got you. So then it's 5 seconds. Just do the 5
It's done.
seconds.
Can I
Oh
read
my
them?
God. Go ahead, Baron.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I mean,
Just trying to make sure that we're
Black
staying on point here.
American, damn.
Yeah.
Black
Okay.
American, damn.
Support education training and mentorship programs programs that lead to good paying jobs for Black men, including pathways to becoming teachers. Protect cryptocurrency investments so Black men who make them know their money is safe. Launch a national health initiative focused on illnesses that disproportionately impact Black men. Legalize recreational marijuana and create opportunities for Black Americans to exceed in this new industry. This seems to address directly the thing you were speaking to as far as jobs. Now, as far as freedom, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have also been strong backers of the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. That does seem to have massive Democratic support in the House and Senate, but it continues to be blocked by the Republican Party. So when we come back to the idea of like, oh, Black men are asking for specific things, it seems that at least the Harris campaign specifically, since she's the one running, is trying to address the exact things you're asking for. You can say that like, oh, this isn't enough, or I would want something more and more specific. But I don't know if anyone in this room could tell me Donald Trump's position on reparations, because no one Black has even made the effort to ask him about it, because no one holds Donald Trump to the standards of anything.
Can I add to Barron's point? Because I think it is hard, right? Because politicians can promise things and we don't know if they actually will do them, right? So I think it's not just important to look at what Kamala. I can't believe y'all got me up here booty clapping for Kamala. Like, I'm not even a fan. But it's hard to know what Kamala will do, but it's much easier to assess, right, what her administration has done, and we can hold that against what Trump's administration has done, right? That is the benefit of having two people who are vying for this presidency now, who both have some experience, right? So one of the things you mentioned was increasing pathways to gainful employment for Black men through educational opportunities and training programs, right? So we can look at like trade programs, and we can look at like traditional higher ed, right? We know that HBCUs are perhaps the largest educator of Black men, or one of the largest ways that Black men receive higher education, which would open up pathways and pipelines into different industries and jobs for them. What I'm looking at says that the Biden administration allocated $2.6 billion specifically to HBCUs. What we know that Trump did was he had that big roundabout. It was a huge press, release. The Black presidents came and met with him. It was like a complete, just ridiculous. But he really only ended up allocating $255 million. Now, it might be hard for some people to wrap their minds around, but there's a huge gap between 255 million and 2.6 billion, right? So we know that when it came to actually investing in the types of forms of higher education that would lead Black men into better educational employment, better educational foundations that will lead them to like employment, higher wages, etc., we can look at both administrations and say that like one specifically targeted the type of organizations that would target Black men, right? Because to my knowledge, Morehouse might be the only Black male specific HBCU. I could be wrong about that. The remainder of them are just HBCUs that both Black men and women attend, right? So one of the easiest ways to reach somewhere where Black men are receiving higher education would be through funding HBCUs. The second thing that I'm seeing, and I'm really not even a politics girly, like I don't really be in the depth of this, but like just simple Google search, right? We know that Biden expanded the apprenticeship programs, right? With the money there was specifically earmarked for enhancing and increasing diversity in these apprenticeship programs. These are programs for people in the trades, plumbing, electrical work, et cetera, right? We know that when Kamala Harris was part of an administration, that they gave it a two-pronged approach. They didn't just say we're gonna solely focus on higher ed, right? With the understanding that a lot of Black men have historically done really well in the trades and been able to provide for families, et cetera, in the trade, right? Like my partner is in a trade. So it seems like on both ends, those things were targeted. And so when we compare it to what Trump did, right, it seems like one was far more robust. And so I would just be interested in kind of like your take on that, and that like they have done nothing or not enough. And you said, well, I don't know every single program of hers and I don't want to prove a double negative, right? But now that we're looking at like just one case, one example that specifically is aligned with what you said was important, which is jobs and education, what say you, like, where did that fall short? And then my follow-up would be, what would Kamala have to do to improve these two programs, for instance, like the funding or whatever, for you to say, okay, now she's really getting it about, you know, what Black men need? Because we can focus on something really specific. It doesn't have to be like super broad and theoretical.
You actually undershot them. They funded HBCUs like $16 billion. The 2.6 was
that was just one year. So Trump 1 year did a 255. 1 year, the Biden administration did 2.6 billion. Over the course of their administrations, you're correct. Biden would have done like 16 billion. Trump probably didn't even hit a billion, if we're being honest, because we never saw another roundtable with those presidents, right? Like it was a cute little photo op, and then it was done with that. So, but yeah, I would love Fanatic or anyone else. Like I know he's not the only person who thinks that the critiques that are being leveled at Kamala are fair, given her record as vice president, not even president. Trump was president. So anyway, yeah, that's what I have to contribute for now.
Wow, that was a dog pile of vacuousness. So let's try to get to the first thing that was stated. So when you look at like the thing that you were talking about regarding her agenda for Black men, it was absolutely not that. It's disgusting. What she did is she took her general agenda that she's always had, and she's tried to phrase it or paraphrase it or frame it as if it's something for Black men. For example, let's look at item number 1 on this 5-part list. Provide 1 million loans that are fully forgivable up to $20K for Black entrepreneurs and others who start a business. And you and I and all of us know that that disproportionate people, that the vast majority of people who receive these benefits will not be Black people. It'd be like saying I did affirmative action for Black people, but it qualifies for everyone, and the majority of it's going to go to white women. We know how this goes. Stop it. Let's look at item number 3. Don't worry, we're not going to fully ignore 2. We'll go back to it. Item number 3: protect cryptocurrency investments so Black men who make them know their money is safe. What the hell does that have to do with Black men? Where are there like a disproportionate amount of Black people even entering into the crypto field? What are we talking about? It's literal nonsense. It sounds like pandering.
I've actually heard that.
Find me that. Okay, good. Okay, good. Then find me that.
Don't worry. I like some research.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Lastly, now going back to number 2, support education, training, and mentorship programs that lead to good paying jobs for Black men. That these things aren't earmarked or targeted directly at Black men. These are just general mentorship programs programs and whatever that we obviously know that the vast majority of black people don't end up qualifying for, or don't end up applying for, and aren't targeted and aren't specific. And so then ultimately they don't end up lifting us up, as we've seen time and time again from these typical Democrat policies. Let's go to number 4. Launch a national health initiative to focus on the illnesses that disproportionately impact black men. That sounds like it could be a good thing. All of these things can be good things, but are these going to offset the damages, the targeted direct damages that have impacted our community? Absolutely not. Even if they were to just go around and say, okay, we're going to fix prostate cancer, which I think disproportionately impacts black men. Do you think that, I don't even think it's the majority of black men that are impacted by prostate cancer. What are we talking about? Is this really going to just offset all those damages?
It's
No.
not a perfect solution, but that's like
Right, of course it's not even. It's not only is it not a perfect solution. It's not a solution. The solution. It's not only. Y'all talked in your vacuousness for God knows how long, and I shut up while both of you talk and dogpiled back to back to back. Both of you. You went, then she went, then you went with more vacuousness, then she followed up with more vacuousness. Shut up while I talk. Anyway, and I'm not even talking nearly as long, and I'm not nearly as vacuous. I'm not vacuous at all. I got substance to what the freak I'm talking about. Shut up while I talk. Now, when we talk about legalize recreational marijuana and create opportunities for black Americans to succeed in this new industry. Now, what that ends up doing, first off, we obviously recognize that obviously the marijuana legalization, it sounds like it's a pretty good idea. We're already seeing that happen at the state level, right? Like it's already happened. But of course, all these states pass legislation that say that people who are criminalized for it can't now enter into these fields, right? Like, so that's a state issue that's already been that's a freaking issue. And furthermore, we already know that black and white people use marijuana at exact same rate. Isn't that crazy? So it's not like this is even going to directly benefit black people. It's just that we happen to be penalized for it more, which of course that's going to require addressing the criminal justice system. So that's where the problem is. Then again, this is just a general policy where she just took her LIFT Act basically and then said, here's how the LIFT Act will impact black men, even though I don't believe that it actually will, and there's no evidence that it actually will. And we've seen these exact same types of policies like put out all the freaking time, and none of them actually addressed our issues. Furthermore, I don't need to compare her to Trump in order to determine that I'm not voting for her. And I think what we're finding is that there is a growing number of people who are disillusioned with the Democrat Party, because it's not specifically about the idea of what has she done, because we can go to the harms that she's done while she was district attorney. We can talk about her criminalizing different parents for like truancy, even though I remember one of the most nasty and disgusting cases was a person had freaking sickle cell, which I also have, but I have the trait. A person had sickle cell and was hospitalized because of it. And then because of that, they had the audacity to put her mother in prison because her daughter was being kept and had medical records and all of that nonsense. And they had to put that woman in jail and put her through the freaking ringer while her daughter was freaking sick. A caring mother. That was disgusting. So we can look at those things, or the cases where she prosecuted people inappropriately, or all the things where she withheld notice. We can look at all the different things that she did as a district attorney. We can point to all that nonsense. So we know who the freak Kamala Harris is. I don't need to compare her to Trump. I'm not advocating for Trump. What I'm recognizing is that people are not willing to, they don't have the motivation to support Kamala because they don't like Kamala. Not because they prefer Trump, not because Trump is a good alternative. It's if I that neither one of you niggas are for me, I'm not going out of my way to support the person that I believe demonizes me. And she's obviously demonstrated that.
Are you done? Because that's not what's happening. People are choosing Trump.
Well, wait, he's not done. He didn't address any of my points.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Make your vacuous points again. I'm sorry. It was a dog pile, so I had to address one at a time. Just try to make it more quick and less vacuous.
Hear it that wants to respond, because I'm pretty sure you don't have one. That was a cute get out though. Anyone else want to respond to the points I made,
I don't have a lot of disagreement with anything you said. I believe having some path forward and some things laid out already, even though they may not meet all the needs we've been looking for,
they don't meet any
better
of them.
than starting with. It seems like they do.
Okay, I just explained to you. I went to the first one. Tell me how the first one meets the need that I'm talking about.
What was the first one again?
Provide 1 million loans that are fully forgivable up to $20,000 for black entrepreneurs and others to start a business.
So the fact that black
you
people
literally
can get
said
some
business
of those loans
loans
versus getting nothing whatsoever is definitely a step in the right direction. We could just accept nothing and be happy with it.
Do you believe that do you believe that the majority of people that actually qualify for those loans would be for Black people? Okay,
Absolutely not. Absolutely
okay.
not.
I hear. I'll give you.
Disproportionately,
No, it's not even going to be disproportionate because I'll give you a perfect example of this. Let's look at like
Wait,
the
can
PPP loan.
someone say what's required to
Let-
qualify?
Let's
Because I don't
look
know.
at let's look at something as simple as like the PPP loans. The majority of those PPP
Wait,
loans
but
went
you
to
can't have a
who?
debate if you're not clear about the thing. So,
I am
like,
very
what is
clear
the
about what I'm saying. You don't
qualification?
need to interrupt me. I'm very, very clear. I'm the most eloquent nigga on this platform. Wait until I'm done
Yes.
talking and then go ahead and whatever. You went on forever with your vacuousness and I shut up. Shut up while I talk.
Okay, I'm
Lethe,
sorry.
I got you. I know you are sorry. Shut up while I talk. Lethe.
I'm not about
whoa.
to be doing none of this bullshit with this.
Yeah,
fucking-
Lethe, shut
either
go
we-
ahead, shut up while I
either
talk.
we gonna-
Hey, whoa,
Lethe,
either we're gonna
Hey,
talk-
I know,
everyone,
try and shut her up while I talk.
Hey, everyone knock it off. Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
All
that's
right,
crazy.
so yeah,
It is crazy. Shut up while I talk.
Hold on. No need to address each other. You can address me.
That's
All
right.
Great.
I will.
All right.
Prime,
I'm
please
not
shut her up while I
addressing
talk.
the- I'm sorry. All that
Yeah, I know.
shit,
Shut up while I talk.
Hey.
Prime, when I'm talking, don't have her talk over me.
Hey. I just said everyone shut up. Everyone quiet down. Thank you. No one needs to talk right now. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. We'll do it one at a time and we'll go from there. Right? And okay. One at a time, and you don't need to remark to each other. If you got something to say about, say it to me. All right. So, Fanatic, you want to talk to Waterkai?
Yeah, I'm finishing my point.
And then we'll move on
Yeah,
to Zimmy.
I will finish my
before
point.
we
Thank
do
you.
that-
No. You're
Oh,
going to
before
shut
we
up
do that-
while I'm talking because I let you talk when you wanted to talk. Shut
Okay, I got it.
while I talk. Shut up.
I got to mute you. Buddy. Sorry, Zimmy. What were you gonna say?
This is fucking crazy. Like, I'm not talking to nobody up here fucking crazy like that. So I get that that's his whole fucking shtick, but I don't do that shit. If he wants to have an adult conversation about some shit, but all this shut up retard shit, like I don't give a fuck about what y'all doing over here. I don't do that shit. So if he could talk like a regular person and he can make his points, he can have his cute little quips or whatever, we can do that. But the yelling and screaming and shut up and I'm not doing none of that shit with you niggas. I'm not gonna be disrespected by any nigga on this platform because I'm not disrespecting him.
I think that's fair.
So have him figure that shit out.
Okay. Yeah, like Fanatic, we just we can't do it, right? So like look, you if you want to talk to Waterkai, it's fine, but we can't like be, calling if you don't call her a retard. I feel like it's pretty fair, right? So I'm gonna unmute you, Fanatic, but like please just address Waterkai. And let's just move on rather than just like going back and forth. Let's get it done. Waterkai.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to sit here and let somebody lie on me. I
now
never
we're doing
called
it
her.
again.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to sit here and let her lie on me. I never called her a retard in this entire conversation. What I said was she was being vacuous. Now, maybe she might have inferred that to be retard because her vocabulary sucks, but I'm not going to take ownership for her ineptitude. Lastly, it is disrespectful to talk over me after I showed you deference and shut up while you were talking. So if I shut up while you're talking, actually show some self-control and shut up while I talk. Don't get on here on some soapbox about disrespect when you can't have the decency to quiet yourself while I'm talking like I did you. Get some decency and actually come to a panel with some respect before you start trying to demand it from anybody. Now I'll go on to make the point. Now I'll go on to make the point that I was making, and y'all can shut up while I'm talking. If you're going to consider me telling you to shut up as disrespectful, I'm only telling you to shut up because you can't shut up while I'm talking. So next time, don't talk while I'm talking, and you won't have to worry about me addressing you. I know you think you're good. Go ahead.
Okay.
You still didn't go into a
I'm
point.
not.
It's not valuable.
Hey, we got
I'm
it.
not about to do this shit. So
Hey.
either he can be respectful of other people, or like I don't know. Maybe that's how like y'all do shit, and he's yelling and screaming and shut up. And I'm not. He's grown. He's an adult. So like he can make his points. If he doesn't want to be into like me asking for clarification, if that bothers him, that's cool. But this yelling and screaming and shit, I don't know how he talks to women in his everyday, but I don't let niggas talk to me like that. So I'm not doing it with him.
Okay.
You can make your points, you can say vacuous, all that shit, but the yelling, all that, like, I'm not doing that with this nigga under the guise of like, oh, we're having a discussion and debate so he could disrespect me. Like, I'm not doing that to nobody. So is he ready to proceed like a fucking adult or
oh boy.
Like when he comes off mute,
what?
he's gonna do it again. It's not gonna work.
It's like, what the fuck? This is not cool.
Yeah, like
This is not cool at all.
Look, we're if we want to expand this platform, then we're just gonna have to make allowances for people. Okay, all right. So like if you don't want to, like, I think you've said what you had to say about Dizimi. So if we can just get to Water Kai, if not, like we can't do this anymore. So please, just say what you got to do to Water Kai, then we can move on. So hopefully we've gotten this all out. Please go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Despite the fact that I've demonstrated deference by not speaking over her, why is my mic being muted? Why
because
is she
you're
giving?
the one yelling? You're the one yelling.
I'm only yelling because niggas are talking over me.
Yeah. Okay.
So then why am I being muted when someone is talking over me?
Just talk to Water Kai, and
I gotta ask the question: why am I being muted? Because I consider it to be disrespectful when people talk over me, and it's happening now. So I'm asking a question.
No, sure, and I'll answer the question. Because
thank you,
Negro. You were yelling and screaming. Negro, you were yelling and screaming, and then I gave you multiple.
Why did I yell?
I don't. You know what? I don't care anymore.
Okay, well, I care. So if you're going to tolerate that disrespect, then we're going to have a problem. And you know how I get down. If you're going to tolerate that disrespect, then, okay, so then don't question my behavior because I'm a civil nigga.
Nigga, I will do it. Nigga, I am doing it. Nigga, you're seeing me doing it.
Three niggas. I love it. Don't make my pull out the three niggas.
He's already gone. He's already gone.
Freedom right here. This is freedom right here.
Whatever. Like, what the fuck?
I know Banana has his moments, but like I think you did give grace. You were like, okay, you said it. Let's just move on.
Yeah, let's just keep
it's like,
going.
why we have to keep playing this game?
Like, I'm sorry. All right, whatever. Well, on to the next one.
At the end of all that, I can concede his point that much like with affirmative action, people that weren't Black people were higher beneficiaries of the things that were put forward for affirmative action. That's just a reality. I don't expect it to be any different when it comes down to these policies. But again, it's still something more than what we'd be getting otherwise.
I think the skepticism of it was fair, but it also went back to what Zimmy said originally. She was like, are you looking for something? I don't even like the word specifically, because specifically doesn't necessarily have to mean exclusively either. Like there's things that are going to disproportionately, just like in the list, it was addressing things that healthcare conditions that affect Black men. That's something specific, but that doesn't mean it's exclusive. Like if you brought up prostate cancer, it does disproportionately affect Black men, but that doesn't mean it's only going to affect Black men. So even he was even like, he even acknowledged this. He was like, yeah, it doesn't have to be exclusive. So that's why it was weird that once it was brought up, like, oh, okay, these are things that she wants to bring up that I think based on the poverty rates, based on the lack of homeowner rates in our community. I didn't even bring up our homeowners policy when we know that Black people are like 40 or 50% less likely to own homes than anyone else in this country, actually. That giving loans to first-time homeowners is going to disproportionately benefit Black people. I would consider that potentially a tailored specific policy, even though we know it's not going to exclusively benefit Black people. I don't know. I just think there's value to that. And then the other thing is, what it comes down to, it is all of this is in comparison to Donald Trump, because it's not just there are some Black people who are considering not voting. There's people in this room who have their own reasons for why they're not voting, and I have my own issues with that, but that's a different thing. But I think the bigger issue is that there are Black people, specifically men and women, but more so men, that are disproportionately leaning towards Trump. They're leaning into something, and that's why the comparison is necessary. It's like, what is Donald Trump offering you that Kamala Harris isn't? That you feel like
that isn't necessarily what we're trying to address. So, like, trying to do a whataboutism, like, that's an obvious answer. Trump is definitely not in the benefit of Black people, but to say why Black people don't have the same energy for Kamala that we do for, or we did for Biden or for Obama, is what needs to be addressed. And it's definitely a lack of trust.
I mean,
The trust hasn't
if
been
Trump was
earned.
still polling at like 8% of black people, and just not that many people, not as many black people are going out for Kamala, that would be an argument that could be made. But I'm saying that people are, they're saying, I am voting for Trump, Donald Trump. Black men are picking Donald Trump. They're saying that Donald Trump is better for us.
Yeah, I think it's
Actually,
misinformation, and I think because they hear a message that is uplifting, right? And like that resonates with them, but that's not necessarily the truth, of course, right? Versus like just like hearing the Democrats and hearing just the same old over again. I can see why like black men can go for Trump over, you know, VP Harris and the Democrats. But I think that it's just something that needs to be addressed, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's probably some level of Oh yeah, you can go. You know that.
Oh, sorry. So I was gonna say is it Leaf? I don't want to say it wrong. Leaf.
Leafy.
I just call him Kai or Leafy.
Leafy.
Kai works too.
Leafy. Or Kai. Okay. I was interested when you said like, well, the reason is people don't trust her, right? So I guess I would have two questions. The first one's not a question. I know why people don't trust her. It doesn't really seem like she cares about anything other than like winning. But I guess I would ask like, do people feel this like they have to have a similar level of like connection or level of trust when it's like a male candidate? I don't know. Like there's just something like it's almost like the bar for her is a little bit higher, right? Like this, I view Kamala Harris as like a traditional, like grimy politician, right? She'll change her position as needed. You know, it's a lot of lip service. A lot of this shit that she's talking about probably is not going to happen. And I actually feel more comfortable with it because I really got under the Obama administration. Like I really thought he was talking. Obama was really.
You were
gonna
just
be about
young.
some
You were young and
revolutionary-
naive. Don't worry about it.
Young,
That's
you know,
exactly
first
where I was going to get
election.
at. As you were speaking to the bar.
What is it? Yeah, no, go ahead. I'm just interested in like, she's a regular politician, like, but it's almost like people want her to show up in this way because she's black and a woman, and it's like I thought we got over that after Obama. We know that when we get a black politician, for the most part, like they're part of the establishment, they're gonna do establishment shit.
That wasn't necessarily the expectation with Obama, and people saw, hey, we're getting a black president, and the expectations of what a black president was going to do, thinking he is the black president of America versus just the president of America, left a lot of people disillusioned. And then you saw where we ended up after that. So then when it came down to Joe Biden, the bar was exceptionally low. We had just come out of COVID. There were so many problems with the Trump administration. And I think people were willing to recognize that. And now that we're in a better place, I feel like, yes, there's definitely undue expectations on Kamala, but at the same time, just looking back at certain histories, and I don't think most people that are making the decision to choose Trump over her even know about or remember any of the things that people bring up that are against Kamala, like any of the policing stuff, any of that. Like people don't know the exact information when it comes down to that. They may have heard it offhand. They really don't know anything about it.
Mm.
Oh, sorry. If you have something else to add there, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I also guess I'm kind of trying to figure out like if Kamala showed up as exactly who she is, but the only difference was that she was a biracial or black man. Do people genuinely think that the responses that we're seeing from black people, specifically black men, would be the same? Because something about it just doesn't, like, that just doesn't feel like that's just not what I'm feeling, that people would have the same kind of questions or a black, you know, if we had a black politician who went to Howard, was an alpha, then, you know, became a DA, then a prosecutor, and, you know, then became vice president. And we had this terrible presidential candidate, and, you know, everybody knew we were going to lose. And then somehow they finagled their way in there. And they were giving you traditional, like, we the Democrats, we gonna deliver about 20% of what we promise.
So
Don't get too excited.
Someone had this is not my point. This is a point that I heard on a podcast, but I thought it was interesting. It talked about this idea of Kamala is not detail oriented, right? With her policies, and I thought that was so. They were saying that like this. When you ask people on a poll, right, they'll say that yeah, Kamala is not detail oriented, right? You if you poll for this, you'll get this, right? But something about polling is that questions can be proxies for other things, right? You ask this one question, but like because people can't truly express exactly how they feel, especially in polls when like you're just giving them a list of questions when they can't like just like spout like free will their thoughts. Like some questions become proxies, and they're like, well, this might be a proxy for like black woman, right? Like it's a black woman. And I'm kind of unsure of her, you know? And I think there's some validity to it. Now, again, I'm not trying to say, to be clear to the audience, I'm not saying that anyone who had that critique of her is like racist, like a secret racist. I'm not saying that at all, right? But I think that when people are interacting, when they're interacting with this idea of her becoming president, there's anxieties and they come out in different ways. So like the thought that she's not prepared, right, despite everything, right? Remember, this audience knows I don't like Kamala. I ain't voting for her. But
you're not voting for Kamala?
Oh, hold on. You already know this is in me. You don't remember. You were last time No, I don't vote for people who support genocides. As simple as that.
Oh well, I can rock with that. I don't even have nothing to say.
Exactly. Yeah. It's not. So, we're talking about, but just to finish what I was just saying. Yeah. So I think there are proxies for that. So if we did Zimi's thought experiment and replaced her with an Obama type, right? Well,
Cory Booker.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one. I was gonna say my one problem with that is that like if you place her with Obama's like a generational politician with like his charisma that she doesn't have. Cory Booker doesn't have that charisma, so he's a good replacement. No, great. If you put Cory Booker, right, great one, Bam. Then I don't think you would have quite the same story. I think it would it'd be different. Maybe there would be anxiety in other ways that is unique to black men rather than black women, but I don't think it would. We would be saying the exact same thing, but go ahead, Lee.
Mm-hmm. So when I look at what Kamala has, I'm not even going to say what she's done. The tie-breaking votes in themselves, especially for the Inflation Reduction Act, has helped Black people, has helped all of America. The infrastructure bill getting passed, that's another thing she was a part of. That's helpful. So when you look at what the previous administration was able to get done that benefited our communities or even just helped us in general, I have to say I would have more trust in what's already been done. But when I speak to black men, the only black men that I know that are even considering voting Trump is on some of the weirdest issues I've ever heard. And these are like men over 50, ex-military. They're talking about don't mess with our guns and 9-month abortions, which is goofy enough as it is. So that's why I say that's a goofy one. When it comes down to women, and all the women in my family are probably going to vote Trump. I'm telling you, this is why I'm saying it, like firsthand experience. They're saying we don't think she's strong enough to handle the position. We don't trust her on the issues. They are voting Trump, hands down.
I always think that to your point, Prom, whenever we like to the specifics thing, I think that that's a critique that's valid. I even made it initially because I was like, I think it's still technically within 30 days since Kamala Harris actually started adding stuff from her platform onto the website that you could read. So like there was I mean, she hasn't been in the race long, but in the scheme of since she's been in the race, a long period of where it's like, wow, we're behind her, but we actually have no idea what she's going to do. I think the DNC released a platform and they forgot to change Joe Biden's name out of it. Like it still had like, you know, the continuation of Joe Biden presidency. We're going to do this and this and this. I would think like y'all got too much money to be making these like level 1 mistakes, but that's a whole different thing. So like I said, I was super excited when she came into the race because I thought I was getting 2019 Kamala Harris, and this is not 2019 Kamala Harris. This is a completely different person. But I still think that the work that she's going to do is going to be better for Black people in particular, and for Americans as a whole. Just because you can look at the history of what you have to compare it to as far as Trump. The other thing I would say with details, because I ended up talking to my friend who works with the DNC in politics, and I was like, yeah, why, you know, like everything she's saying sounds good, but it feels super vague. And he was saying the reason that you do that, he said, for better or worse, the reason that you do that is because the more specific, the more niche you get, the less policy you can actually pass. Because if you tell if you tell the American people something, like whenever you go into Congress and then you do all these negotiations, if you attach like a certain percentage to it or a certain number to something, like if it's not that, now the whole policy is held up and it becomes nothing. So if you promise a vague idea, whatever you pack into it, if it looks like whatever that idea is, you can tout the success of it in your administration. Like it gives you more negotiation room to wiggle. And he said because she knows, basically saying there's a high expectation that the Democrats are probably going to lose the Senate, and they have a high likelihood or a decent to high likelihood of winning the House. So if she does want to pass policy, she knows she's not going to have like both sides of Congress to be able to do so. So they're like basically the system of the DNC has set her up to say basically as little as possible. Like we want you to have ideas, but we don't want you to be specific at all because we're not going to be able to pass much. We're not going to have much authority.
But
and I know I don't like it, but I can understand the back end side of it. But from a voter side, I don't like it.
Zimmy, I think you're muted. We can't hear you.
Or maybe our headphones died.
Yeah, your headphones might have died. I don't know. We can't hear you. So work on that. We'd love to hear what you have to say. But yeah, I don't agree. So I hear you're just trying to explain, not like you're trying to defend anything, right? I'm just
She
like
would have to
responding.
bring her back in.
Oh fuck. Okay, let me see. Let me see. Hello, Zimmy.
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Now they can hear
Yep.
you. I don't know what happened, but
It keeps logging me out of Discord. Like every time anyway, new AirPods issues. But I was gonna say I'm a lot more cynical. Like I actually don't think Kamala Harris believes anything. I think that's why she has such a hard time in interviews, is because like people are like, well, why do you want to run and what do you want to do? She wants to be president and she wants to be powerful. I don't really think she has like a serious ideological like perspective or standpoint on many things. Maybe like reproductive rights. I think that, which makes sense, is why like she does so good at speaking about that, because I think that's I actually do. I think that's a, you know, the story about her friend who was I think sexually assaulted or raped. Yeah, so actually I think that's genuine, and she's a woman. Like I get that, right? But I think to kind of go back to the conversation, what's frustrating for me with Black men, and why I would say that to me sometimes it does feel like sexism, is like I never get the responses that you just gave Prime, right? When you're like, yeah, like what are you doing over there with this genocide? Like literally, we just saw like Israel bomb somewhere in Palestine, and like people were on fire, and like that shit is crazy.
On hospital beds,
right?
Yeah,
Like killing, you know, first response, just all types of wild shit, right? And Kamala's response has been steadily like, we will not change our support for, you know, however like she phrases it. I can deal with a conversation around like, look, foreign policy, particularly as it relates to people of color, people in the Middle East, people in Africa, etc. That is actually really important to me. And so because of that, I'm not going to vote for Kamala or Trump. Right. I am going to cast my vote for Jill Stein or whoever. And I hate when people do the like voting for Jill Stein is a vote for Trump. It's like, well, by that logic, isn't voting for Jill Stein a vote for Kamala? You know what I mean? Like, we really want to be logical. Like, and you can't force people to vote for anybody, right? So I hate that shit.
Give me enough
But I
time.
can respect it. I can respect Black men saying these issues, like I'm gonna lay out issue number 1, your foreign policy shit is wild. Can't do it. Issue number 2, your familiarity and close alignment with Wall Street and like the shit that they have done and what it seems like. Yeah, what it seems you're trying to signal to them. I'm not with it because we ultimately know that it does not end up benefiting working class people, middle class people, which is where the bulk of Black people, Black men fall. So like, but I never hear that. It's always this shit about like, but what's her Black male agenda specific policy? And it's like, one, there aren't that many things that impact Black men that don't impact Black women. Right? So like, for instance, when people talk about like healthcare, right? The issues are different. Like Black women are more likely to, be diagnosed to pass away from like certain types of breast cancers that they're more likely to get. Black men are going to be, more susceptible to prostate cancer, right? It's like, yes, they're different, but it would be the same kind of policies that target, like people having access to healthcare that would like lift both, right? So I'm always like, or like educational policies, right? Like Black men and Black women actually. So that's the thing. Like women generally are outpacing men when it comes to higher education, but there is a particular lag with Black men, right? But I never hear them say like, "Yo, we really need to figure out what's going on with Black boys in schools," right? It's always like she doesn't support our agenda, and our agenda is reparations, jobs. And it's like there's a million.
On
The
Twitter, they was
Democrats
talking
are
about child
better.
support. It was like trending. It was
Child
disgusting.
support.
And
Oh my
it was like we
God.
need child support rights. We need to look into this. I was like, y'all niggas is sick, bro.
People have full breakdowns about how it affects Black men's wealth. I'm like, not the average child support annual payment being like $1,600, right? Like this is not why. There's generational historical reasons, right, and systematic reasons why Black men and women have difficulty with like attaining wealth. So my frustration and why I think a lot of it is rooted in sexism is you never get the substantive answers where essentially I have to throw up my hand. Like when there's someone very close to me who's like, I'm not really sure I'm going to vote. I don't really have much convincing to do because they're giving me substantive reasons. Like when you're hearing from like, sorry, just to list off some of the rappers, like, or famous Black men, it's like Little Duval and, like every day one of these niggas comes out and it's just like some wild shit. And it's like, this can't be about policy. And then you find out none of them ever voted. That's the other thing that's killing me. They come on these platforms. Who was the other one that just got out of the other day where it was like, this person has never registered to vote in any election ever? Do you remember what rapper it was?
Oh my goodness. I know what you're talking about. I can't remember.
Literally like this week, last week, some rapper came out and was like, oh, Kamala this, and what's her plan for Black men, and I'm not going to vote for her. And then the girls went through and dug up his voting records, and it was like, you've never registered to vote ever. So why this specific time?
Snoop Dogg in 2020.
No, not. Oh my God, I'm so mad. I'm blanking.
I mean, literally,
I'll look it up.
Never voted up until 2020, so that's
no. This person didn't say they never voted. They came out to specifically talk about why they were hesitant or not going to vote for Kamala and like gave all these like dumbass reasons. And then people went and found their voting record. It's like, you've never registered. You've never voted. You've never registered to vote. There's no record of you ever voting. So why even come out on a public platform this time to talk about it? You didn't do it when it was 2020, 2016, 2012. So that's why I was like, what is unique about Kamala that you have to give this public message about why you're not going to vote? Nigga, you ain't voted your whole life.
Lil Pump?
No, let me just find it. I'll tell you. Go ahead. I'll find it.
It's garbage. So what you're saying pretty much kind of echoes what Obama seemed to have been saying, is that because you can't give me substantive reasons as to why you don't want to vote for her, the only answer I can get is this. And I don't think he's speaking to people that are well informed or have even thought about their actual reasons. They may be more internal to where they have not actually thought out to voice those issues. Because like I said, with the people I spoke about, they were talking about gun rights, they were talking about abortion, which is odd. When it comes down to geopolitics, I don't think most Black folks are really sweating geopolitics too much. We care more about what's going on with us here. But I think if we could better outline, or at least Democrats could better outline the ways that the things that have been implemented have benefited the Black community, which is where I think Fanatic was kind of getting into. I don't want to speak for him, but he's showing that disproportionately we do not get the benefits of the policies that are put forward. Even though they're supposed to be targeted toward us, we end up getting the lower rung of it. And I understand we're, 16% or lower of the population. So of course we're not like, is it a per capita number? Like, where are we getting the benefits? And if that's outlined, then maybe we can quell some of these ideas rather than just going straight to, oh, you must be sexist because you can't elaborate.
I just, like I said, I just want to know why the people that feel this strongly, and I get that you're not specifically talking to Trump voters, you're talking to a lot of people who are deciding not to withhold their vote. But again, I just want to know why these people aren't asking, like, some of the questions are actually really fair. They're tough but fair, but they're not asking Donald Trump this. Again, why has Donald Trump been in politics 12 years and I don't know his position on reparations? Why has no one ever even had the gall to even like bring that up to him? But we know Joe Biden, we knew Hillary Clinton's, we knew everyone who came up on the Democratic stage. Like, how you feel on reparations? Because you got to do that to earn my vote. Ask that nigga Trump. Like, if you think that you think that's a valuable option, well, he didn't. That's the point. Like, we know he would say no.
Said no.
Who's asked him?
This came up recently. He just straight up said no.
Oh, it may have been like a interviewer or something, but like I'm saying, like the what's your Black agenda and things like that. Like, Donald Trump doesn't do these things, and he's not required to do these things to earn these people's vote. Now, the other part of the reason outside of like if you don't want to point to like the maliciousness of it, I think there is like a really short-term memory, and Trump's such a consistent liar. Not to say he's a good liar, but he's such a consistent liar that he's like, a lot of America has bought into the idea that the economy was better under his presidency. When if we go back and look at it, it's like just statistically not even true. Donald Trump was one of the first presidencies in like decades to have a net job loss over his presidency. We had I think we ended up having crazy inflation during this last year. Now, part of that's due to COVID, which is fair, but we hold Biden accountable for starting his presidency in COVID, when over the last 2 years we've actually had pretty low inflation all in all. Now but he came into a bad situation that was exacerbated from Trump's presidency, the same way that Barack Obama came into the 2008 housing crisis as part of his administration, but the U.S. came out with like all-time highs in every regard. So it's like, I don't know, like it's unreasonable and unfair. But like I said, Trump keeps saying in his administration, he's putting out the word that like people were happier under my administration. We didn't have any wars, we didn't have any problems. Everything in the grocery store was cheap.
He's a fantastic salesman. You just keep saying it over and over again. People are like, yeah, I guess it must be true. Yeah,
it
just keep saying it.
It must have been better, but like it wasn't.
I just want to read this because I finally figured out am I muted?
No, we hear you. Got you.
No, we hear you. Was it Lord Jameis or whatever?
Now she's nervous.
Lord Jamar, right?
Yeah. The guy that doesn't believe in gravity.
But I don't know enough about him, but that sounds right.
He does not believe in gravity. He's an idiot.
It's like he would be, but I want to read it, what he said verbatim, because I think it actually does provide a lot of insight into the kind of vitriol. So he said, "This woman to me is not qualified to run, a Dunkin' Donuts or 7-Eleven, let alone the corporation that we call the United States of America." He then said, "I knew what they were going to do with her the minute they brought her in. They wanted her to be the next Obama, but she fell short because she's not the same type of orator this guy is. She's a dingy broad. She cackles all the fucking time. She lies. She doesn't answer a fucking question. Not once during that debate did she answer anything that was asked of her. She thinks we're stupid and we're going to vote for her off her identity politics. I feel that she's so bad. She's the one that scares me. I feel that she's so bad that guess what? I might just go fuck around and vote for Trump. And this is my first time saying this out loud. But y'all motherfuckers think you're gonna shame somebody or bully a nigga into voting for this bitch. Absolutely not. So that's what I mean by like the sexism be jumping out. Like maybe it's not, his is very blatant, right? Like all
Yeah.
she's a ditzy broad, she's a this, right? But this type of conversation around her, like that I hear specifically, which I don't think Obama was wrong in that, like there's a unique way in which Black men are having conversations about Kamala that is strange to me. Like I've never heard them talk about politicians like in this particular manner. And later on in the interview, he went on to talk about how like Trump is such a tough guy that we didn't have any problems internationally when Trump was president, because just his mere presence and physicality had all the other world leaders shook, I guess. But two things. One, when this went viral, people went and dug up. This man is 56, right? So it's not like he's young and maybe he just didn't vote the first time. He's never voted in like, let's say 36 years of eligibility. Not a local, not a state, not a national election has he partaken in, right? At least that we have a record of. That's one. So it's like, why even act like you're someone who's politically invested or interested if it's not to kind of message more broadly to like other Black men who do listen to the platforms that he tends to be a part of, right? It is young Black men who are, in digesting this content. That's one. And two, like that kind of vitriol, like as much as people already know what they know about Obama and what he did, he's still everybody's forever president. If Barack was Kamala, like Kamala was Barack like 15 years ago, and had the record that Barack did, like if we, with the hindsight, to be like, damn nigga, you ain't really, Kamala would be all types of bitches and the worst thing that ever happened. Barack is like, oh man, he didn't really deliver like he did, but that's still our president. I love her. There is something to that is, I think, gendered.
So
also, who is this nigga? Like I felt like it was like Dave Chappelle, who gives what Ja Rule thinks at a time like this, nigga. Like I've never heard of Lord Jamar like this. Like, and I even tried to look him up, and I think he had like one like album go double nickel back in like 2004. Like I was like, who ever Lord Jamar? But they like gave him space to say stuff.
He's not. He's like a Joe Budden, right? He's done much better as not a rapper. I remember, like Joe Budden's a rapper, right? He got Pump It Up and all that.
But Joe Budden had like a couple of real legitimate songs. I don't think this nigga's done.
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying Joe Budden has blown up more than he ever did as a rapper post rap. It's the same thing with this guy. Like I don't think people really know his music or anything. But
but here's the thing, though. Like there is like, and I say all the time, literally before I hopped on, or I was watching YouTube, and on my recommendeds on the side, I don't know why I recommended it to me, but it did. It was a stream about like Black Manosphere, right? Like this is the Black Manosphere like news hour or some shit like that, right? And 404 people at that moment were watching, right? Like the money is easy for the Black Manosphere grift. So if you just say this, like you'll get a lot of attention. A lot of people who are going to boost you immediately. Holy crap. Guys, some people have called me a grifter in the past. Holy fuck, my views do not reflect grifting. Let me tell you, if I was grifting, I would have a lot more money on me right now. I'm not grifting. So that's a problem. And hold on, side note. I think Kamala, I have lots of thoughts about Kamala, but she literally has like one of the warmest laughs I've ever heard, right? This thing about her cackling, I think it's really interesting that people say that about her, right? Going after her laugh. Mm-hmm. She actually has a warm, friendly laugh. Like a person, I would hear that from like an aunt, right? I'd hear that from just people down the street of a person honestly having fun, right? And like expressing it through a laugh. And the way that we attack her for that, like it's crazy. It's crazy. I think most normal people do not do that. So I'm just putting that out there. But I do want to like wrap around to what something Fanatic has said before. Not the part where he was yelling at Zimmy. parts before then.
You sure it's not that part?
Yeah, no, I mean, that part was classic, but there's some substance before then.
How do y'all do that every week? Oh Lord, I
We
cannot.
don't do it every week.
Yeah,
It's
he's a sometimer.
it's a sometimes thing, yeah. Like a sometimes food, like cookies. But I thought like, because part of the question is the idea of scolding, right? And again, I like what Charlamagne the God did. So he had that interview with Kamala Harris, right? And he had like this fantastic line. I loved him for it. Like, he really hit it on the head when he's talking about, well, okay, you've seen the clip about with Barack Obama. You've seen what he says, wagging his finger at black men. This is not an exact quote, but like, all right, fine. But when are we going to see, you deploy Bill or Hillary Clinton to wag their finger at white men and white women, right? And he listed off some others, right? It's like, okay, sure, there might be. I mean, in fact, I think there is, right? I think there is some misogyny happening, directed at Kamala. Fair enough, right? But why is it that black men are the one being scolded over this? Like, why is that the case? The misogyny is going to be hitting on all corners of society, but we wouldn't even think to have Bill Clinton say that to white men, right? When white men will by and far not vote for Kamala. We already know this. Before she got in the race, before it was a woman, white men weren't going to vote by far vote for the Republican. And now that she's in the race, it seems like they're going to be less likely to vote for the woman. But that's not a thing. White women, all the time, I believe almost every time, vote majority for the Republicans, but we won't have this scolding happening on their end. So why is it acceptable that Barack Obama gets to say this in defense of Kamala?
I think Barack Obama was in, like I said, I know I'm not going to pretend he didn't know cameras were there, but he's a former president. Cameras are always there. I think that he was at a specific black place for his voters. And I think that sometimes because of his position, we remove the human being that, like, I think above all of this, at his core, Barack Obama is still a black man. Even with his white mama, even with all that, I think he's still a black man. And I think that when I think of a lot of the like older black men in my life that I have respect for, whenever they are in community around some younger dudes, these are the type of conversations they have. Like, I don't think that was him. I don't think that was the politician. I don't think that was the former president. I think that was an elder statesman black man who was trying to convey over, give a stern talking to younger black people coming up. And I, like I said, I think I would have felt differently about it if this was like on the stage in the middle of a speech in front of the entire country. Like, I think that this was in I don't know, there's a saying people say, like, oh yeah, keep, out in the world will say things, but when you with mixed community, when you in just around black people, basically we hold each other accountable. I think that's as close as Barack Obama can reasonably get to just around black people to hold ourselves accountable. So I didn't blame him or shame him for that. You can talk about like the timing of it and the narrative that came out of it. I don't know if he necessarily intended that. I don't think it's had a positive necessarily a positive response impact on Kamala Harris's campaign, unless it's the straw that ended up making her release the black platform. Like I said, I'm thinking it was already in the works, honestly, but if this was the thing that got her over the line, quote unquote, then I'll be happy for it. I wasn't, obviously, as a black man, I wasn't in the like white women for Harris or the white dudes for Harris rally Zoom calls, but from what I've heard outside of fundraising, the people talking were kind of, I wouldn't say finger wagging, but we're doing the things like it's on us. You have a responsibility. If you don't want a Trump president, at least I heard in the white women's thing, there was like older celebrity white women who were saying that like we continue to not show up. We failed in the last election and in elections before that, but it's our time to show up for our reproductive freedoms and insert other things that white women care about. And there seems to have been a positive response from that. Everything I'm seeing related to polling for white women shows that Kamala is actually trending the best that Democrats done for white women, I think, this century. I think she's
Better than Hillary?
yeah, actually
Oh, for
she's
sure.
It's more
because
likable than
but that's
Hillary.
because abortion wasn't on the books for Hillary, like the way it is now. Like, I
Yeah.
don't think it's about Kamala. I think it's about white women
Mm.
caring about their own interests. But I think even the best polling show at worst Trump +1, and a lot of heats are showing her like dead even, which is, it's sad that that's the best we can get. But like
Well, that's Kamala's
Trump,
fault.
well, I'm not really. I'm about to say
100%
white women.
actually is, yeah.
Well,
Are you talking about for white? Oh, sorry, you mean like white women specifically? Is that
yeah,
what
I'm
you're
talking
trying
about
to
for
say?
white women. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
I
saying
thought you
that
meant
white women
altogether
typically
because
are
we
like,
also getting posed that saying exactly the same
no,
thing.
oh
For
yeah, that's
overall.
true for the overall. But I'm just talking about white women. White women are
Okay.
either considered
Sure.
even or at worst +1 to Trump. But I'm saying that like typically white women are vote +8, +10, +12 Republican. So
Yeah.
it's a pretty dramatic shift. And my hopes is, even though that black people seem to be polling not as well overall, like I think like in the scheme of the entire country, we do know, especially in these swing states, white women are such a large portion of the population. I think they're actually the most likely voter. The largest voting bloc is white women. And I like, my heart tells me, and like my heart tells me that I don't believe that Trump can win if he doesn't win white women. Like, regardless of
So
the other
where I'm
demographic.
looking at the statements that Barack was making, I'm not looking at it so much as what you would expect from what you were saying about the whole white men and women for Kamala.
Mhm.
It's more so to standing up for black women in the case when he said women in our lives have been getting our backs this entire time. When we get in trouble and the system isn't working for us, they're the ones out there marching and protesting. That seems to be more the tone of what he was getting across. So I really can't disagree with that statement at all in general. Like, when we need mobilization, it's black women out there on the front line. I can't disagree with him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I hold black people. I
Sorry,
hold
go
black
ahead.
people accountable because I'm in community with black people. I know Barack Obama's technically not in community with anyone because he's a former president, but I would expect his accountability to come if he was gonna have that conversation with anybody, I would expect it to be black people, other black people. My bad, Zimmy.
No, I was just gonna say I actually agree with Prime. I don't think he should have said it in the space that he said it in.
Mhm.
So I agree with like Bam and Prime, right? Like, at the end of the day, he knew there were cameras there, and call it the black women always on code thing, but like, that is not out company conversation,
Mhm.
right? Like, even this conversation we're having right now, as critical as I am of black men, right? If this was some like shit that was a mixed panel with like, and it was gonna go to like a huge white audience, I'd be like, even sometimes like if a white woman was trying to like get me into a conversation about like, yeah, I heard about black men and da da da, I'd be like, yeah, that's crazy, girl. Because to me, it's like a in group, out group kind of
Mhm.
thing, right? So I don't take issue with what Obama said because, like him, I do think a lot of it is sexism. Do I think that it needed to come across like that in that way at that time with that platform, knowing that this will become like national conversation, in a way for people to kind of like dunk on black men when next to black women, they are the second most like loyal group to the Democratic Party. It was just kind of like, bruh, that's the conversation that you have as some like non-recorded my brother's keeper, town hall. Like, that's an in-group conversation. I don't think it needs to be I don't think it's fair for it to be dissected by like white audiences, given Charlemagne's point about like, where are the people wagging their fingers at white women who, after Trump told them he was going to grab them by the pussy, still voted for him? You know what I mean? Like, where are the public lectures coming for white men who, working class white men who are not going to benefit from anything Trump is going to do, right? But by and large. And so I think that, coupled with the fact that Obama also made it a point often during his administration to kind of shy away from being it's like the traditional line, like I'm everyone's president. I'm not just Black people's president, right? Or like when it came to race, like he always had a certain proximity, but he made sure to keep a cute little distance. It's like I'm with y'all, but I got to be outside here, working with these white people. So it's kind of like, bro, where do you get off? Out of all people, to kind of come back now, you want to be like, I'm talking to the brothers. It's like you did go out of your way a little bit, and understandably so. It was a political calculation you made at the time. And the last thing I'll say, I do think the irony of this is that people will be mad at Obama for a little bit, but they'll get over it. He was just at the Stevie Wonder concert like 2 nights ago, right? Him and Michelle got their standing ovation. I think it says something about like part of that is sexism too, right? Like the things Obama has gotten away with and can continue to get away with. If we were like switch roles and Kamala came out here and gave Black men a lecture about sexism, people would lose their shit, right? So like part of it is we're kind of like, come on, Unc, he's older. He was giving a Black statement. He's still near and dear to us.
To give him a little bit of grace, Obama, and trust me, I like to dunk Obama. Don't get me started about Obama. But to give him a little bit of grace in that, and I didn't think about this until Zing was talking. But when he was like making distance between himself and the Black community, we've seen that before in presidents. We've seen that, for instance, for John F. Kennedy. Right, John F. Kennedy being the first Catholic president, right? Like the idea was, well, he's going to be taking orders from the Pope, right? He's going to be the Catholic president rather than the president of everyone. So he had to try to make distance from this Catholic identity as well, right? So that's the thing that happened. So I'll give him some grace there as well.
Yeah, it's dumb. Like Kamala's doing it now. Like like people came like, oh, I never knew she was Black. So she's had to like double back, but Kamala hasn't they've done a strong job as their campaign, not bringing up that she's a woman and not bringing up that she's Black, because the unfortunate reality is that if she did, Fox News would tear her to pieces. If she said that like, oh, I'm going to do this because I want to be the first woman president. If she says that, now we're identity politics. Now she's not like, it's not about qualification. She's already a DEI selection in their head. They have all these things made up about her. So she's making like a political choice for the good of the, for her relevancy to like distance herself from it. But like, I don't take that. I don't think she coincidentally went to Howard. I don't think that she actually has the distance from her Blackness that she portrays.
Everybody coincidentally goes to Howard and becomes an AKA.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like when people are like, oh, she didn't really identify with her Black. I'm like, she went to Howard and became an AKA and then dated that old ass mayor or whatever down there in San Francisco, that old Black man, Willie Brown.
She dated Montel Williams.
Yeah, like Kamala has known she's Black. Now, this is an aside though. Do y'all think things would be different with Black men if Kamala's husband was Black? This is like a little aside.
I was just thinking that when you brought up Montel, I was like,
yeah, it would feel different. If I'm about to say, I think because that's one of the second punches. The first punches is her mama Indian. The second punch is she go home to her Jewish husband
with no kids as well.
Yeah. Can I tell you? I don't think people give a fuck that her mom is Indian. Black, like let's say Black men specifically, right? Like let's ignore all the other groups who are in the fuckery. We just want to stick to Black men. Right, Black men ain't never not loved a biracial woman, right? I don't think anybody gives a fuck about her mama being Indian. Let me tell you about that white husband. I think that's like a huge part of this that nobody wants to touch. Is that like part of the vitriol is like
the exact Negroes who make a big deal of that will be talking about how Black women are terrible and Black men are stepping up by marrying white women or be getting their visas or their passports and going out to find other women. Right? I think those are the exact same ones who make the biggest deal about her white husband. I'm just saying.
I had that conversation today, actually. It was a passport bro that was talking about, like, she was like, yeah, she may have blah, blah, blah. She may have the skin and the looks of a woman that we date, but she's been tainted from being from the American black women. I'm telling you, I was having that conversation on that Forbidden App today. I still be on Clubhouse sometimes. It's crazy. They still doing the same things as season 1.
Oh my, Beta Me's still on there. Every time I
Did
talk
you?
to her, I'm like, why are you still on that app?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm about to say niggas still up to the same no
Aw.
good. But yeah, I think that is a real thing, and obviously I've told you my position. Like I have a problem with it, but I understand that there's at the end of the day there's only so
Probably
many.
what?
Oh yeah, I'm black
Her
only.
husband being
Oh
white?
yeah,
Yeah,
that's right. You are.
I
Damn.
don't believe black people, black men, black women, everybody should date black. But I understand the like statistical realities of from eligible black men. There's not enough for everyone to. So someone's going to have to date out if they want to seek happiness. So it's not like a big thing for me, but it's a big thing for me, but it's not something that I like now judge you or hate you as a person. But yeah, I'm definitely going to tell my kids like, yeah, date black.
Well, part of the reason I ask is because as a black woman, it's a really interesting experience sometimes because the respect that other men have for you flows through your partner. So like Kamala doesn't get, like there'll be situations where like someone will do or say or something that, kind of rubs me the wrong way a little bit or might, and they'll like, if I'm with my partner, they're immediately, oh my bad, bro. Like I didn't, it's it's like you're not even there, right? But
It's a
like
real thing. Nicki
there's
Minaj
this
took
kind
a
of like,
massive hit, like based on when she started dating dude. Like people was like, "Oh, we don't ever Nicki Minaj
yeah,
now. Even nothing else matter." It
there's
comes from your
something
man.
about like your respect as a woman. I don't even think it's a black thing. I'm just, I'm just black. So I'm speaking on my experience, but like your respect your ability to receive respect as a woman flows through other men's respect of your partner. And so like Kamala kind of doesn't have that. Right?
Yeah.
Like she
Yeah, I think
in
if
some
she was
ways,
married to
like
Montel Williams, that would be different. Because
it would be
everybody loved
different.
Montel. Montel's a great guy.
But I don't think
Montel Williams
anymore.
is like a superhero. Montel was like
Or any just
he was
regular
like the
degular
Montel.
black
first
guy
black.
Joe
He was like the first
who's a
black
lawyer.
Navy SEALs captain or something. Like
Yeah, and
Montel Williams
Montel
was-
now is hawking like junk on national TV, right? He's attached his name to like a whole list of scams. I'm sorry, he's fallen. That's a shame because I liked him. I don't want to say that about him, but
Don't
like
you say that about
he
him.
ain't the same. I'm sorry.
I'll never even look into it. I won't let you change how I feel about
Okay.
Montel. My mama love that man.
I mean,
But if she would have married just like a regular black lawyer, right? I think it would be different. There's certain things that black men, again, just sticking to black people. I don't know, there's a way in which black men move around another black man's woman. It's not about her, it's about them
I think, but
demonstrating a certain
there's
level of respect for
also
him.
I think what happens, and women talk about this all the time. And it's natural to a certain extent. So, but like like hey, I walk down the street, I get catcalled all the time. I walk down the street with my male friend, and it doesn't happen, right? Because like you don't get in conflict, right? Unless you really want to smoke. You don't really get in conflict with another man about woman. It's like, oh, okay, like she's taken, so I my eyes are somewhere else, and I think it kind of flows from that, right? Like, maybe you'll try him if you don't respect the guy, right? But like it kind of just flows from this, like, what kind of man is she with? If you look at Doug Emhoff, right, like he doesn't really have that swag. I'm just out there. I don't know. He might be a very nice person. I'm not trying to indict this guy's character or anything like that. But like, it'd be one thing if he looked like a Navy SEAL, like he had like the square jaw, that'd be something. Like a little like tough guy looking, but not really. He looks soft, and it's okay. That's okay, right? And I think he's a very accomplished individual. But like for a white guy, who he doesn't have like a national profile of himself that people can like point to, like, oh, I can respect him for the thing he did in this area, right? And I think in the black community, he's just not going to go very far, right? Like, I don't think that it's going to do her very well, even though it'd be unfair to judge her on that because she has, her whole entire list of accomplishments that are independent of anyone else, right? So.
Well, I guess that's part of what I'm saying, but the other part is like I feel like a large part, some part, let me not say large part, some part of this, like, well, what are you going to do for Black men specifically comes from, I'm thinking through this in real time. I wonder if it comes from like you're not even attached to Black men in real life. So like, I have to question, like, we never question like, Obama, what are you going to do for Black women? Right? Because we can look, it wasn't a huge thing, right? Again, all of us were on La La Land and, we drank the
Not
Kool-Aid, but
me.
still,
Not
like,
me. I'm put that out there. I wasn't, but
I think
we'll
Michelle's
talk about
actually a
that
big
later.
how old were you
booster
when
for
Obama
Obama's
ran?
swag.
How old were you when he ran?
Tom will never give his age, but I was I about to say I
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
eligible to vote though. I was definitely in high
I
school.
followed that election. I'll tell you, I
08?
followed that election, and I think Obama was actually a lot more honest than people wanted to. People transposed their ideas about him on what he was saying.
Yeah.
But he actually was quite honest, right? With his debate with Hillary about like healthcare, which was like infamous, right? Because like they were saying like almost the exact same thing. There was like little one part of their plan that was a difference between them. But then people transposed that maybe he was like actually for Medicare for all. But then when he went in there, he like hired a person, a healthcare lobbyist to be his chief of staff and had him run it. It's like, yeah, but like he never said he was actually for that, right? Like he kind of just did what he was saying he was going to do. So I'm thinking a lot of people that like they heard hope and change and they were started hoping, but like he never said it. So I'm out there.
But
Well, I was 19, so I have an excuse. I don't know what these adults was doing.
in 2012 or
They
08?
should have known better.
My first
Oh wait, they should have
Oh,
known better.
dang, you old in a bit. You was 19 in 08?
Yes. What are you,
Jesus.
12? How old are you?
Yeah, in 08, I probably
Yes.
was 12. No, I was probably. Oh wait,
I was born
8th
in the
grade.
80s, Darren.
80s? Dang, you like my brother's age. That's crazy.
Yes. What year did you think I was born? I was born in 1988.
88. Dang, I thought you was like 93.
And
that.
you should
Look
respect
at
your
that black
auntie,
man.
all right?
30.
So let's...
Auntie is crazy.
Yeah.
I was about to say, auntie is crazy. Let's not play that now. I
I'm
don't deal with women.
grown, yes.
DQ, were you going to say something?
No, I'm mostly here just to, have the conversations, but listening.
Sure. But I guess going back to it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I say one other thing right here?
Go ahead.
Before we go back, like I agree with what you're saying about like men viewing like respecting women via like this outlet of their husband, but I think it can work both ways. I think that Michelle Obama absolutely upgraded Barack Obama's life. I think she still actually has I think she's more positive. She has a higher like approval rating than Obama.
Absolutely, 100%.
Like even
It's
white people
like in
love
the 70s
Obama.
or some shit.
Yeah. Michelle is like was a great look for him, especially with the Black community. Like I think even I know myself. Like Barack Obama, if everything was the same and then he had a white wife and like 2 like quarter Black kids, it would have felt differently. It would have like it just to the whole community. They've been like I don't even know if I would have wanted my first Black president like that. Like I guess I'd take it, but like I'm like I don't even. That's not.
You wouldn't have the same level of trust.
Yeah.
Right. To go back to the point made earlier about like it's like we don't trust her. It's like I automatically, and this is just me, right? I saw Barack Obama with when Michelle presented herself. I was like, oh, that's a real nigga. Yep. Like, and so then I projected, right, all these things I did, and it was not being true, right? Whereas maybe part of that for Kamala is like, what you gonna do for Black men? It don't even seem like you be fucking with Black men like that, right? Which is not true, but like I wonder. I'm like trying to think through this in real time. Like, how much of this is about that man, that white man that she's married to?
We're getting a little feedback from you, just a little bit.
On mute.
No problem.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that about the like the things. Some things going both ways, because when we see men, and this is even outside of politics, I think we see them like men judge themselves by the quality of women they can get. They're like, oh wow, like
absolutely.
Because I don't think that Melania and Trump, like when you look at them, you just get like negative chemistry. You'd be like, okay, these people, like she doesn't like this man at all. She wishes he would die so she could get his money. Like you could just tell, like there's no love, there's no attraction there. But you can tell that Donald Trump, even though he knows that, like, yeah, this isn't like actual love, himself as a man that's like nearing his 80s, he holds himself to an esteem by like, wow,
Literal
I've got a hot
definition
wife.
of a trophy wife. Literal,
Yeah.
like that's her name next to the definition right there.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm about to say he thinks she's the only woman that's like that's not as fine as his daughter. He's like the second finest woman he knows after his daughter.
yeah.
Ooh.
No,
That
he also
man-
he said Kamala was hot. Like she's like hot like Melania. She said that a while ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, which
So
I'm
she's-
sure that must
she's
have
an
filled her
attractive
with warmth
woman.
and joy.
Ooh.
I didn't
But,
know
like,
he went.
okay.
I didn't know he went black woman. Good for him.
Yeah, I know he will. No, he's called black women. He called Omarosa attractive in the past, right? He's named a few, right? That he's dropped their names. I don't think he respects them as human beings, right? He doesn't need to do that. Don't want to put his like mushroom dick in them. That's but like I think going back to Obama's words. So I think maybe in isolation, it wouldn't have been a problem, because I think he made a lot of good points. But this comes in the context in the history of the Democratic Party, especially around election time, right? Where they say some wild shit, right? Joe Biden, you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Hillary Clinton with her hot sauce nonsense, right? And all the other things that she did, right? Like all the Hillary Clintonisms that happened during that campaign, right? Like going through like the past and how the Democratic Party like interacts with black people. The most they ever interact with us, of course, is election time, right? Then they forget the moment we're done, the next day we're forgotten. All right. But like in this moment, right, where they're coming to the black churches, they're coming on the Breakfast Club, where they're going to these black spaces, a lot of craziness comes out of their mouths, right? And it's been a lot of talking down to black people, right? It's been like code switching, right? Like Hillary Clinton, that's what Hillary Clinton was doing. Where it, to be fair, lots of people do this to black people, where like when you're in front of a black crowd, you lower the complexity of your vocabulary, right? That's the thing that happens. So she was doing that. So where black people are sensitive to being talked down to by politicians. And then in that environment, Barack Obama says what he says, But I feel like, yeah, that's the thing, that's a problem.
I get the frustrations, but I just think
agree.
that like you step past. I think I would expect intelligent people. I would expect fanatic because I think for all his issues, he's an intelligent person to be able to see past that, like to be able to speak to the root of it, past like however the direct emotional like feel. Because I felt it first too. I was like, like I don't know about that. I don't like that's a strange conversation, Obama. But then I kind of just. I'm about to say, I understand in the moment, if we were there debating, I would have like pushed back, hold on, Obama, blah, blah, blah. But afterwards, once you go to sleep at night, you sleep with it, you sit with it, and you like, okay, what did you actually take care from that? Was he lying? Did he say something invaluable? Was he using misinformation? And I came back away from it, and I was like, no. I was like, I don't think so. I think that what he said was fair.
But it seems like they're so comfortable, like saying that to lecturing black people. I think there's a comfortability of doing that. Where I just don't see like okay, so maybe during that that Zoom call you were referring to, the White Women for Harris Zoom call, right? But like I don't see any politician like going after white women in this way, right? And actually they should. I mean, Democratic politicians, they should, right? Like, hey, white women, it's interesting how you seem to vote Republicans more often than not. Like, what about your white sisters? Like talk to your white female friends, and because it's kind of crazy. Like, these are your list of priorities, right? Talk to them. If they have the similar list, then why are they voting for Republicans, right? Like, I think that if you want to have a conversation about that, I think it'd be a worthwhile target, right? Because like, and I hate this. I really hate this. I was just pushing back about this on Monday because it came up. But like when they say that like a politician after an election, a politician won the woman vote, right? They'll say this person won the woman vote and that's why they won, right? Yeah, but what actually, if you break it down by race, you won the black woman vote. Black women came out in force, right? White women, as usual, voted for the Republican candidate. But like then they wipe all that away and say, oh, the women vote. Yeah, then they start congratulating all women rather than giving black women and all other minority women their flowers, right? Like we kind of disappear at that point, and then all women get to share in this victory. Like, but that's a legitimate conversation, and I don't know which Democratic politician is comfortable enough to say that craziness to white women.
Yeah, the other thing I'll say is like I think that black people, based on our history and experience in this country, are one of the last people who's we're not a monolith, but we see ourselves as a shared group, uniquely based on race, because our race attached for most of us connects our experiences. I know all of y'all niggas in here foreign, whatever, but I was about to say, but it connects
Excuse me.
I know. I was about to say, I'm sorry, I had to use a moment. But basically, there is a shared black experience that I think is unique to us. I don't think white men see themselves as a group like we need to come together as white men. I think white men attach themselves more so to their state or region or family. Like a white guy from Texas probably feels like he has nothing in common with a white guy from California or a white guy from New York. In the same way that I know, I don't know where specifically we live in here, but the reason all of us are in this conversation right now is because we're black. But we're all from different regions of the country. We're all from different backgrounds and maybe even like financial ladders, whatever. But we do have a desire to share and come together as blackness. So even though like black people are already overwhelmingly voting for Democrat, I think that we as a people are less likely, less inclined to toss others aside or away whenever they decide that they want to move differently, because we want to be, that's our black brother. That's the person we share with. Even when black people make bad decisions or, make mistakes, we think it's an issue of education, and we think there's someone that can be saved and someone that if with a stern talking to, we can just bring them back into the fold, versus where white women, liberal and conservatives, don't see themselves as shared as necessarily the same group, in the same, until it comes to benefit them based on their whiteness. But
I do think that there is a certain level. I think you said this, Prime, like the audacity that the Democrats have sometimes with how they engage with Black people. It's really been off-putting for me. Like, I'm almost pretty sure I was not going to vote for Joe Biden, right? Which is like, I was like, this is just no, right? And I wasn't gonna vote for Trump. Like, I ain't crazy.
Yeah.
But I was, which is a stretch for me. Like, I had seriously considered, right? Like, can I vote for Joe Biden? A lot of it was centered around like Israel and Palestine, but just some other stuff. But there is like a certain, I guess, because Black people have been the most loyal voting bloc, there is a way in which there's this like expectation that like it's a must, and how dare you not, and what is wrong with you if you choose not to, because we are marginally better. Honestly, on foreign policy, it's the same shit, right? Trump is like a little bit worse. The Republicans are a little bit more hawkish, but generally speaking, it's the same shit.
Yeah.
Domestically, like, yeah, we're I would say the Democrats are like clearly better, but like on so many of these issues where they should be so much further ahead for the party that's supposed to be left. Like, honestly, I've seen so much analysis about how a current day moderate Democrat was the equivalent of like a Republican in the 90s.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
Like,
absolutely, I say that all the time.
And so it's just kind of like there's a certain something about it is very, very.
Well, I want to ask you on that,
and I do think
because okay, it's interesting when you say that, right? I also had to say I wasn't going to vote for Joe Biden. I did give Kamala a chance, right? I was very optimistic. She did a thorough job of crushing that, but it is what it is. But still, like, it's interesting that, but you've gone from, hey, I probably wasn't going to vote for Joe Biden, you think definitely, I guess, imagine definitely going to vote for Kamala, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't,
I feel like this.
I know,
Yeah.
I feel your reluctance. I understand you. So,
It's like I'm being a booth like this, like
yeah, 100%. I feel
like
you. I feel you. Right.
I'll do it.
But like,
Actually, I already voted.
oh yeah, yeah. Because in Georgia, my grandma actually lived. My 101-year-old grandma. I think I was telling you about her before. She voted the first day they opened up. Voting in Georgia. So yeah, she's out
Proud
there.
black woman. Good for her.
Black women, right?
She didn't raise you right though. She didn't raise you where a ways to go.
No, she actually didn't raise me at all. I had very little contact with that particular grandma. But she was like, I got pictures of her in her little walker, right, making out to the voting booth. She was doing it, right? But sorry. What was I saying previously? I got distracted about my grandma.
About Democrat, how I switched from probably not voting for Biden.
Yeah.
To
So at
definitely
first,
voting
remember,
for.
like Kamala, like she has been bear hugging Joe Biden, right? Saying that this was a continuation, right? This is her Joe Biden's second term, basically, right? And then she went on The View, and she's like, like given the opportunity, or I can't figure out anything that would be different. I wouldn't have made any decisions. I apparently don't have my own mind, right? I don't have my own thoughts, and I would do exactly what Joe Biden did. Interesting, right?
No,
However,
she's gonna put a
since then-
Republican in the cabinet.
Exactly.
that
So that's my
position.
point. That's my right there. Okay. So like, I think that Joe Biden, like, ignoring the genocide, if that's the thing that you can do, which a lot of people will do, like including Bam, right? If you can ignore the genocide, Joe Biden has a lot to run on, right? There's a lot of accomplishments. One of those things that he did, right? Even though I think it was almost purely by accident, but like he put Lena Khan into the FTC, right? Lena Khan, amazing. Oh my God, superstar. She put out just today. She had another victory, right, against basically a slumlord housing company, right? Just today, a $48 million victory in court against them, right? Crushing it. Kamala Harris, after all this time, still has not said anything about him. I don't think she's even mentioned that woman's name, Lena Khan, right?
He's definitely gonna fire her.
She's definitely going to fire her because Mark Cuban told her to. Mark Cuban put money in her pocket. She's definitely going to fire her, right?
Remember at the beginning, she said when people were like, "Are you gonna let her go now?" She was like, "No, Lena Khan is part." So I initially thought that signaled that like she was interested in keeping a Lena Khan and people like that and being more progressive, and then. But slowly that has devolved over time.
I mean, the money came in. The tidal wave of money. If you're talking to us, DQ, you're muted. I'm not sure if you were talking to us then. Did you have something to say?
I did. Yeah, this is just going to be a repeat. Yeah, she doesn't want to seem progressive. I think that's also part of the reason why she doesn't have her own mind of what she wants to do. I think it's mostly because like the Democrats, like, in the DC are like, here, you gotta like do this, but she doesn't want to like. She doesn't really believe in those policies. She wants to run something else. She wants to run something different, but she cannot. Right? So I think that this is just a whole thing.
Well,
But
she
like,
An
just had
article
an
just came out
interview on-
today saying
What?
that they're probably keeping her. Article just recently.
So I want to look at this article because the only thing I've heard today is that like one of her advisors told her to keep her, right? But like I didn't hear anything about Kamala's thing. So I'll look at this article. I will. But in any case,
It's what you just said, but yeah.
oh, okay, yeah, all right. So, hopefully, well, look, hopefully, I went the best. But the point is that like, so to you, Zimmy, it seems like yes, this will be a continuation of the things Joe Biden was doing, but worse, right? Like slightly worse. So then, again, why are you voting for her?
So the primary reason I was not voting, two reasons I was not voting for Biden. One was the Israel-Palestine conflict. And then two was I really think Joe Biden has Parkinson's. And so I did not think that he would, like, it was just kind of like, bruh, what are you doing? Like, first of all, you told us you would be a one-term president. Like, that was the whole setup. Like, people act like they imagine, the media never talked about it.
Oh
I
my
was
God,
like,
yes.
he
Thank you.
specifically, he ran saying he was only going to be a president
People
for
are
one term
gaslighting
because
you
he
about that.
recognized his
That like that didn't
age.
happen. Holy shit. Yeah.
Yes, it did. I remember the media. I was shocked by the fact that, like, when he decided to run again, it was like nobody ever even brought it up. It was just kind of like, oh, they're concerns about his age. I'm like, no, but he said when he was running, he said he was just there for a term to get the country back on the right track,
Mhm.
and essentially signaled that, like, Kamala or somebody else would eventually have the next turn. Which, okay, maybe it's fine. You can change your mind, but you can't change your mind at his age, given the kind of cognitive decline that he was in. So it was more so just like, well, who actually would be who? I mean, granted, other presidents have not been presidents. Like George Bush, we know by and large was not running the White House, but it was just a lot of uncertainty. I was like, well, like, who is really running things? Like, who is the mastermind behind everything? Right? There's not a lot of transparency about what's happening there here, but I know it's not you. Not on a data, not on everything, not on the things that, like,
But that's what the administration is.
matter.
We could
Like,
wheel Jimmy Carter back in there tomorrow, and the country will run fine. That's what the administration does.
yeah, but, like, you still are the commander in
Commander in
chief,
chief.
right? Like, you also, well, it's meaningful because you ultimately have the final say. You have advisors, and they can tell you, like, I think you should do this. But, like, a strong president, someone who's with it, sharp, intelligent, actually knows what's going on. Like, I don't think Obama was being run in the White House. I don't think Hillary would have been run in the White House. Now, she may have some fucked up things and Obama has some fucked up shit they might want to do, but I wouldn't doubt for a second that they were taking in all of their advisors, right, and then making a decision. Now, their advisors trash.
Yeah,
Right?
I,
Like,
don't know. I think a president is a game of
you know,
advisors. Like I don't think that like people
yes, but you still have
people.
to be
I don't think that Donald
cognizant.
Trump. I don't think that Donald Trump is like alone is especially evil or crazy. I think the issue is Donald Trump has no political history, so the people who was put in positions also had no political
No, well,
history.
so I feel
Um,
differently, right? So that's actually part of my issue with, like, people who vote for Donald Trump too. I think Donald Trump's an idiot. So to me, I can't wrap my mind around willingly voting for someone who I just don't think has the mental capacity to, like,
He doesn't know how tariffs work.
handle any of this.
It doesn't-
Like, Donald Trump is not, even forget about how tariffs work. He's not smart. Like, he couldn't even run his own businesses. Like, he got millions of dollars from his father and ran numerous casinos. And like, he is not, this is not on, right? So that was more so my issue with Joe Biden. It's just like, bruh, you actually are not cognitively, like, you're experiencing rapid cognitive decline. This is actually not okay. And, like, at some point, the Democratic Party has to at least get the message that, like, you literally can't throw somebody in front of us that, like, is not there and be like, that's your choice, right? But I do also
I,
understand your point, Prime, because I don't know. It's hard. It's hard because, on one hand, I know that Kamala is going to continue the genocide, continue the U.S.'s support
Yeah.
of the genocide, right? Like, that is not going to change. On the other side, I know that Trump is also going to continue the U.S.'s support. And the third
emphatically.
party,
Emphatically, yeah.
I know that the third party is not an option because I think something about Bernie Sanders' loss really, like, crushed my spirit, right? Like, even when he ran with Democratic Party, like, the establishment still found a way to kind of, like, crush that. So, like, Jill Stein has no chance in hell. It's not a possibility, right? So I kind of feel like, well, I have to make some decision. Both of these people are really bad on foreign policy, right? And continuing U.S. imperialism. Like, which of these people is going to be marginally better for people that look like me?
Yeah, I hear you, and that's how I usually vote myself, right? Like, but I just can't deal with this vote blue no matter who thing, when like, if vote blue no matter who means voting for a person who supports genocide, then I'm sorry, like what am I? How can I call myself even a moral person at this point, right? Like, I get the idea, but like I always thought, like I assumed that genocide would be a special thing, right? Well, of course. Well, if they're supporting a genocide, like that's an extreme thing, right? Like it's so extreme that like let's before all this happened, right? If I had thrown that out there in debate, right? We're talking about vote blue no matter who, right? People like would say that's ridiculous. Why are you putting in this extreme example, this extreme hypothetical? Of course, if a genocide is happening, right, we'd have to rethink things. But like this idea of like a blue MAGA, I think there's something to it. I think there's something to it that like, hey, we're just going to vote for our team. Like we don't care. Like show us something that is unforgivable about our candidate, right? That we would say so if it was the other side. But like now since it's our guy, it's fine. It's fine. If Trump were in office today, if we were actually in his second term, all these liberals talking about like how this is just okay, this is fine. What Joe Biden's doing with Israel. He'd be talking about how Trump's a monster. Can you believe the genocide he's supporting? Right? We would never. You'd have so many politicians, right? Whoever's will be running against him. Or sorry, I guess not running against them because that'd be the end of the second term. But like, they'd be talking about how the Republican Party is shameful for what they did, right? But now that our team is there, we gotta ignore it. Now that a woman of our skin color is in there, we gotta ignore it, right? I think special rules should apply for like literally the greatest crime like in existence.
But,
like, right.
I don't think you. We don't have to talk about the specifics. I'm sorry, but you like I hate that you always shape it this way. Like, and I guess it's up to.
I hate that you always cape for white supremacy, but like you do.
I believe that the Democratic Party's position on the Middle East, the politics on the Middle East, are significantly different. And this is what you hear from the Palestinian people. The Palestinian leadership and the Palestinian people actually are saying, please, Donald Trump can't be president. Donald Trump isn't just in favor of continuing. Donald Trump is in favor of wiping out the Gaza Strip. And Kamala Harris and the Democrats are actually seeking seeking a treaty. Well,
no,
that's what they're saying, and you're saying you don't care what they say. So I can't deal with
because Bam, like again, I have an actual connection to I have been following this for this entire year, and like you and you only seem to do this like per headline, and like every time we talk about this, it's like you have like the thinnest reaction to any of the events that are happening here, right? So look, I understand all of that. My point wasn't that Donald Trump would be better, right? And I guess I didn't finish my other half of my thought there, so I think that's fair, right? It's not simply don't vote for Kamala, right? What I've maintained is that we should ask something for a vote, right? We should demand something for a vote. Our vote should be earned, right? And I think a simple bar is, hey man, don't fund a genocide. It's a very, very low bar, very, very low bar, right? And to use your vote strategically in that way, to withhold it. Hey, like, I would very much like to vote for you, Kamala. I'm reluctant. I'm reluctant about Kamala, but like, I will vote for Kamala, right? And all I need her to do is follow existing American law, follow the Leahy Act. Just do it. Do that thing. I'm not because I get like just like our friend Zimmy said, she has no like ideological priorities, right? Underpinnings. She doesn't fucking care. I know she doesn't care. I don't need her to care. I don't need her to be a good person. I don't need any of that from her, right? I just need her to follow American law, and she still won't even do that much.
The thing is, you don't. And we don't have to rehash this thing because we've had this.
Baron, can I make a correction? Baron, can I make a quick correction? Yeah. There are reports that have come out about this thing about when Kamala and Biden keep saying like we're working towards a peace deal, whatever. Israel has pretty much like been non-compliant, right? Like all the independent reports that have come out, they're not working towards anything. Israel at every single turn has refused. The Biden administration is clear about that. the Palestinians and Hamas, like everyone is cleared. Our establishment media doesn't talk about it much, but like if you listen to international news, independent news,
Israel assassinated the lead peace negotiator of Hamas. They did it in Tehran, right? They blew up an apartment in Tehran where Hamas's lead negotiator in those peace talks, right, was staying. They assassinated, they killed him, right? And then afterwards, we're still to believe that Israel, any second now, a peace deal's coming. It's like, but sure, go ahead.
I understand all of those things, but it doesn't make you in favor of what's going on. But I'm saying that the Republican Party and Donald Trump aren't in favor of peace negotiations. They're further than Israel. They're saying that you need to finish the job. Donald Trump's goal as president.
I get that, so you don't have to talk about that though. But engage in my actual point though.
Sure. Let me just say this other thing. This is what I wanted to say before. Like, I get that your attachment, your attachment to this issue is you don't like the actions that are going on in the Gaza Strip. But when you connect it to law, that means something different. Like if we know that the genocide investigation won't be done for multiple years. Now, if they at the end point of that,
we know it's a genocide. You can stop.
Oh my God, dude! Holy shit!
No, shut up. Just for a second. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna use those words because that was what to say.
You're triggering people, man.
I did. I'm a triggering nigga.
No,
I'm sorry.
Worry.
What I'm saying is,
I'll get them.
What I'm saying is specifically, your issue is what's going on in the Gaza Strip. If the investigation concludes 5 years from now, what was going on isn't considered a genocide, that doesn't move the needle for you at all. Exactly. So I'm saying that don't use that word. You don't have to attach yourself to genocide.
Hold on. Whoa.
That's not what's valuable to you.
Sorry, what you won't do, holy shit. What you won't do is regulate my language on this. That's not going to happen, right? I will absolutely use genocide. I don't have to wait for like the international court to specifically rule on this specific incident, right? It's already been many different organizations, right? Humanitarian organizations who do this work have called it a genocide, right? International lawyers who do this work call it a genocide. I can look at it and call it a genocide, and even if it doesn't meet the specific definition. Let's say for some reason it doesn't meet the specific definition. Then does that make mass murder? Is mass murder okay, Prime? No, it's not. So I will absolutely use that, right? Or if you prefer ethnic cleansing, because it's certainly ethnic cleansing, right? They're clearing out the Gaza Strip. They're using the starve or surrender tactic right now in North Gaza, and they're planning an event where the Likud party and its allies, the settler allies, are going to have an event in a few days where they break ground, and it looks like on some buildings within northern Gaza, where they're going to start settling northern Gaza. It's an ethnic cleansing campaign. So first of all, my language will never be regulated on this. Guaranteed. So yes, genocide. And Genocide Joe is what I'm going to call Joe Biden. Absolutely. Till the day I die. Anytime I get the mic, anytime I get the fucking mic, I'm going to call him Genocide Joe. Right. I'm not going to let anyone forget about that, right? So don't tell me, don't use this language when I'm watching the definition of the genocide, right? And we don't need the international court to tell us when all other organizations have done it. Just because the international court takes forever. And remember, and on top of that, to be clear, right? The international court, what it does is it gives a preliminary finding, because this takes a while for each one, right? It takes a long time to do this. And he said, yes, this is a probable genocide right off the bat. That same court you were referring to called a plausible. Plausible genocide. But that is the strongest language. That's how that court works. Yes, that's the strongest language they use.
Bare minimum. You can't do an investigation below plausible.
No, but I'm saying, hold on, for the initial ruling, this is the language that they use. That's just the language of the court, right? So
they could have used stronger language.
But that's what they use. That's what this is the terminology of this court. Right, this isn't normal person. This isn't a common language terminology. This is what this court does.
Yes, the court could have ruled it as probable, likely they have different court standards. They measure at the bare minimum to even open an investigation is plausible. It has to be plausible. And that's the standard they met. Like I said, I'm just saying that in 4 years we could come out that find out that like, oh, actually this was just a war, and that wouldn't matter to you.
Well,
So
yeah, because, hold on. Because if
add
200,000 or 1 million people have died, yeah, it doesn't.
1 million people
Of course,
have
it
died,
doesn't matter.
42,000.
No, hold on. Okay, bam. Tell me you're not this stupid. No, bam, please. I know you're not.
There's only a million people died.
Oh my God, bam. It annoys me because I respect you overall. I really do. And you know, I've said this to you multiple times. I say it to you in public. I say it to you in private, how much I respect you. Please don't tell me, bam, that you think that the death toll is only 42,000.
It continues to go up according to the Gaza Health Ministry.
Bam. This is why I say, like, you have no connection to this, right? And you look at headlines, and then you coming at me like you're some knowledgeable in any way. Bam, how would they counting the dead bodies previously? Tell me how they counted those dead bodies.
I understand that you're saying that they
no. Answer the question. How are they counting the dead bodies? Do that for me, please.
I was about to say they're reporting to the Gaza Health Ministry.
No, yeah. But how did that work? What was the mechanism? Huh?
What are you asking? Who is the specific nigga that's doing it? Probably Muhammad.
No. Yeah, again, because I know. This is a rhetorical question because I know you don't know the answer to this, right? Like they were counting through the hospitals, right? They were counting through the healthcare industry, right? Through the hospitals. Hold on, and then they collated this data and they were sending it off through international news media, right? But Israel has destroyed the healthcare system. They literally don't have the ability to count anymore, right? And so other estimates have come out, right, from experts saying, yeah, this is north of 100,000 deaths. Like you can even count, like with like the sporadic reports coming out, right? Like how many died, today about the deaths, right? And it's greater than 42,000. Like you can just count them, you just add them up. Since the tally stopped up there, they literally killed all the record counters. But then you as a useful idiot for this white supremacist Zionist movement, right? As a useful idiot, you're like, oh yeah, I guess it must be only 42. Bam, we talked about this before, right? And what you said to me was like, hey, Joe Biden's making real credit. The bombing is slowed down in Gaza, right? Well, I mean, the rate of bombing has slowed down, Prime. Right, and I didn't get to respond to you. Bam, they bombed everything. There's nothing left to bomb. There's literally nothing left to bomb. Even the IDF's own military, within like their military, their own advisors have like, what are we still doing in Gaza? What are we bombing? There's nothing left to bomb. But then you say like, well, okay, the rate's decreased, and so I guess that must mean progress. You're a useful idiot for a white supremacist project.
So we'll know in 5 years if you're wrong about
everything. Bam, can I understand your position? Because it seems like you all have had previous conversations. So your position is that, what is your position? Let me just understand it, because I don't want to.
The strongest version of my position is I'm a believer in the two-state, but I believe that Israel actually I believe Israel had the right to make their initial response. I don't like that the war's continued. I believe that it needs to end. But I am agreeing. I have taken the choice to believe what the information has actually been put out, except for what like random people on Twitter put out, and the most accurate information.
So what information? Says what?
The Gaza Health Ministry says that of the 1.5 or 1.8 million people in this region, there seems to be at this point between 42 to 43,000 deaths, which is obviously a tragedy. But I don't deem it to be a genocide. I don't think it is going to end up being a genocide.
So explain why you don't deem it. Like, what's the definition of a genocide? These are like questions I'm asking in real time because I want to fully understand your position.
For sure.
So how does something meet the legal threshold?
Yeah, the legal threshold is the intentional destruction.
The intentional destruction of the population in part or in whole. The second part is interfering with their ability to it's like give birth. And there's a whole list here.
Language. Yeah, like it, because it's the Uyghur genocide isn't about deaths, but like it's still considered a genocide via like the culture and language and things like that as well. But yeah, I believe that this is
okay. So what threshold would have to be? So by that definition,
Mhm.
how many deaths do you estimate
It's not
would have to
related to
exist?
it's not related to deaths. I think we would have to. I think that the number would have to be point to the intention of Israel is to kill as many people as possible. Like their goal is to kill people and not to stop Hamas, and that's a legal intention that's hard to prove. That's not to speak to the morality of whether you think this is a good or bad
Yeah,
war.
but none of us are on the court, right? That's why I'm asking you, what's your position like? Because I feel like
I'm
sometimes that's
appealing
kind
to
of
the
a
court
cop out when people, hold on, let me just,
Okay.
I feel like sometimes it's a cop out where people will say like, oh, but like you let the case go to court. We don't know. It's like, I know, but we're not in court. I'm asking you what you think is going on.
Right. Yeah.
So
I'm appealing
do
to.
you think what's happening in Palestine
Gaza
is a
is a
genocide?
No, I don't. Just because I don't think because the court hasn't ruled it so. I think that one of the positive.
That's
I'm
a
telling
cop
you the
out.
reason why.
I'm not asking you.
I'm not. But
Yeah,
there's
but
a
you're
plus and.
saying
I'm telling you why. I'm appealing to the court. I
okay.
appeal to the courts for these things because I think that one of the beautiful things about the modern world is that we have no association, especially in the West. We have no idea or association of what war looks like. And we think that war is something where the body counts are supposed to be equal on both sides. I think the average American today would have considered Americans to be genocided in Vietnam. I think that like when you look at because what Americans do is we look at death toll. We look at wow, a lot of people are dying. This is a genocide. And if you appeal to like a lot of the people of that time, they did consider it a genocide. There's people that are coming out saying that the war in Ukraine, the Ukrainians are being genocided by Russia. Again, there's a lot of death toll, but I think
Find me
genocide,
one source that says that the Americans are being genocide in Vietnam.
I
Find me
promise
one
I'll
source.
send it to you right now. Cool.
Okay, please do.
But yeah, but that's basically the long and short of it. I think that war is a ugly, terrible thing. But I think that especially dealing with the fact that every time Israel does an attack, it's in response. I think that people are upset with the fact that
Oh.
people are upset. No, wait a minute, and I'm talking about we can go back to 1948. Like I understand that like they're occupied. What are they supposed to do? I completely understand those arguments. That's why I said I'm a two-stater. But we're not going to pretend that the
you said every time Israel does something, it's in response.
Zimmy,
well,
this is what when I say that he's caping for white
been,
supremacy. This is what I'm talking about. He does
when
this
I say
all the
that,
time.
I don't mean every specific attack. I mean every conflict they've engaged in has been in response.
Even if we were to use that metric, I think you and as someone who doesn't have like a dog in this fight between you and Prime, I think you were like woefully misinformed.
No, it's not. I was about to say you can go back through the history from dating back all the way in 1948. The Arab people.
Bam. There are Jewish scholars who are leaders and experts in the field.
Yeah.
Of Middle Eastern conflict, right? People who have every reason to take the position you're taking, who are laying out something completely different.
There's some do, but not
what you're parroting is literally like
not
Zionist propaganda.
It's not propaganda. It's just fact.
Misinformation. It's propaganda.
Zimmy, I promise you on this. I promise you I felt the exact same way. I'm sorry, looking to there has never been a war that Israel has entered into that they weren't initially aggressed on. Now again, you can argue with the responses, but Israel isn't in the region going out and starting wars with Iraq or Iran.
So what do you consider the settler project?
I was about to say that it was a purchase. They purchased the land
from who?
In the British mandate.
Purchasing the land. They stole the land.
No, that's not what happened.
Unfortunately, Bam,
I'm not even talking about
I'm
one
not
purchase.
incorrect. Wait a minute. We can do this.
Hold on.
Somebody there pull up a Google page.
Let me ask my question.
Telling you they have started 2 wars.
What name of war that they started? They aggressed. They initiated
the 6-day war.
They did not initiate the 6-day war. We can go to the
6-day war.
Pull it up right now.
They also started the Suez Crisis.
I also want to address this. Those what Israel deems illegal
the war began June
not Palestine. No, go ahead. Well, let me just finish this really quick. So those settlements that Israel deems illegal, yet continues to fund and provide protection for, etc. Explain to me in your mindset how exactly this is not a form of like aggression, antagonism, etc.
I didn't say they didn't antagonize. Of course, that's what I'm saying. There's two-stater. I think that they're absolutely occupying the Gaza Strip, but that doesn't mean that the Gaza Strip didn't Hamas didn't initiate the oncoming battle on October 7th. They did. They initiated it. That doesn't mean that what Israel has no fault in is. Of course they do.
Okay,
The
so I'll
United
let
States
you
has
and Kai
fault.
get into like wars because I also want to Google this because
Well, just
Like,
real quick,
I-
like,
I-
all
for
it is-
example, I'm about to say it would be, for example, the United States is still occupying indigenous people's land here. That's absolutely happening, like with the Native Americans. If the Native Americans ended up bombing, I don't know, Chicago, though, that would still be the initial aggression. Now they would argue it that like all of this is all
We
native
also
land from
genocided
the first place.
genocided them in the beginning. We genocided them.
Right, and
that's
so that
some
would
real white
justify- you would justify
supremacist
it.
shit.
It's crazy.
That's some
Hold
real
on.
white. So basically, if
Well,
given your thing, right, if we were to go back in time and look at like colonialism, right? So like, tell me how you understand what happened in Haiti, because technically, France occupied, or Haiti was a territory of France, and then them people got the slaying and Malayan motherfuckers. But by your logic,
No,
that
this
was
is-
really an act of aggression.
No, that's no. These are two very the Israel is a unique place in the world. The Israel was purchased through the wait a minute. Israel was purchased through the British mandate and through the British mandate after the fall of the Ottoman Empire.
I can read you. I can read you the I can-
like people living in the land.
Yeah, I can read you. I was just trying to do that. I'm going to read you the opening paragraph in Wikipedia on this, right? Because I knew there was a land purchase, but like you misunderstood what I was trying to say. In the 1880s, Jews, predominantly Ashkenazi, began purchasing land and properties across Ottoman Palestine in order to expand the collective territorial ownership of the yeshiva. Large Jewish corporations and private Jewish buyers led this effort through multiple intermittent transactions that continued after mandatory Palestine was established in 1918. The largest of these arrangements, known as the Sursak purchases, resulted in the procurement of the Jezreel Valley and the Bay of Haifa by the 1930s. The purchase of land was often accompanied by the eviction of Arab tenants. On April 1st, 1945, the British administration statistics showed the Jewish buyers had legal ownership of approximately 5.6% of the mandate's total land area and the state domain, a large part of which was held in hereditary lease or had undetermined ownership, was 46%. By the end of 1947, Jewish ownership had increased to 6.6%. This cycle of land acquisition ultimately ended when the Israeli Declaration of Independence yielded the founding of the Jewish state on 14th May 1948. So what I was referring to, like, yeah, I know there were purchases, but just like there were purchases of land. Oh shit! What happened to Zimmy? She's gone.
No, she's still in the chat.
Oh, I guess she's having trouble for her stream. Okay, so she purchased like it's like they purchased this from like the Ottoman Empire, right? Yeah, but there were people living on this land. There were people living on this land. They didn't purchase this land from them. They evicted these individuals. What, did something happen? Okay, I see. Yeah. Okay, let me pull it back in. Hello, Zimmy, can you hear us? Zimmy? Well, hopefully she'll
figure it out.
Yeah. So yes, there were purchases, correct, right? Mm-hmm. But like we had the like Louisiana purchase of like that territory. I mean, the territory I think you're living on right now. Like from the French. Like, was that viable, right? Like, if they had used that excuse to say, hey, we're going to evict these Native Americans here, right? Like, well, did you really own it in the first place? Or, like, and how are you compensating these individuals who are on there, right? Like, these people who are on the land, right? Like, if there's still an eviction problem, if you're still, like, removing them by force, then how is this... Like, how is this purchase legal? That's what I was referring to. But I understand there was money exchanged here, but that doesn't mean that is either not legal. The word is valid, I guess, is the word I'm trying to go for.
The reason call it not an aggressive action that they're buying up the land you and your family were living on and pushing your people out.
Yes, because countries make deal with countries. Countries don't make deal. Well, I mean, I guess you can make deals with individuals, but basically, I'm from the state of. Zimmy's kicked out again. I'm from the state of Georgia. If I'm from the state of Georgia, if whoever wins president decides to sell off the state of Georgia, the country that the state of Georgia now belongs to has a right to evict me from from the state. I think she's just having issues.
Yeah, I know. I'm watching her.
Yeah. I think like this whoever like they sold it to, if they sold it to Cuba, for example, I don't know how it would be Cuba. Actually, let me use a country people hate. If they sold it to Germany, and Germany decided that no, we're like we purchased this from the United States. This is now our land, and the people here we're moving in our own people. You guys have to figure out somewhere to live. I take that up with my federal government. Why did you sell off my home? But that doesn't make it an illegal purchase. Technically I leased the land from we never own land in the United States. You lease it from the government. The government has the right to do what they want with that land, including sell it off. The Ottoman Empire and the British Mandate sold off their land before their collapse to the Israeli people. That's a valid transaction. 10 days out of 10. Now, it doesn't make it good for the individual people that have to move off, but that's not immoral. You can purchase land from government. She's out again.
Oh my God.
Zimmy, she wouldn't be able to respond anyway because she didn't hear anything people say.
Zimmy, are you clicking the that button when I move you into this channel and then you're clicking a button that sends you back to?
Yeah, are you moving click going back to the out of the channel?
I don't know. You got.
Well, now she just left completely.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
She's old. She was born in the 80s. I'll call her. But yeah, you can respond to that. Like, you don't have to call it moral, but that's not the same as like they just came in and ravaged the land and stole.
But but then they did. Sorry. Well, you call Zimmy, and we'll have a further conversation. Sorry. If the other two, if you guys like to speak.
Oh, I was just speaking to the wars and the fact that preemptive attacks do count as aggression. They didn't try to negotiate. They didn't try to find some other way. They literally just came in and decided to attack Egypt. That was the start of both of these wars. One was over the Suez Canal, and the other was a preemptive attack for other reasons. I don't remember exactly what. So either way, Israel did start two wars.
Okay.
She's speaking, but I can't hear her. So
no, she's talking to Bam. DQ, did you want to say something?
No, and that's the consensus what Lethe has, and I don't know where Bam is getting all this. I want to actually read the materials that they have, honestly. Just because, like, we all know we have an all consensus here that this is a genocide, right? And I think that this is also part of, like, some of the things that we talk about earlier. It's like, also, how do we move some of our brothers from this, way off cue, like, thought of, like, again, this misinformation that then sways like how you think and like how you're going to react, whether that be something for Trump or whether that be something against the genocide that we obviously are going through.
Yeah,
So DQ, we got some feedback from you. Sorry, friend. Sorry, you going to say something, Waterkai?
At the end of the day, if someone comes and buys your house while you're still living in it, I consider that an act of aggression. I can't argue against that. And the people were there until after World War II, when all of a sudden new people come in and all of a sudden they are getting pushed out and choked out of their land. They're getting put through checkpoints. They're being put in caged areas. I can't justify any of that.
No, so I disagree with I guess I don't want to yell at Bam. He can't defend himself right this second. But I disagree with his view on this. So I don't think it's necessarily I think you can take control of a territory, right? I think you can hey, this territory is under our domain now, right? But then if you're moving people out of their homes, right? I think it can be transferred between states, between territory. But if you're moving people out of their homes, well, okay, this is our land, and you're expelling us from our land. If Germany takes over Poland, right? Like, okay, well, this is our land now, right? We want it by might, right? And then they like expel the Polish population, and then they put Germans there. We say that's fine. No, I mean, there's more than one way to transfer transfer states. If you, or but if they bought it, would that make it any different? Right? Like, okay, you bought it from the state, and okay, we're under German law here now, right? We're under German rule, but now you're saying everyone who looks like me, all y'all got to leave, right? Is that okay, or is that what we call literal ethnic cleansing? Was that literal ethnic cleansing? Right? Is there some sort of fair compensation happening? Right? Because then that changes the equation. Like, okay, well, they gave us some sort of fair remuneration for this land. I think that it changes the equation. But if that's not happening, I mean, if it's happening at the end of a gun, oh, is this all okay? Yeah, I think I disagree with that.
Yeah, and it's like we saw this happen in South Africa. Where do you think they learned and perfected their tactics from? South Africa. They were friends and partners in crime with South Africa, right? So it's just all like they know all the tactics. They've learned exactly what to do. They've learned exactly how to expel people from their lands, right? And then people don't even get a say, right? If America took my house under, what is it, domain?
Eminent domain, but they have to pay you for it.
Yeah, even in eminent domain, they pay you something for that, right? Even if it's not fair. But like that brings to another point, right? Because let's like remove the part of another state, right? Let's just say it's just the country you're in, right? America decides that, let's say you live in I don't know, California, right? And hey, America decides that, hey, we're going to like remove all Latin individuals, right? They're gonna find these individuals. We're gonna remove them off the land. Now America still owns the land, right? Like in the way Bam was saying before. And again, I'm gonna repeat all this for Bam because he can't defend himself now. So but like America owns the land. America's making decisions like through their lives. They're just removing them. Like they have the right to do that now, right? Because America is saying so. So is that okay? Is there nothing wrong with that? Is that a legal thing to do? America didn't purchase the land; they own the land, according to how Bam is saying. Is that okay? I'd say not. I'd have a problem with that if tomorrow the America simply decided, the laws of America decided that we're going to remove. Hey, why don't we try this?
Hey, real quick,
What?
we're moving to. I'm about to say, don't drag her back in for a second.
Okay.
I'm taking her to a different room to test something.
Okay. We could. I was going to say maybe we could try just using StreamYard.
Yeah. Wait a minute. We might just use StreamYard. We'll see if that works.
Yeah. Tell her to come back in.
And
then we'll just unmute.
So I think if Razor were here, he'd probably be of the same mindset I am. And you've already had this argument with him and with me. And I think both of us come from the standpoint of whichever creates the least bodies possible. I want fewer Palestinian people to die. Whatever gets the outcome with the fewest dead Palestinian people, I'm more satisfied with. But I understand what your position is, and I really can't argue with you from a moral standpoint.
I don't know if Trump ends up with more dead Palestinians. That's the thing. Like, people keep saying, well, Trump is a worse scenario. I'm not convinced of that anymore. I'm not convinced. Trump is bad, but all Trump is saying is that I'll allow Israel to do whatever it wants. And then all Biden's saying is that I'll allow Israel to do whatever it wants. Sorry, I'll wait.
Well, Biden's not saying it, but the other thing...
Is Zimmy working her way back in? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Mordecai, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
So, I lost track. So, Trump is basically saying, I'm going to do whatever. And I spoke with a dude in Israel a few days ago, and he was basically saying, what's wrong with America? Why won't they allow us to starve out the Palestinians? Like, the fact that Israel believes that America is stopping them from doing certain things under whatever auspices, I think is good.
But we're not. That's the thing. That's the opposite, right? And this is what I wanted to talk to Bam about, right? This is like literally, we have word that we're actually not doing that. I get you're talking about the ultimatum that Blinken and Austin, the secretaries, sent to Israel. That's bullshit. Like there's an article talking exactly that. So that's what I was going to introduce there. But I'll wait till Bam.
Yeah, I didn't have the disagreement when you said that if Israel does X, what is America going to do? I don't believe they're going to do anything, within all
Yeah,
honesty.
they're not going to do
I
anything.
believe at best, Israel may not do what their worst intention is based on fear of,
What is
but
their
I
worst
don't
intention?
expect anything.
What's their worst intention?
Well, like they were saying, starve out the Palestinians, basically bomb out all the
Oh no,
areas,
they're going
kill
to
as
do
many
that.
people.
No, they're going to do that. They are going to do that. Like
Sorry.
that's my point. So look, here's what I want to say, right? Like,
don't forget about that. Start a war with Iran, bomb out Iran, bomb out, Jordan, and expand their area of reach and call it all of it Israel next. Like that's really what it is. That's what they're going to do. Right. And it is more of the same, right, between the two candidates, right? But then we also have to worry about, on top of that, all of the people who may be illegal, or, trying to come here and find a better home and getting expelled from that too. So, we're just doing all of the expelling. Oh, that's another thing I wanted to mention. We sent 100 troops to be boots on the ground recently. Yeah, I think we're also going to put more boots on the ground.
we sent 4,000 before that, and we sent like I think an aircraft carrier. I believe an aircraft or a warship. Maybe I'm wrong with that. Either aircraft carrier or warship. To Israel.
All of it. We're just going to increase our attacks on our people because they're going to be seen as an extension. We're an arm. We give the money, to Israel. We hand it off. We're hand in hand. Of course. Why wouldn't they start bombing us next? That's the next thing.
So what I was going to say previously, right, is Politico had an article today, right, talking about how in August there was a high-level U.S. official, Biden official, who said that like when talking to aid organizations, that the U.S. will not cut off money or weapons to Israel in the event of a starvation campaign, right? This is before the specific starve and surrender campaign started, right? That started like a week or so ago. But like they said, like in the case that Israel does that, right, and they had already started doing that just in general, right? Because they were stopping aid trucks from getting in. They said that like, yeah, we have no plans. We have zero plans. The administration will not do that. So what I'm saying, this is bullshit. And like you notice how like they within the ultimatum, in case people don't know what I'm talking about, Secretary Anthony Blinken, State Secretary Anthony Blinken, and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin sent some joint letter to Israel saying that like if you don't fulfill these requirements, then we are going to consider cutting aid to Israel, right? We're going to consider cutting weapons to you, and but we're going to give you 30 days. 30 days to do so. 30 days is interesting, right? 30 days is fascinating because after 30 days, guess what? The election is done. So between now and the election, Kamala Harris can talk about how our administration is talking tough to Israel and we're not taking no guff, right? We're actually doing something. But once that election is done, one way or the other, right? Will Biden actually find Israel has been violating the agreement, right? Because one, I don't think Israel will bother changing. I don't think they will, right? I think they've been doing a smaller scale starvation campaign literally the entire time, right? We know they've been stopping aid trucks. Do you remember guys? Do you remember when they built the pier, right? That pier next to Gaza on the Gaza beach, right? To get aid in, right? American warships were going to use this pier to drag aid in. Do you guys remember this? No? Okay. Well, that it's a thing that happened, right? Biden made a big speech about this, how he was going to make this like the army, the military. Okay, hold on 1 second. Hello?
Yes,
Zimmy?
I can hear you.
Okay, Zimmy is back.
She's back.
Yeah. So yeah, unfortunately I said a lot and Bam never got a chance to respond. So I like to oh, okay. So fuck, where did I leave off? I said a lot of things, but I want to repeat those things so that Bam can actually hold on, getting a little feedback. So Bam, oh yeah, we started with the
I think we'll start with the war or
the land.
The land,
Yeah. So I disagreed with you. You said like, okay, well, if Germany takes control of Georgia, right? Then
they purchase it from the United States government.
yeah. So I don't. I think what you were describing could be ethnic cleansing, in that situation, right? Like where you simply remove these people of land, especially if there's no compensation for that. So like let's remove the separate state, right? Don't even worry about the purchase. Let's just say that America tomorrow decides like we're just going to remove all Latin individuals from the state of California, right? We're just gonna remove them. It's our country, it's our land, right? Like you said, we own the land as the country, and we've just decided that like Hispanics are going to leave. In that case, right, where the military is coming through, we're rounding up Hispanics, putting them on some transportation, trains, for instance, and shipping them out. I'd call that an ethnic cleansing campaign. It doesn't matter if the American government does it, or the German government does it, or the Israeli government does it. It's an ethnic cleansing campaign.
But the motivations behind it matters there. Like if you decided that like, oh, okay, we're I don't know, we're removing this all these people from this city, and this city happens to be disproportionately Hispanic, and we're doing so because we're going to
or just the Hispanic people. That's what I'm referring to. Just the Hispanic people. There were Jews in Palestine previously, right? There were always Jews in.
But just listen to why it matters. Like I'm just pointing out why it matters, the specifics. If this was like a 97% Hispanic neighborhood and they're clearing out the city because they're going to build this super power plant that's going to be able to single-handedly provide clean energy for the entire United States. And they're like, what is it called when the U.S. government takes back land?
Eminent domain.
Eminent domain, yeah. Like if they did that, I think if the why would be something you can get behind. The why matters.
No, the how matters. Right? So like, if they eminent domain, they would have to compensate the individuals there, right? They're compensating those individuals and saying, okay, now you have to move. I have problems with eminent domain in general, right? But at least there's a case to be said. That's why I stated like just previously, hey, if they're not compensating these people, if they're just moving them out, then that's an issue. It's an issue if the government
they are compensating. They may now the Ottoman Empire not forwarding that money on to the citizens that are moving. That's a fault of the Ottoman Empire. Because the Israel, like the people they can't purchase the Ottoman Empire from the people living on the land. They have to purchase the Ottoman Empire from the Ottoman Empire. If China can give me $1 million, like if I own a home, which I guess I technically do, even though I rent it. If I purchase a home from if China wants to give me $1 million for my house, that's fine. I'll take it. Woohoo! The United States government is going to say that doesn't mean that this is now Chinese territory. If you want this to be Chinese territory, you make that deal has to be within us, correct?
Sorry,
that's the only way.
I missed that part. If I make a deal with the Chinese
government, I can sell my house to China, but the United States isn't going to recognize that as Chinese land now, just because I made a deal with China.
I don't know how that matters.
I'm saying that the United States is going to say, oh, if you want to if you want to purchase this land to be Chinese territory, that deal has to be negotiated and paid for to the United States. Like not the
I hear you. I know. I understand. You can say there was a legal purchase from the Ottoman Empire. I hear you on that, right? That's why I'm saying, like, that's what I said before we brought this up. To who? Okay, yes, the Ottoman Empire, but what about the Arab individuals? If you make these people homeless, if you toss them out their land, their farms, their ability to feed each other, it's not like they had some apparatus to take care of them afterwards, right? Like, it's not like they were, oh, okay, we're just gonna move you, but the state's gonna take care of you, so no worries. No, you're done. You're on the street. You're what's the term? Refugees. You're refugees now. Yeah, you have to cleanse them.
I mean, you can, and I'm okay if we're under those same circumstances and you still have a problem with it. That's something I just have to accept. But I'm saying I don't think most people have a problem with that. If I purchased a car from someone's that person's daughter could say that, like, wait, this is how mom took me to the basketball practice. But that person's daughter doesn't make that deal. The mom made that deal, and mom was supposed to take on the consequences. The Ottoman Empire has a responsibility to its people. If the Ottoman Empire sells its land off, they have to take responsibility for those people. Like I said, now, so we can disagree on that. I mean,
that's a ridiculous it's ridiculous because it's not all analogous, but like, I'm gonna move past that. In any case, right? I actually don't want to get bogged down with the history because I think it's a useless thing to get bogged down.
You get bogged down with the history?
No. Wait a minute, one second. Hold on. I can do this with you all night. I can do this with you. Absolutely. You want to do it? Band for band, we can do it. I want the smoke. But I'm saying,
band for band.
But I'm saying is that, like, this is a common Zionist tactic to say that, hey, like, you don't understand like everything that's happened right within Israel, right? Like, well, did you know about the purchases? Did you know about like the 6-day war? Did you know what happened? Did you know about the cables, right? Like the governmental cables that were sent back and forth, and none of these cables said anything about ethnic cleansing, right? We didn't write it down. We're gonna genocide them all, right? You didn't know that. Oh, you didn't know that. You didn't see that cable. So then, how can we have a conversation first? No, understood. There's a history here, right? And a complex one. That's fair. But what's simple, what's something that you can wrap your mind around is mass murder. There you go. I acquiesce to you. Bam, I didn't call it genocide. Mass murder, right? There's mass murder happening in this moment. There is the greatest deaths that of UN employees, right, in a conflict. That's this conflict, right? The number of journalists who've died in 1 year in one conflict, right? The greatest number. That's this conflict, right? There's the percentage between the combatants and the civilians, right? This is one of the highest. I'm not sure if it's the highest. I forget. I believe it is, but I don't want to make a hard statement there. But that's this conflict, mass murder, and then starvation, right? Because we have aid agencies telling us, right, and we have video footage of Israel blocking aid trucks from getting in. We have the flour massacres. The flour massacres, in case you don't know, people at home, is when Palestinians were going, like during this conflict, we're going to get aid from trucks, trying to get flour, right? And then the IDF, the Israeli army, fired on them. These are just people hungry, trying to get resources, trying to get food from aid trucks. And they massacred, hundreds of them massacred. And it happened more than once. In fact, this kept happening. We have video of this. And then they lied about it all, of course, because that's what they do. So, yes, there's a history. Granted, it's a complex one. But I will never let that distract me from the mass murder that's happening now. There is no excuse for the mass murder.
Like I said, I have massive issues with the way this conflict is going on, and I wish it would end, and not just end and like continue doing what you're doing, because that's what, like, unfortunately, that's what it seems to be leading to, is like it's gonna end, but like remain occupation for another 20 years until people get mad enough and bubble up to do this again. But like, I think there needs to be a separate establishment of a state. Unfortunately, both sides feel like they want to they still want a unit state, which is crazy, or going back to the 67 borders, which is unfeasible. The So like if you want to talk about war crimes, you want to talk about all those specifics, I'll meet you there. I'm saying I'll acknowledge and I will fight that fight with you. I'm saying that everything I've seen related to this seems to be pointing to the atrocities of war, and that like when people see war, like people see genocide because wars are awful.
No, it's not the same. I'm sorry. It's actually not the
So
same.
What's a war that you think hasn't been considered called a genocide? Name. What do you think that there's one? There was like
a war that hasn't been called a genocide. Iraq wasn't.
Iraq is absolutely, because they absolutely called it Iraq.
I don't remember anyone.
It was like 1 million Iraqis were killed. What are you talking about?
No. I know a lot of Iraqis were killed, but like
you haven't seen it being called a genocide.
You know, I know. Hold on. You don't need to educate me on Iraq. Trust me, I followed what happened in Iraq. I know the great crimes that happened in Iraq. I never considered a genocide. I never considered that. You're asking me, what do I consider a genocide? I never considered Iraq a genocide. I never saw any intent to slaughter the Iraqis. I don't think I think there's war crimes that happened, right? I think there's absolutely war crimes that should be accounted for. I think Dick Cheney is a war criminal. Absolutely. But I wouldn't say that he was genocidal in his ambitions at all, right? I don't think Afghanistan was genocidal. I think there was a lot of deaths there, but I wouldn't call that a war crime. So if you're asking me, or sorry, not a war crime, I say war crimes involved. I don't want to call it specifically a genocide. But if you're asking me, like, those are two examples right there. But I mean, other people may have different opinions on this, and I'd be willing to hear them out. I mean, I don't have a problem calling out the U.S. for for awful things, but I would consider those genocides.
You're right. I did ask you what your opinion was related to, but yeah, I'm just saying that like broadly, when we look through history, like that's what people say. They're like, wow, a lot of people died. This is a genocide, and I'm saying
yes, but you understand that I'm not doing that though, right? Like, do you understand that I'm not doing that, and that the aid like we have humanitarian organizations that do this for a living. This is what they do. They go into conflict zones. They see awful conflicts all the time. Sorry?
I say I don't think you're doing that, but I do think that those organizations are doing that. I can't talk to the specifics, but like I think that people who have said who have never like there's organizations that have like that have made these determinations, like organizations that have zero authority. They're like, yeah, this is a genocide, and they say they haven't had anyone even like appear in the region.
Okay, all right. So do you have an example?
Can I ask something? Okay, like when you going back to when you said, well, you know, this is just a thing about how people don't understand wars, and this is just like how wars happen, etc. Isn't there like another war happening right now between Russia and Ukraine?
Yeah, Ukraine. They'll say
a lot of ethnic cleansing and a genocide.
Yeah.
But are people, and this is actually something I don't know, are people by and large referring to it as a Ukrainian genocide?
Pretty massively, yes. There's tons of articles related to it, but it's just not the coolest thing right now. But yes, it's by and large being called a genocide.
I've never heard anyone call it Ukrainian genocide.
Yeah, because
I hear it all the time.
Black people.
They've said it's ethnic cleansing. They've called it a replacement. They've called it all sorts of things. It's definitely been called a genocide.
Yeah.
And they face far more deaths, like, and which death toll doesn't.
No, they haven't. They have not had the same number of civilian deaths. It's like 10,000 over 2 years. Is not even close.
I'm almost positive, but it's also
I believe she's speaking to the entirety of the conflicts that have gone on between Israel and Palestine, not just the current.
No, I think she's speaking on specifically the conflict.
If we compare the current conflict between Israel and Hamas,
you might be able to do per capita, it may be close, but there tons of Ukrainians have died.
Civilians.
Yeah.
The numbers I've seen have been like 10, 12,000 Ukrainian. Oh, sorry, no, that's civilians have died in this war. I could be tripping. Maybe my numbers are a bit outdated, but that's over the course of 2 years or 3 years, however long this has been going on. Israel-Palestine thing is relatively new, and I feel like they've accumulated far more. I mean, the overwhelming people who have, so like, I don't know. The only thing I wanted to say, and I'm so mad I missed the bulk of what you all were going back and forth about, but like, I Bam. I'm literally shocked that like you are so comfortable with like modern day settler colonialist violence happening in real time. Like you're Black.
My issues with the settlements, but like I said, my issues. I have issues with the conflict, but like I said, this is a situation like many others that I'm appealing to the authorities to be, but I'm a strong
Wait, just do I
institutionalist.
understand this right, Prime and Bam? Because I missed the beginning of you all's conversation when I like lost sound. But how was Israel initially allotted that land, like the state of Israel? Like, wasn't it like the British or somebody who
They
carved out?
bought it from the Ottoman Empire, and there was the British. So what I don't know, and I'm willing to be elucidated about this, is exactly how this intersects of the British, because they made a purchase from the Ottoman Empire. But there was also the British mandate, because they were holding land in that area. So maybe those were two separate territories. Or the British had a piece of the Ottoman Empire and the payment was made to the Ottoman Empire. But there was like transfer of money that happened. I don't know the exact details there, so that's the gap in my knowledge.
That transfer of money was never between the actual people who were there on the land.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It was to the government that governs over those people.
That's what I'm getting at, right? Like, I don't understand as a Black person, given how similar this is to how like Africa was divided up, right? And like how different European countries would, I am now selling you Gabon, or I am, I'm blanking on
the big difference between that is it would be like if, for example, Nigeria sold off a portion of its land. Nigeria, like you could say the government's corrupt, but if the Nigerian government sold off,
my understanding is Palestinians never sold off this portion of land.
The Palestinian government sold off the land
initially. So when this land, because I thought what Prime was saying was that it was sold by the British, acquired it from the Ottoman Empire.
I'm not sure exactly how it interacts with the British Empire, to be clear, right? But my understanding is that they bought it from the Ottomans.
And the Ottoman was the government basically of the Palestinian people. They were
all they weren't the Palestinian people, right? That would be the equivalent if white Europeans who literally like Nigerian didn't get their independence until like 30, 40, whatever. I should know this. Terrible.
Yeah, they were the Palestinian
that would be like the white politicians who were currently in charge of Nigeria, the country, the state, decided that they wanted to sell off these aren't, at the time, the people who were in power were people who were also under a colonial system, right?
No, the Ottoman Empire was its own thing. The Ottoman Empire was the Palestinian people. The Palestinian government sold off a portion of their people. Now the government just didn't compensate the people that were on the land, and you can take that up with the because the Ottoman Empire ended up collapsing.
I'm not sure the Ottoman Empire was the Palestinian people. I'm not clear on the ethnic makeup of that, but I'm pretty sure the Ottoman Empire was a separate thing that had that land in their territory. But I don't make a definitive statement there because I could be wrong. Because I don't want to.
I'm just saying they're not like Europeans, like random people that had no history with the land.
People?
Because when she was bringing on she was speaking of like white Europeans moving into Africa, saying that we own this land and selling it off is different from like there being a government over this land that has an obligation to these people. Like that's why I said, like, if the United States government, I'm from Georgia, decided to sell off the state of Georgia and they didn't compensate me for it, that would be awful. But if they sold it to Germany and Germany came in,
would the actual equivalent be if the United States government decided to sell off a piece of land that was currently occupied by indigenous people?
No, by the people. No, because the United States didn't represent the people like the indigenous people. I'm saying they sold off the government, the land of the people that they represented. They were citizens of the Ottoman Empire.
When did the United States represent
it? Was not voted on. It was not voted on at all. So you're just saying
it's an empire. They weren't a democracy.
It's an empire. You have no democracy. You're just there. You have the will of whoever the czar was.
So I can't blame the democracy thing because like there was no democracy in that area. I don't know. I'm not going to judge on that particular part, but like the point that I was making, Zemi, previously was like, let's take away the transfer, the land transfer altogether, right? And just say it's the one state, right? Like, and I use example, hey, if tomorrow, the United States decided to like remove all Hispanics from California, I'd call that ethnic cleansing, right? Like even if there's no transfer, like if you're not like compensating these people, because we understand like eminent domain is a thing, right? And that there might be legitimate reasons for a state to move people, right, by force, right? But even then, you would compensate these people because you're taking away their property, their livelihood, their investments, and you're shoving them off. If you're simply removing, and specifically the Arabs, right, the Muslims, because there were Jewish individuals on that land as well. Jewish, unlike what people try to say, well, the Jews and Muslims hated each other for thousands of years. This is just an extension of that conflict. That's bullshit, right? Literally on that land, they lived side by side for centuries. Right? I'm sure there's some sort of ethnic strife at some point, but they've been living side by side for centuries. But they threw out just the Muslims. Interesting, right? So they kicked off the Muslims. Sorry, what?
I mean, yeah, they were trying to establish a Jewish state. We could say that.
A settler colonial colony. Yeah, a white supremacist a project.
So,
they were trying to do the thing.
Every other state in the region is also ethnic, ethnically specific.
So, hold on.
But I'm saying we're acting like that's unique.
They live there. They started there.
That's not the point. The point is the argument that I was making. When you talk about eminent domain, the reason why it's not comparable is because that there's not a negotiation, but there's an agreement between the United States and its people. If you said that if you wanted to hold the Ottoman Empire accountable for them selling off a portion of their land and not compensating their people, then you can make that argument. But Israel, saying that Israel has an obligation to when they made a legally binding deal with the country of those people to sell off that land.
No, you could easily make the argument. You could work with your logic. Hey, the Israel owns the. Again, this is a useless thing to argue. That's why I was moving away from this. But like the Israel now, they are the owners, right, of this plot of land, right? Now they're in charge. And like going back to my original statement, now they are the legitimate government of this land. Now, those people are legitimate tenants of the land. They're legitimate. They are the legitimate occupiers. Not occupiers, not the word we use. They own the land. Like the Arabs own the land that they're on, right? They're there. Now, it is up to Israel to buy that land, right? There's a separate purchase that happened, right? So the purchase for the land, now you're the government, okay, right? But then now you still have to compensate the people on the land. It's not like it doesn't matter because the Ottoman Empire already gave up its rights. Well, you have the land, now it's up to you to do the thing. You could easily make that same argument, but like what I'm saying is, there's really no point in going back here because that distracts from the mass murder.
What Zemi had a question there.
So I honestly, right, like, so right, to Prime's point, there could be like a ton of back and forth about like how the land and what portion of the land was owned by who, came to be, etc. I think and that's certainly, I think, especially if you're a Palestinian person, right, some of your strife lies in that, but a lot of it also lies in the fact that like they have continued to take control of land and expand and do like you can literally be a person in Brooklyn and own a bakery and decide, actually, I would like to go back to Israel, and I see there are people here, but actually no, this is land I desire, and the Israeli government will be behind that and support it, right? So like there's been the expansion and growth and like literal forceful taking of additional land.
For sure. Since
right?
I'm about to say since 1980.
At the core of it, Baron, at the core, at the core of it is like Israel, like the US, is a white supremacist state. Right? Or do you not?
It's absolutely a European, Jewish, European settler colonial state.
What they are doing is killing, moving, and oppressing people through violence and force.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we going in circle? Like, I'm really interested in like even the how this argument started, right? When you were like, well, we don't know if it's a genocide because the court hasn't said it's a genocide. It's like, Aaron, like, where would that logic, where else would that kind of, like, if these people were Black people, if this was another part of the world, which it easily could have been, right? Because at one point, weren't they talking about going to like Kenya or something that,
I think,
maybe Uganda. I know, but like they were looking for a
Uganda, yeah.
African. Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I'm really, as someone who like is progressive and understands the US's global position and imperialism and how they use violence and force. I don't understand how you talked yourself into this circle around like.
And I want to hear that. But just in a second,
Mm-hmm.
a person in our YouTube audience gives a $10 super chat. They asked me not to read the super chat, so I guess I'm not going to read the super chat. But they disagree heavily with Bam on the purchase. But I mean, if you don't want me to read it, then I won't read it. But thank you, Zoo, for the $10 super chat. Guys, if you make a super chat, if you're out there in the audience, make a super chat. I will read it if you want me to. You can tell me not to read it. I won't read it. But super chats help, and I haven't made a pitch, so let me make a quick pitch. But Bam, we're gonna get back to you. Hey guys, if you support this channel, we giving you a lot of content today. Bam, thank you for the 2 subs previously, right? Yeah, see, that's your strike against the white supremacy is by giving me money. That's the way to do it, right? Reparations start with my bank account. So anyway, substitute give bits or give subs if you're on Twitch. After your viewing, you'll get our emotes, and you'll be keeping us alive for another day. And we can react to your any statements you want, right? So send that in if you want to attach that to bits. We can react to it. So consider helping us out. We haven't got much support today, but I feel like you guys enjoyed the fireworks. So please consider helping us out. And again, if you're a YouTube audience, you can just give us a super chat, and I will read it if you want me to. All right. Bam.
Okay. So there is the way I've come into this position is,
how did you become a Zionist?
Well, actually, yeah, I guess by definition I would be a Zionist. Because I believe that Israel.
Yeah, that wasn't even shade.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. Yeah, because I had to think about it. I was like, I'm not, but I had to think about it. Like, yeah, I think Israel has a right to exist as a state. Based
that's
on
not what is,
that's
but
not
go
what
ahead.
Zionism is.
Wait, you know. That's not what Zionist is? A state specifically for Jewish people. A Jewish state. Is that the difference?
So creating, so the Zionist project is creating.
Because I don't have a Jewish state. I don't have any like intrinsic issue with ethno states. Like even being a United States citizen, I don't think everyone has to live like us. The way that I came was basically, I think they had a legal foundation of the country. I think prior to 1980, when you look at how Israel expanded, that's where it becomes really complicated. I think that they established this. There was a war. They established a state in 1947. They established themselves as a state in 1948, and the people of this region who were living there before decided, like, wait a minute, why these Europeans? This would be that Egypt, Lebanon, etc. Like, why are these Europeans deciding that they're going to come into the Middle East and establish themselves as a state here? Like, we don't.
Very similar to something that happened before
For
that.
Sure. I think that's a legitimate argument. I think they had a legitimate, a strong reason to fight. So they did fight. They did, and they lost. They not just did they fight. The Arabs of the region initiated conflicts to try to push Israel out of the region. And each time they initiated these conflicts, they ended up losing. And as a part of those losses, Israel expanded its territory into what they gained in the military conflicts. This process pretty much.
Explain to me why that is not imperialism, or are you just saying, well, imperialism is okay as long as you go about it by winning wars after you try to impose yourself on a land?
Yeah, I think that. I think that's what I believe. I think if you win
wars, then what was wrong with slavery, right? Chattel slavery, because in many ways, right, Europeans would come, they had more advanced weaponry, etc. Sometimes they used like their financial wheelhouse to go about acquiring enslaved people. So
I think slavery's wrong, and like I said, but that's wrong.
They own the name. right? According to you, like winner takes
I think
all.
slavery is
Like,
wrong.
Sure. Well, don't then you don't have to use
Oh.
an example of slavery. What about South Africa with apartheid? Right, there wasn't slavery there. They can use the land however they want. Like, I mean, they won it through violence, right? And so the whole project then there
I
has
think
legitimacy.
if it come from a war that you didn't initiate. I think if you're responding to war, yeah, I said that's just my position. I think that if someone attacks you and you win, you get to take what you've gained.
but
And
the
that's
attack
that's been
happened
the history of the
because they
world.
attempted to encroach upon land and take over land where people were already in. So that in itself is actually
No, even once the people were gone, they just didn't want Europeans in the Middle East, which they don't have
No,
to
I'm
want Middle
talking
East.
about in what, right? But you're saying, well, because they initiated it, right? But
Yeah.
how you're defining initiation in a way that heavily favors the Israeli state, because some people would say coming in and saying, "Well,
Yeah,
I see
saying that
you here, but
we
also
purchased this land and we want to exist here
yeah."
is
Some
that's
people will say that's kind of like initiating a conflict.
sure.
So
And so
why is
now we
That's what
fight,
I
and
was
whoever
saying.
wins, and that's where might makes right happens. If Israel, if they tried to purchase land and the Arabs would have pushed them off and said Israel, like there's not going to be any European state here, would you say that like, oh, they they need to negotiate better, they have to hug it out, or would the Arabs have won? Then that would have just been what it was. If the Arabs had
I
just
would
forced them
say
out,
what I would say to them, well, white people have been saying to people of color for a long time, you should go back to where you came from.
right? If they lost, but they didn't lose, so now and then
No,
there were peace
there doesn't
negotiations.
even have to be win, lose, or draw. So anyway, I don't even want to get into that because then like people will be like, "Oh, you're saying Israel doesn't have the right to exist." But I guess what I'm trying to get at is like back to Prime's point. What is you? So what you're saying is the reason why we can differentiate in Israel-Palestine from like Zulu Afrikaans, kind of conflict, right? In South Africa, is that what is it again? Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
I
keep
think
up with the
I think that I think we've hopefully hit a world where we don't end up conquering and taking territory.
Oh
But I know that
no,
that's still the world we live in.
that's
Simply
not the
because
world we live in.
I'm about to say absolutely what's
No,
going to
no,
happen to
no.
Ukraine.
That's it.
Israel.
We
I'm
have
about to say Russia
international
is going.
law that says otherwise. We've actually decided to change the rules of the game so that we don't move forward. That's like a cornerstone of international law, is that borders don't change, right? For exactly this reason, because it encourages states to initiate war to get more land, right? And
I know
so that's
I
why
would
there's
prefer
the
that, but
pushback.
that's not what
That's, well,
happens.
one of the reasons why there's a pushback against Russia simply
Yep.
taking that territory, right? Because once they can do that, right? Once it's established, oh, we can do this again. Well, then why
But they
does
already
that
did it
stop
in
from any
Georgia.
territory? Well, any country from now taking territory in that way. That's why we don't want this to happen. Of one of the reasons, why we don't want it to happen in Ukraine, and why it's a problem. It's happening in Israel, Gaza.
I know,
Palestine.
and I was like, first of all of those laws you created were definitely prior to the outside of the like I
World
said,
War
I'm saying
II. After World
post.
War II.
But what I wanted to say to that is basically whenever you deal with like you can say that, and I agree. I don't want these things to happen, but there's a reason the state of Georgia. I mean, not the state. I guess the state of Georgia, like country, doesn't exist anymore. We didn't keep it on the map because we didn't say that Russia couldn't take territory.
I
Russia
guess what
can
I'm
and did take
challenging
territory.
is your ideology, right? If you're saying where right and wrong, or where what can and should happen begins and ends, is at the point in which there's a legal precedent. I think that as a Black person who understands history, particularly the history of people who look like you, what has been legal, right, has not always been what has been moral and just and fair. So for you to say I am resting my entire argument on the fact that like, well, by law, it's like, but like, when have Black and brown people ever been advantageous when it comes to laws, when we have never been the ones who sit at the helm of power to craft like even in these international laws and courts, etc., the US has a far like outsized power compared to many other nations, right? Part of the reason why people don't feel comfortable calling Israel or the conflict between Israel and Palestine a genocide is because of the amount of power that the US holds in these international spaces, which they acquired that power by doing things that are very similar to what Israel is doing to Palestine now. So I can't wrap my mind around how you as a black man, especially in this country, can be like, well, what does the law say? And that's how I determine. It's like your history doesn't even allow you to function like that. Like you
Okay,
are
let's put yourself in
just quickly,
1948.
the country of Georgia is on the map. The country of Georgia, it literally is on the map. I just want to put that out there.
I'm pretty sure they've been completely consumed by.
No, they haven't. The country of Georgia is literally.
Maybe maybe I don't know if I'm mixing up. I'm about to say Rutgers
and
definitely.
one thing. Another super chat from our friend Zoo, and you're my friend if you're putting money in my pocket. $5 super chat says, I absolutely agree with King Bam. Go back. He says, go back to where Israel was the great escape. Get out of here. I'm not exactly sure what you're trying to say. So you're saying you're agreeing with Bam? Or are you saying go back? Are you saying like the Israelis should go back? I'm a little confused about what you're saying. You can just like write it out. You don't have to give me another super chat, but like if you just write it out, then I can understand exactly what you're trying to say, Zoo. But thank you for the $5 super chat. Go ahead. Sorry, Bam.
Yeah, I want to place you in. I want to place you in 19. I want to place you at the end of World War II, where coming out of the Holocaust, the Jewish people have like we do have some arguments. We do have some understanding of the history of like wherever these people have existed in the world, they've been met with genocide and tragedy. It's not like there's 19 other Jewish countries they could go to. They don't have anywhere. They don't have any country, and they decided, you know what? After all of these treatments and things, we actually want to just establish our own state. We don't effort none of y'all. We want to go to a place and have it for our own. Is there anyone willing to sell us land? And then there's a country that says, yeah, we'll sell you some land. Do you a land to establish yourself? Do you believe that they didn't have the right to do that? And that's not your question. You can feel how you want.
I have a very clear answer. I just do not want to fall into the trap of people being like, so you think Israel shouldn't exist? Right? Like I'm like,
well,
you like even after World War II, like sure. you just gotta go figure it out back in Germany.
I
go stay with the Germans.
Hold on, let DQ jump in for a second. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I can't, I'll go out here and say Israel shouldn't exist, because the only reason why Israel exists is because they did not, as in countries, right, did not want to take Jewish people back. So what did they devise to do? They devised to create a Jewish state, a place where all of these Jewish people can go, and they didn't have to repatriate the Jewish people. Why? Because they were afraid of them, right? They had already been ostracized by them. So why would they want to take those people back? This seems like a pretty obvious, like, the thing to do. Like, oh, well, there's some land over here. Let's push them over there. Who cares? They're just some Jewish people. This is the exact same thing that's just happening to Palestinian people. They're just Palestinian people. That's it.
So the country didn't want to repatriate the Jewish citizens.
So for before Zimi jumps in, because I'm sure she's going to have a really good answer to this. But I disagree with something she's already said. So I'm going to say this carefully. All right? I'm going to say this carefully. This is not. I don't represent Zimmy. If any case someone watching, I don't represent Zimmy, so Zimmy doesn't have my opinions here, right? But saying this carefully. I take Ta-Nehisi's quote. I think Ta-Nehisi had a great answer to this. First of all, it's not about like no country has a right to exist, right?
Right. War.
Yeah, it does involve force, and so it simply is. Now, that doesn't mean that it's valid, but it's simply like it's simply a reality, and that like we can't move people off of Israel because of the situation. So I don't have to sidestep the question, but the state of Israel, what do I think? should it exist? Well, if you define Israel as a Jewish ethno state, right, then I say no, it shouldn't exist. Because ethno states are a problem for exactly the reasons that we're seeing here, because it leads to these tragedies. So no, I don't want Israel to exist as a state if it's constituted as a Jewish state, right? Now, if it's not, if it's a multi-ethnic state, right, or just a state that like, well, yeah, a multi-ethnic state, a state that like allows others to come in and have equal rights, right? There's no bifurcation of citizens, right? You can have even a majority. Actually, I can't even say that because that makes it. I was going to say you could have a majority is a Jewish state, but the only way to maintain that is to make it an ethno state, right? Is to say that, well, these types of people have more rights than the others, right? So, which I just don't support. So, no, I don't think an ethno state simply has some sort of inherent right to exist. Absolutely not, right? I think we can't get rid of them at this point in time, and so they simply are. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And to some extent, we are also like very critical in many ways about other ethno states, right? Like ethno states in the Middle East that are primarily Muslim. We have a lot of critiques, right? We went over to Iraq to give them democracy, right? Because
the Qataris and the UAEs, remember they had slaves. They had their own slaves to build like the fucking stadiums for the World Cup and shit, right? Like that's a problem where like the citizens, the ethnic majority there has more rights than the others. The same thing with that happened in Iraq, right? Well, that was the ethnic minority in that case had more rights than the others. That's an issue. And if in America, right, they were saying, hey, well, this should be an all-white country, right? And so they had the force. They could have removed this, but I guess BAM would defend it. Like, okay, well, that's okay because they had the guns, they won the war, they had the people, right? They had the land, and so it's okay if they have just like after the Civil War simply ethnically cleansed everyone else.
Well, that was I think that was actually Abraham Lincoln's goal with Liberia.
Yeah, that would be wrong, right? You wouldn't want that, right?
No, I'm not having any problems like with Liberia.
You wouldn't have the problem of ethnically cleansing all black people, right?
No, I'm saying like I don't have any principal issues with the concept of like post-slavery. If in this other world where we decided like oh yeah, black people probably haven't had a good experience in the Americas, we're gonna like they're gonna establish their own country. But in Liberia, now again, Liberia was, I'm sure there was someone on that land. I would be lying to pretend there wasn't. But if you say they're like, oh, okay, these people will face atrocity, they're, instead of like continuing on with the American experience, if there was another world where like actually they just established themselves as a country, in Liberia, I don't have any like principal issues with that.
And you would have said that would have been a good thing if we had established Liberia. We established like, let's say we bought it from the people there, and we compensated the individuals if they needed to be moved out, right? Let's say we did it all nice and pleasant like, right? If the Black Americans there formed an ethno state, right? Like we declare ourselves to be an ethnicity, the survivors of American chattel slavery, and so now we are the primary citizens, and we have secondary. Anyone else who's a secondary citizen, you'd say that's a good thing. That's fine.
I don't have a principle against the ethno state. The secondary citizens thing is strange, but like if they just like,
how does that work? How does the ethno state not work in that way?
That's
I'm about to say because you don't have any other citizens. That would be the idea.
So what Bam was saying, if Liberia was not populated by anyone, right? And so the U.S. was then like, oh, we've bought this little land, it's carved out, you all go there and you create your own nation. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically, like a little Black American Wakanda.
But you see how that's not what happened over there in Israel, and like there were, so it would be more like.
I'm saying it. Even if people lived there, if they were moved out, like I don't have any principal issue against that. I understand if you do, but I just don't. Like if Black people were like went from slaves to like living in another land.
You're referring to it as moved out. I think a primary difference is those people were forced out, right? Yeah. So Black Americans over there and said, actually, post purchase, right? Like let's say there were. Because, and actually, this is a perfect example, right? Because at that time, the U.S. still had a lot of power over the continent, right? Mm-hmm. at the time in which they wanted people to go back to Liberia, right? They still in many of the countries on the continent, they were still like ruling, right? And so if they were to be like, yes, we understand there are people and like they're Liberians who are there, they exist, they have families, communities, land, etc. But we've actually decided we don't want these Black Americans anymore, these formerly enslaved people. So, and we've done them wrong. They're going to have a much better life in Africa. Go over there to this Liberia. And then the formerly enslaved African American people went over there and were like, actually, yeah, this is going to be African American Liberia, and the rest of you motherfuckers, you're going to have to like give us your ID before you come around here. Like, you're really like a this is our your secondary citizen, right? And then as time goes on, we're going to invite more and more formerly enslaved people from the Caribbean, the Bahamas, the US, etc. And even the land that we weren't originally given by Abe Lincoln, we're going to continue to expand and expand. And each expansion means an expansion of these like rules and laws that put you all in a secondary or second class citizen state. That's the equivalent. And what I think is blowing everyone's mind is you're saying, well, as long as initially Abraham Lincoln had purchased that land.
Well, if they purchased it rightfully from the government over those people.
Rightfully from the government, which was heavily influenced by...
No, that's not influence. That's zero influence. I'm saying in that world.
That's not how the world works.
But that was right? The Ottoman Empire was the strongest empire, one of the strongest empires on earth. The British government didn't have control of the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire was its own entity. And they decided, we don't need this land. We're like, you can look it up.
The Ottoman Empire was defeated.
Yes, they ended up being a failed state. But the Ottoman Empire wasn't influenced by the British government. The Ottoman Empire was its own entity.
I'm not sure about that part.
Well, yeah, I don't feel like that's right.
Let's assume for the conversation that is right.
Quickly, Zoo, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says Israel is a Jewish reservation. So there you go. Thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated, Zoo. And anyone else?
I don't think the issue is I don't think it matters to y'all. So, like I think even if you found out that like wow the Ottoman Empire just did those people wrong. They were fully aware. They had full autonomy, and they just decided we don't want this land anymore. We find it useless. We'll exchange it for money. We're willing to exchange it for money, and the people therein is not our problem anymore. I think y'all still have a problem with it. Like it's not influence is
for the ethnic cleansing. I would absolutely still have a problem with that. Yeah,
I would have a problem with it for the same reason I have a problem with how the U.S. was founded. Right? It doesn't mean that I don't think the U.S. has the right to exist. It does.
No, the U.S. was founded completely differently. The U.S. was founded through like we just took over. We didn't purchase the land from the indigenous people.
Yeah, we did in some cases.
We didn't purchase.
We quite literally did in some cases.
We just what purchase? What money did we exchange with the indigenous people to establish the U.S.
for Manhattan? We did like for Manhattan. There was a purchase there.
Not just numerous places. Yeah. Baron, you could literally just do a Google search. There were numerous times in which they would pay them for a certain land and then offer to like relocate them to another like part of the country that usually was a more awful part. Like this is common ass U.S. history.
Okay, I'm about to say I would be fine with those. When I'm speaking broadly to the oh crap, what's the my goodness.
Take your time.
The Great Walk or the
Trail of Tears, yeah.
Trail of Tears, yeah. I'm saying that wasn't be a purchase. That was just go. Like that was like we fought, we won, now leave. Like I said, do you believe that like them purchasing those legal purchases from the indigenous people? You saying that you shouldn't be able to do that,
right? Because a lot of it started off with purchases, right? Just like there was the sale between the British and the Ottoman Empire.
Right. That's what I'm okay with.
Right, you're okay. Oh, okay. So you were okay with the U.S. and how they initially purchased some land for Native Americans before they ultimately sent them on their way with the Trail of Tears. You're saying
the Trail of Tears is the problem. I don't know of any purchases. I didn't know of that, honestly. I was about to say that's unfortunate because I'm a history major. But
sure. But you're talking about the expulsion is the issue, right? You don't like the expulsion.
Yeah, the expulsion is different from like a war that
Sure. So when Israel expelled
Yeah,
The
post 1980, everything's been wrong.
not even post 1980, before 1980, right? Like
Yeah.
like
Those
even
wars.
during the purchase, no, even before the wars, when they expelled, like they made a purchase and then they expelled those individuals, right? Because they didn't want to go, and so by gunpoint they moved those individuals out, all right? Maybe through a trail, let's say, right? Maybe some of them cried. That but that would be okay.
Wait a
Or
minute.
not okay.
No one's confused here. No one's confused on what my position is. I don't understand what we're saying. I'm
No,
saying that if
but
you,
like
the
you
only
did
people you can make
confuse
the
it just
purchase
now, but you
I'm not.
confused it because
The
I don't know
only
why
peop-
the Trail of Tears is a problem.
because it wasn't acquired via purchase.
Hold on, but you
I'm
don't
saying
think, but you don't even care if the people on the land receive
Right.
compensation, right?
Because
You've established
because
that doesn't matter.
No, I'm saying I want it to matter, but that's not Israel's. That's not for Israel to matter. That's the Ottoman Empire's problem.
Yeah. So that doesn't. So I don't know why you keep talking about the purchase, because the purchase doesn't matter to you one way or the other, right?
It does.
So hold on. Okay. So
countries can only buy from countries.
So the French own the Louisiana territory, right? The Great Louisiana Territory.
But how did they come to acquire
There was
it?
some I'm not exactly sure. There was some. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let's run down the list then. I'm not exactly sure, but let's run down the list.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say there was some violence that happened, right? Some French settlers came and they defeated some Native American settlers, and they're like, "This is all ours," right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then they won through force, like you said previously, right?
No,
and then the
that's different.
purchase was made from then the rightful owners, which we the French, to America. That would be.
No,
that's not okay.
Completely different. That's not
Why
okay.
not?
And wait, no. I'm going to tell you it, and you'll understand every single scenario. You don't have to like it, but you'll understand every single scenario. You come into a land. Hey, we've just been genocided. We've just been genocided. Can we purchase some land? Yes, the only people we can purchase land from is countries. I can't purchase it from people. I have to purchase it from the country, because the people that are on the land at the end of the day are leasing it from the country that states to defend them. So they purchase land without any conflict from the Ottoman Empire. They say that yes, we've got some land we're not using over here. Now you say that, but there were people on it. So the Ottoman Empire should now be responsible for the people whose land they sold.
The land.
They should, when they let go of it, they're responsible for the people. They sold the land, but they didn't sell the
people
citizens.
who just bought it responsible?
Because they didn't sell the citizens. They sold the land.
But they sold the land the people are on, right?
But they didn't sell the people.
That's part of the land. We can't separate the land from the people, though. How can you? I think that's part of the problem, that you separate the land from the people. When, like, if that wasn't an issue, then most wars would not be fought, right? If like land was interchangeable with people, right? If you could just like transpose people and to other land, and then that's not an issue because hey, it's just land. Then there's no reason to fight this war. Hey, I've been given another plot of land somewhere else, and so there's no problem. The land, people are tied to the land.
Is our premise for this right? Because I took what Baron was saying as accurate, but I'm doing some Googling, and it doesn't say that the Ottoman Empire sold the land at all.
I'm sure they did. I was about to say, what do you think?
It says during World War I, the British government issued the Balfour Declaration favoring the establishment of a homeland for Jewish people in Palestine and captured it from the Ottomans. The League of Nations gave Britain mandatory power over Palestine.
No, you're dealing with I was about to say, this is 1928. These purchases start dating back into the 1880s. You're talking about the fall of the Ottoman Empire.
When the Central Powers were defeated, the Ottoman Empire lost its territories. Britain and France secretly agreed to divide up the Ottoman Empire's Arab lands under the Sykes-Picot Agreement in 1916.
But he's talking about before then.
Let me read 1880.
Yeah, you're talking about the fall of
I know, I'm talking about the 1880s. The Ottoman Empire did not sell land to Israel, but rather Jewish buyers purchased land in Ottoman Palestine. So it wasn't like they sold this entire mass of land as like this is going to be.
No, they didn't sell it all at once.
It's that Jewish buyers, it says mostly Ashkenazi Jews, purchased land and properties through private buyers and large corporations. And then through these conflicts, etc., continue to expand until the point where we get to where the Ottoman Empire is captured by the British. So even this, we've been arguing this premise as if like the British made a deal with the Ottoman Empire, and it was kind of like capitalism 101, but it appears it's actually like what Prime said earlier, it's a little bit more complex than that.
The Israel, well, not the Israelis, because they weren't, Israel didn't exist. The Jewish people purchased land within the Ottoman Empire. They purchased it from the Ottomans. When the Ottoman Empire collapsed, the British people, the British mandate, to Prime's point, which obligated the British to take responsibility over this territory. They're saying that they have some obligation over this territory. Now the British, the Israeli the Jewish people of the time basically I don't know if negotiations or asked the British people, hey, we own the land in this territory that since the Ottoman Empire fell, can we self-govern is basically what happened. But they didn't purchase it from the British. The British just had an obligation to responsibility to the land post the fall of the Ottoman Empire.
Right, but when you
purchase
keep
was from the Ottoman
referring to
Empire.
it as if like a mass of land, right? Like there was some kind of like country to nation transaction. What it actually, from what you just read and from what I read, sounds like there were private Jewish corporations. So it's the equivalent of like what China does in the US or in not the US, in like different parts of Africa, right? They have these private corporations come in and they'll purchase a piece of land here, a piece of property here, etc. And it seems like all of that kind of got lost in translation once the Ottoman Empire fell, and then the British felt comfortable allocating. But there was never this mass transfer of one.
No, they didn't purchase it all at once. Like it expanded. Expanded via conflict.
In the first half of the 19th century. In the first half of the 19th century, no foreigners were allowed to purchase land in Palestine. That was official Ottoman policy until 1856 and in practice until 1867. When it came to the national aspirations of the Zionist movement, the Ottoman Empire opposed the idea of a Jewish self-rule in Palestine, fearing it might lose control of Palestine after recently having lost other territories to various supreme powers, because the Ottoman Empire was super weak at the time, like I said. It also took issue with the Jews, as many came from Russia, which sought the empire's demise. So Russia did. In 1881, the Ottoman government administration, the Sublime Porte, I don't know how to pronounce that, decreed that foreign Jews could emigrate to and settle anywhere within the Ottoman Empire except in Palestine, and from 1882 until their defeat in 1918, because the Ottoman Empire was super weak. The Ottomans continuously restricted Jewish immigration and land purchases in Palestine. In 1892, the Ottoman government decided to prohibit the sale of land in Palestine to Jews, even if they were Ottoman citizens. Nevertheless, during the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, many successful land purchases were made through organizations such as the Palestine Jewish Colonization Association, Palestine Land Development Company, and the Jewish National Fund. So I don't know who this money went to be clear. I don't know who this money went to. And if there was even an Ottoman Empire that was like in the position to sell it, like at this point, because the Ottomans, they were
on their last leg. That's the reason they were willing to make the sales in the first place.
I want to make sure I'm understanding this right. So what it sounds like is the Ottoman Empire, whatever, was not allowing the purchase of land, property, etc. in Palestine for an extensive period of time. But then eventually some Jewish corporations, business owners, etc., were able to start purchasing property, land, etc. in Palestine. As the Ottoman Empire became weakened to the point where they eventually fell, then Britain decided that land, because there had already been some, land, purchases, property purchases, investments, etc., that was actually what they were going to, that was what was going to be the Jewish state of Israel. So it was like the way Bam described it is like, the Ottoman Empire was this governing body, and they said here I'm making all this up, from Jerusalem to Gaza, obviously that's not correct.
Yeah.
We are going to sell you. That's like actually not what happened. So the entire premise of this argument we've been having for the last hour was like, no, but they purchased this land, where really they were gifted this land after the Ottoman Empire fell by the British. Am I approximating that correctly?
I don't know what you mean by gifted. I mean, they purchased it. I was say there was landed receipts that were bought from the Ottoman Empire.
Right, the Ottoman Empire was no longer in a position to sell, is what I'm saying.
I guess that's an argument. What do you mean by no longer in a position?
And so the British, I mean, that's what I just read, right? The Ottoman
at the time.
The Ottoman Empire had fallen, and so what did I just read?
Yeah, the British took over responsibility for the territory as part of the British.
Right. Mandate. So it wasn't like the Ottoman Empire, who was governing these people, sold land. They fell, and the British took control of it and decided that they were going to sell that to. And this all goes back to your argument, right? Like, I really don't give a fuck about any of this, but you rested your entire argument on this.
I don't trying to see the contradiction where you feel like something wasn't correct.
Huh?
I'm trying to see what I understand what you're trying to say, but I don't understand where you feel like there was a mistranslation.
Am I not articulating this well enough?
There was a purchase from they purchased land from the Ottoman Empire. Yes or no?
Who?
The Jewish people. It was land purchased. Now again, the Ottoman Empire wasn't in a great state, which is why they were willing to sell the land. But
Darren, I can go purchase land. Anybody can purchase land. That's different from like the transfer of.
Yeah, they weren't a state until 1948. Like they said, that's what I'm saying.
So like a couple of corporations, like China owns properties and land here. So there is a difference. You're not going to make it seem like there's not a distinction between allowing some private corporations and business owners to purchase land, which is a common practice all around the world. Motherfuckers with money can buy shit. That is not the same thing as the transfer, right, of state power and authority, or the development or creation of a state. That's not the same thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm sorry, they weren't a state until 1948. No, they weren't a state when they made the purchase.
The article is essentially saying, like, yeah, some people bought land here and there, property here and there, but the Ottoman Empire tried at least to have policies about how land purchases, by and large, could not take place, especially on Palestinian land. They got a little loose with it. They would allow business owners, corporations, et cetera, to get land here or there. Common practice everywhere in the world. But when they fell, the British decided that this land. So your entire argument was about how, well, the Ottoman Empire, which owned the land, sold it to Britain. And thus, whether it's moral or not, I mean, it's law. But what this actually says,
they didn't sell it to Britain. Like I said, Britain just had responsibility.
Whatever. Right. But that was what your argument rested on, where it really looks like this land, this empire fell. British took responsibility, whatever the fuck that means, right? In colonialese, took responsibility of it, and then decided that despite the fact that the Ottoman Empire previously had explicitly stated that they did not want Palestinian land to be transferred in this way, decided that that's what they were going to do.
Yeah, but the British. I'm about to say the British did and this could just be a clarification, like, so you may understand that the British didn't give up.
Britain had a responsibility means Britain colonized it, because that's what it gives. I don't know what that means.
No, it's the opposite. Well, it's kind of the opposite. Basically, the British they said we have a responsibility for this land, and then they were like, we kind of don't want to have responsibility for this land.
But what does it mean to have responsibility? Like, what does that mean? Like, I'm
about to say, like. I'm about to say, well, that would be either some way of granting some territorial citizenship, some like right to defend them from conflicts, some basic needs of like
ownership of the land.
Yeah, like, and British didn't want that. So basically,
colonialism. Oh, that
correct. I was answering the question on what do you mean by obligations.
You know how hard it is to defend a position that don't make no goddamn sense.
It's really easy. I haven't made a contradiction yet. So once they basically the Ottoman Empire fell, like I said, from after they had made purchases from the Ottoman Empire, the British mandate decided that like, you have to take responsibility for this land, and Britain was basically like, I really don't want to do that, and basically the Jewish people of the time, not establishing a state, but basically they just decided, hey, we'll just manage ourselves. Go away. We'll do the rest of it. We've got paper ownership of this land. Now that's what happened. Like I said, it wasn't like the British sent down troops and started pushing on Palestinians. The Jewish people did that on their own. Yeah, they basically just said leave it alone.
But hold on. My
The British people just walked away.
my problem with this is that you've already established that might makes right. That's the thing that I was trying to avoid with this purchasing, right? Because I don't know the exact details. So I have a very thin understanding of this purchase. I'm going to admit that. All right. I don't go that far back in time because, again, it doesn't matter when we're talking about mass murder, one way or the other, right? No matter who's in the wrong. I wouldn't be for the mass murder of Russians, even though they started the fight in Ukraine, right? I wouldn't be for that either. But in any case, like you said that might makes right, and that like countries can take land from war. If that's the case, right, then we can skip all this. And this part is kind of moot, right? So once the land is taken through force, then that the new power there is legitimate owners, according to you.
Wait a minute. Just add in one preface and continue what you're saying through retaliatory force.
Retaliatory. I mean, here's the problem of saying it's retaliatory, right? Because everyone can argue, and just like what people do all the time with this particular conflict with Israel and Palestine, right? Who struck first? Who struck first? And in fact, countries like Russia makes the argument that like, well, the Ukrainians struck us first, right? That actually they were the aggressors. The Germans make that the argument that actually, yes, the Polish aggressed on us in some way, right? And so we have to defend because like countries know that they aren't governing a population of sociopaths, right? People want to feel that they're in the right, so they'll make excuses to go to war. So a country will say that yes, we were aggressed, right? Hey, Iraq attacked us, so we had to go, right? So we made an excuse and we went to Iraq,
because
right?
we didn't want to go to war with Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and Israel at the same time was trying to make an excuse for us to go to Iran, to go to war to Iran. So you can say retaliatory, right? But from the perspective of the people, what's actually retaliatory? If I'm an American, right, like during the time of the 9/11 attacks, post 9/11, then 9/11 like was the initial attack, and I'm responding by going into Iraq. That's what everyone thought.
For sure. I'm agreeing with you. That's how everyone felt on it.
Yeah.
So yeah, but yeah, that's one. But when I say I say retaliatory, and that's why it becomes an argument of like I think both sides have a point. Both sides, like if it, like I said, that's why I said I'm talking about the foundation of the country, because you're talking about how the country expanded. If from the first conflict, if the Arab people would have came together and pushed all of the European Jews off the land, I think they would have had a right to do so. I think that would have been absolutely right. Now, post the conflict, you have a war. A side loses, you make a peace negotiation. Now this is what the land is. Now, if you start another war, you lose again. That expands. You have another peace negotiation. Like that's what I'm saying. Like you can disagree with that, but that's my position.
But yeah, I know, and I'm saying your position is nonsensical, and this is why, right?
Why?
Because once you let's say that might makes right? Let's say it's retaliatory or whatever, right? Even if it's retaliatory, Germany actually is attacked by Poland, right? Poland does the first strike. Then Germany invades, and Germany does all the things that Germany did to Poland. The exact same thing. Poland attacks first in this history, but then after that, Germany does everything else, right? The history follows the exact same timeline with the suffering of the Polish people. I would say that is wrong. That just because now, according to BAM, that there was a retaliatory war where the Germans won, that does not give them the right to do whatever they like to that land, to land and to the people on that land. But you have already stated that it's fine. Once that war happens, then okay, yeah, you can Trail of Tears the Polish people.
Like I said, okay, I'll think on that. I'll think on that part. That's fair. I'll think on that.
Right.
That's a close. That's a close you're gonna give me.
I'll take that. And so that's why the new international order, right, where borders don't change, that's important. If I'm running America, I can come up with any fucking excuse to invade any country. right? I can find a reason to invade motherfucking Canada. I can do it,
Yeah,
right?
you can flag your way into it, no problem. Russia did it.
You can just lie, just lie, and you repeat it. Imagine I'm Donald Trump, right? Well, we'll just imagine Donald Trump, right? Imagine Donald Trump, and he has some a bug up his ass about Canada, right? And we were talking about earlier how Donald Trump can just like lie, repeat a lie over and over and again, and then eventually the MAGA cult will believe him. So if he if he repeats that Canada did a thing, and we just have to defend ourselves, we gotta attack Canada, then it's a problem. Then now it's a retaliation, right? Come up with something. That's what we always do for all the wars, because America doesn't want itself to look at a bad guy.
It's all about to come up with something. It would be saying that like Ukraine is coming up with something is why they're fighting Russia, and they did end up going into Russian territory.
I understand that, like you would say that like there is the propaganda, and then there's the truth of the matter, and you would only count the truth, right? Like there was actually an initial strike, and this is in retaliation, right? That would only be valid in your mind. But I'm saying that if that's the rule, then how the world actually works is that we'll just find a reason.
Mm-hmm. So do you think that the Ukrainian people were wrong when they, as part of the conflict, they ended up aggressing into what was considered Russian territory?
In defense, no. But if they were slaughtering if they were slaughtering the Russian people along the way, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they were doing what Israel is doing to Gaza, right, and carpet bombing nonstop the people as they like made their way to Berlin, you'd have a fucking problem with that.
Yeah, but you have a problem with occupation regardless, though. I'm saying that the occupying of it.
Oh, you mean permanent occupation? No, there's a temporary occupation that happens as the campaign is happening. Like I get that, you know, you got to hold territory. I understand that, and that's different, right? But what we can understand that what Israel's doing, in all of Palestine, the West Bank and Gaza, isn't temporary occupation, right?
Mm-hmm. No, I agree with that, but I don't think that I'm saying I want to know how you qualify those things.
Qualify
like
what exactly?
I'm about to say is it. I mean, you just look at the case, and you just like feel it. Because I'm like, if for the next 2 years, I don't know, like Ukraine ended up, because like I said, they had points where they were moving into Russian territory. They pushed Russia back, and then they pushed into Russian territory, and then a couple years go by, and 2 years, 5 years, whatever, and they're like, we're just holding a defensive front. Russia hasn't come to a full surrender.
I see what you're saying. That's a good question. That's actually a really good question. I don't know. Like, what's the timeline?
And it could be a case by case
conflict. Yeah, it might be. I don't. That's a good question.
I 100% acknowledge that what Israel's doing isn't that. Israel is like that's not just this is we're in war, we're in that's what I'm saying. When people say ceasefire, I understand the immediate, like I do want the immediate fighting stop, but that can't be it. This isn't a solution. They need to come to a solution on this area. Like I said, the Palestinian people have a right to establish themselves as a sovereign state.
So okay, so I'm glad we could find some common ground. But like, the one thing I do want to hold, and I've been saying it the entire time, is that this is a white supremacist project, right? That Zionism, as it is currently as it currently exists, is where these white Europeans come, they take over this land, and they do so with the explicit support of European Western powers, right? So that they can, so that those powers can project force in the region to extract resources, right? So, like, Israel is the base of operations for us to invade whatever Middle Eastern country that we need to, so we can defend the Mediterranean and the the strait there, the canal, right? We can defend all these critical infrastructure, and this isn't like a coincidence. This isn't just like it happened. Well, the Jews happened to be there already, and it's like, okay, well, this kind of just worked out. No, this was the project from the beginning, right? The British wanted an outpost in that area, The British wanted an outpost, and then later on the Americans, when they became the power, right, wanted an outpost because they needed to control the resources there. And like, sure, you could try to deal with the Muslims there, but you don't even really have relations with them, right? You don't know how they think. But we're Europeans, right? We're European Jews, and you may not like Jews, but you know we're European. We speak the same language. We can form trade organizations. We can do business with each other. And so they picked the Europeans, the Jews, to be the masters of this land, right? That there were negotiations about this as to who to do that. Before, Lawrence of Arabia, right? The actual guy, Lawrence of Arabia, there was a tribe that he was working with, and he wanted them because they helped during the World Wars. My understanding is that they were instrumental there in helping the Western powers. He wanted them to be the leaders in this area. Like, we do business with those guys, but they weren't picked. Mm-hmm. The Jews were picked, right? This worked out for Balfour, the guy who actually made that declaration. He was an anti-Semite. He didn't want the Jews in the UK, right? So, like, you're telling me, so I get everything that I want. I get to send these Jews out, right? They'll willingly leave. They'll go to the Middle East, right, where we have interests there. They'll act as a proxy for us so that we can project force there, right? Where do I lose? And I don't have to deal with the Muslims? Where do I lose? Sign me up. It's a white supremacist project from the beginning.
Sure, I have my issue with white supremacy. I just don't have the same issue with ethno states that you do. Like,
but why defend this white supremacist project? If you acknowledge that, then you know that what good comes from a white supremacist project?
Because British interests have nothing to do with what the Jewish people's interests were.
They have exactly.
They may coincide, they may benefit, but that the Jewish people were interested in forming a state.
What's the good of an ethno state?
Oh, I don't have any principal issue with them, and maybe it's because of like the politics that I ingested growing up in the southern region. I'm not saying Dr. Umar is an idiot, but politic that he speaks to that a lot of black people have spoken to is this concept of like ideally like reparations instead of money. There's an ideal world where the United States would have granted black people Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Tennessee, and basically let those be like a black ethno state for the freedmen. And I don't have like, oh my God, what about the white people who lived here? Like that, just I accept that's not a world that ended up being, but I don't have any principle thing against that. So it would be crazy for me to
okay. Then you've stated that. Okay, and that's I mean, I don't think it's fair. I think it's a horrible opinion. But I understand your opinion. But I want to ask the rest of you, right? Mm. Do you think a black ethno state, right? Let's say black Americans, in Georgia, right? Let's say they get the Deep South, Georgia, Louisiana, whatever, right? That's ours. Do you think a black ethno state would be somehow better? It's not like a white supremacist project, not in the same way, any which way, right? Even though it's involved, there's some ethnic cleansing involved because you're going to move all the black people from the rest of the United States to there, whatever, right? But it's a black supremacist state, right? Black people are in charge. They are the primary citizens. Everyone else is a second-class citizen. Do you think that is a worthwhile project? What do you all think?
No.
It's weird saying second-class citizen. It would just be black people there. Everyone else would
be disgusting.
But hold on, then how do you enforce those borders, right? Then that means
you would hope that Abraham Lincoln would have moved them off. Abraham Lincoln took them on. Like, y'all come on now.
So what happens if a white person wanders into Black Georgia?
I guess we would just have borders like every other country.
Okay. So you're saying there's a solid border around?
No, it's not a wall. I'm just saying that like what happens?
The wall.
We wouldn't build a wall. I'm saying that what do we consider? What do we consider illegal immigrants in the United States? Are they second-class citizens, or are they just they're people with rights?
Yeah, they are.
But they're non-citizens. They're
they're non-citizens. Okay, so hold on. Okay, so sure, non-citizens, and then because in the United States, right, in our Constitution,
and they don't have the exact same access.
What's the value of the black ethno state? Is just like what's the value proposition? I don't listen to Umar, so I'd be interested.
Yeah, I'm about to say it's just the idea of like black people, if black people post slavery. wanted the ability of self-determination and self-governing.
And
couldn't do
in
that
his
under.
fantasy, there would be no white supremacist interventions on this black ethno state that was created at post-slavery. Like it would just exist in a bubble because
Yeah, that would be the
has
goal.
that ever happened in the
ideally.
world where we find black people?
But I'm yeah, you can now you're speaking to the practicality, which is a different argument. I think if
Well, what are you talking about? Just fantasy?
yeah, I'm saying that because we're talking about principle. We're talking about what
I
like
love Zimmy's face.
but you're speaking to a principle or something. But I think you would say, I think if you said that like, oh, if all of white supremacy could leave Nigeria alone tomorrow, you know, like that would be preferable to what exists now.
I guess I would approach it differently in that like white supremacy is not
It's not white
limited
people.
borders. So this idea of if we just move somewhere else, we can extricate ourselves from the system. It's like this is a global, like that's why the white imperialist colonialist project has a chokehold on everybody, right? Like it's not this landlocked thing where like, well, we could just remove ourselves from it and start Wakanda in the South. Like that, that's like not how that.
I understand you're not liking it. You're saying like, oh, that's not practical. But I'm saying that do you think that it's an immoral thought to have? It's an immoral desire.
I mean,
I don't have
return to no.
That's where Prom is. Prom thinks it's immoral to like, and Kai I think as well. Also think it's just it's immoral to just desire that, and that's fine. But that I'm saying I don't.
What were you gonna say, debate queen?
Yeah.
I was just I lost my thought now.
I'm sorry.
Well, I think that an ethno state, that my problem is the enforcement of ethno state. So like I get the initial desire, right? A land for us. I get that, right? The Kurds, and I generally support the Kurds, my understanding of them. Like they want to form Kurdistan, and I get that. That makes sense. Especially with the incredible suffering that they've had. Like it's crazy, right? But once you decide, well, this is an ethno state, then the enforcement of that ethno state involves utter tragedy. It involves humanitarian, crimes against humanity, right? Mm-hmm. That's what happens when you enforce an ethno state. So the idea in of itself, you know, a thing just for us, yeah, that makes sense. But after day one, right, when you're interacting with the rest of the world, that becomes an issue.
Mm-hmm. I guess the thing would be once you establish a state for yourself. Now you could argue this is what differentiates between Israel, but the argument would be once you establish a state for yourself, you would be able to you as a people will be able to come together and form your own immigration rules and regulations. Like you could say, for example, I don't know, insert country here. You could say Japan's not an ethno state, but Japan's also not going to let 17 million black people move there tomorrow all at once. They're going to decide, like, actually, even though you know this isn't like we're going to decide on how we allocate citizenship by whatever rules they determine.
That's not what would make it an ethno state is if they said we're only gonna, even if they limited it to like 5,000 black people, but they said you blacks don't have all the same full rights that us Japanese people do, right? You can't move around you don't have the same freedom to move around. You don't have access to the same things that we do.
Land.
Right. So that's why I said the initial point would be
one of us decide we want it, we'll take it. You know, like that's what makes it an F. Like
I don't think that's what people discuss. I think people talk about like populations, like because like I said, if the black whatever ethno state, if they decided eventually we're going to create laws on citizenship, and the people we grant citizenship to will have full citizenship of all the rules, like I don't think that suddenly makes it not an ethno state.
I'm sorry. Say that again. Maybe I didn't understand that.
We're like we create a country for Black American world, Wakanda 2, whatever, and Wakanda 2 decides like it's all of us, and we're making rules. And then eventually we understand that we have to interact with the other world, outside world somewhat. So we're going to come together while it's all of us, and we're going to create some rules for immigration. We're going to have rules for immigration, and eventually those people we allow to gain citizenship to our country are going to have all the same rights, liberties, and whatever, and freedoms, whatever. I don't think it's now not an ethno state. If it's still 100% people, and we just made rules like, okay, other people can come in, but only under the exact terms that we decide.
So it would depend on like what people don't have access to while they're not citizens, right? Like I think that Prime gave the example of Qatar, right, and how they're functioning, right? It's not just it's that they are essentially treating those people as if they are enslaved, right? Like they are relegating them to such a second class status. That is what like is the problem, right? If you just said, yeah, we're going to have rules about immigration and then some people will work their way into citizenships. But even if you're an immigrant, you are still treated as a whole human being. You may not be able to vote in the election. You may, which is what most countries have when it comes to immigration, right? If you are an immigrant, you're working, you're on a pathway to citizenship, you don't have all the same like you do have the same rights, right? But there's just certain political, things that you can't be involved in, maybe certain benefits.
But that's even true for Israel. They have people that are non-Jewish, Jews in Israel that have access to rights in their territories.
What they say, they are treated as second-class citizens.
No, but I'm saying that there's people who do share the same rights and liberties and whatever that are non-Jewish.
That are not Jewish?
Yeah, in the state of
Israel.
Israel.
That are Palestinian?
Oh.
Yeah.
I ain't never heard it.
They don't have the same rights. They don't have the same rights.
They have like access to certain things.
I know the ones
within
Israel proper.
Israel, they literally say that they are also treated.
Yeah, they can't vote and do things like that, but they have, or actually, I think even some of them can vote. I think there's actually even I don't know if it's Palestinian.
I don't know.
Of Congress.
They're second class citizens. There, I have to get the list. There's a list of like the things that they're denied there, but like. Like for instance,
but now we're speaking. But from what Zimmy, the only reason I was saying bring it up is from what Zimmy's pointing out and what you're acknowledging. There's some specific threshold on immigration to what makes you second class versus just not a citizen.
No, that's actually not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we treat immigrants here.
You're a whole human being.
They have all the same access to an ability. Like you can't vote. Right. But it's not like we're not asking for people's IDs to determine what part of the street they can walk on, what kind of job.
That would be below that threshold. I'm saying there's a quality of life that you would grant people access to.
You're trying to give something a whole new like term so it fits your argument. It's just called immigration, right? If you were to move to Ghana today, you wouldn't be able to vote in the Ghanaian election. It doesn't mean that you would be treated as a second class citizen, right? If you needed to go to the hospital, you don't have to go to a different hospital. You don't have to go to different schools. You don't you're not treated. You know what I mean? Like you're not paid. You know what I mean? Like
I'm assuming you are under the Ghanaian civil law, right? So you go to a civil court rather than like with Israel, where the Palestinians have to go to are under the Israeli military courts, right? When there's a problem, that's what they go to. Where the Jewish individuals go to like the civilian law court, right? Like there's like separate justice system for them, right? Like that's different.
So that's when I speak to the
they're
specific.
Denied citizenship even though they live there. They were born there. Like there's nobody who's born in the U.S. who can be denied citizenship.
Well, there's a lot of countries that don't have birthright citizenship.
Yeah. Not a lot of countries don't have birthright citizenship.
That's true.
But that when I speak to, when you say that, like, oh my goodness, how could you possibly be in front of an ethno state? I think that, and we typically have conversations about ethno states. Like, I'm just saying that, like, principally, if we talk through the specifics, I would probably not as far off as you think. Even though it sounds crazy, what I consider an ethno state and what you don't consider an ethno state are two different things. No, we're not, because I think that an immigration system I would still consider an ethno state. You're saying that's not an ethno state anymore. So that's what I'm saying.
So that's a big difference.
That's semantics.
That's not semantics.
It is semantics. I'm saying that an ethno state would be a state where you can like they decide they have citizenship. They create their own immigration system, whatever. Like that doesn't make it not an ethno state to me.
Yeah, but that means we're far apart because we understand that an immigration system, like and immigration itself
That means we're
doesn't.
far apart.
You do realize that, like, if you marry a Palestinian and you choose
I don't care about any specific law. I'm speaking the hypothetical right now.
no, but that's some factual shit
Sure,
though.
I can think that thing's bad, but I'm speaking the hypothetical. That's
but
what I'm
like,
saying.
but
You can't apply
immigration,
everything that happens in Israel and say that
but
like that.
having harsh immigration laws doesn't necessarily make it an ethnos like.
I'm saying it does.
No.
Yeah, I know. That's why we're so
So
far
that's why
apart.
I'm saying that. So I'm saying we're probably not far apart. When
Yeah,
I'm
we are.
considering an ethno state, you would probably think it's like,
Okay,
oh, well,
I
that's
don't know
just
what
not
the
that
point
bad.
of using the word far or close means in here at all. We don't agree.
When
right? We don't.
But also, Baron, quite literally by definition, an ethno state is where membership is awarded based on like your ethnicity or race. So by like even in the U.S. can't be an ethno state, right? Like we
The
can't be like,
United
oh,
States isn't.
immigration.
Can
When I say ethno state, I'm saying a country that's like 90, that's like the overwhelmingly is one ethnicity. I think that Japan is an ethno state.
It is. for the
On what
most
grounds?
On the grounds that the ethnicity of the country is like overwhelmingly Japanese.
So
That's what ethno state is. It doesn't mean that the state is disproportionate is largely one ethnic group.
But
It's about how rights are allocated on the basis.
I don't know if that's
so
I think people.
So okay,
Like,
hold
what are
on.
you
Let's split this together because my understanding, and I'm not an expert on this. Please, if I make a mistake there, I do apologize. I'm not trying to mislead anyone. I've had talks with people in Japan. So my understanding is that like you can't like simply that like it's very difficult to get citizenship if you aren't Japanese born. And that like there's like this national, they do their citizenship in an interesting way, like with these family registries, right? They track everyone, like this genealogy thing, right? And like if your family is on the registry, then you're like a citizen. And so like if you're not Japanese, obviously you're not gonna get on that registry. But I believe there might still be a path for foreign individuals. I think there is, but I'm not an expert. But let's say that there isn't. If there isn't a path, right? Like if I go to Japan, no matter what I do, I can't get on there.
Sure, you can consider that bad. Sure.
Then that would
I'm saying
be.
that-
Then Zimmy, according to what you said previously, right? Then that would make it an ethno state.
Wait, if you go to Japan and you can't become
can't become a Japanese
no,
citizen. Okay.
No. I don't.
Maybe I misheard what you said, but I thought what you said is that like what makes ethno state is that you can't become, citizenship is doled out due to ethnicity, and that's effectively what I described.
No, that's part. That maybe I should rephrase. It's about how like who an ethnicity or a race kind of dominate the social, economic, and political like. You're denied access to those things, right? Like it's only one single racial or ethnic group who dominates everything from access to citizenship, access to things economically, politically, like everybody else. If you do not fall into that ethnic category or in the with Israel ethno-religious group, you don't have access to anything virtually. You are a second-class citizen.
Okay.
On
so
that.
You're saying that even so if I went to Japan and I like managed to get a visa, I could still like buy property. I could, interact. I can't vote, but I can do just about anything else within that ethnicity. Okay. Yeah. So
yeah, that's my understanding of it. It's not just like, oh, it's a country that's hard to get citizenship to. There's plenty of countries that it's hard to get citizenship.
Like New Zealand.
Yeah,
New Zealand's like nearly
I don't know
impossible.
about New Zealand citizenship, but yeah, like I said, so when I say that, like, yeah, I don't think ethno states are inherently bad. I'm talking about like Japan. I think Japan's in that category. And when you say that, oh well, I don't think
ethno state. You can't just make it up.
So then, but I don't think I'm making that up. I think there is I think it's categorically. I think it's 98%. I think it's like categorically within
primarily. So is Senegal an ethno state because 95% of people in Senegal are black? Like, you
Most
can't
likely,
just
yeah.
say because the overwhelming population is one ethnicity that's not the definition of an ethno state.
Okay, so when I say that we're close, I'm saying there's countries that you would be okay with that when I'm talking about when I say ethno state.
Aaron, you are not the dictionary. Words mean things.
Wait a minute. Let's just look up what ethno state means.
So I think it's weird that you're defining it. I think it's weird because we started off this conversation with him saying that like most people like use the word genocide wrong, and like there hasn't been an official determination, right? And then you're like, well, I have my own definition for ethno state.
Right? I don't think I'm using a personal definition though. Ethno state is a country populated by or dominated by the interest of a single race or ethnic group.
The interest of a single race. I think that's different.
Yeah, and I think that Japan is dominated by the single race.
No, but not hold on. DQ. DQ wants to say something.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. So Japan is a mono-ethnicity. It's an example of a large monolithic ethnic, country. Is Japan. It is common belief that in Japan, the entire country is monolithic, but a few ethnic minorities still live in there. But they still represent 1% of the whole population. And South Korea is another example of a mono-ethnic country. I can drop the link in the chat.
Okay. So that I changed my word then. I'm not attached to the word of it. I don't have an issue with mono-ethnic countries. I don't have an issue with a mono-ethnic Jewish state.
It's not a mono-ethnic Jewish state.
I know it's not current, but I'm saying I don't have an issue with that principally.
We get that you don't have an issue.
Did we meet there? Did we meet?
Hold on. We know you don't have an issue with that. We're just saying that your definition is incorrect. That's why
I'm moving to mono-ethnic. I'm talking about a different thing now.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So you're changing.
I don't have an issue with a mono-ethnic Jewish state.
Okay.
It is not the Jewish state.
I understand you. There's real. I've acknowledged there's real issues with the country as it exists now because it's not. It doesn't allow.
Israel is not a mono-ethnic state because
currently.
Sure. Currently.
And I'm saying, and there's problems with the way Israel exists now. Yes, I'm saying I don't have a problem if after all of this they want to go create a mono-ethnic Jewish state. I don't have an issue with that.
Ethnic and ethno state are not the same thing.
I understand. That's why I'm
words in them, but mono-ethnic has absolutely nothing to being ethno state.
That's why do you think that's why I'm smoothing words? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're talking about all of these negative externalities, but you're saying that you don't have a problem with the mono-ethnics, I'm saying I don't have a problem with mono-ethnic. The second class citizens and stuff, that none of that's relevant to me. I'm saying that's bad. We can toss that aside. Sure, there can be a pathway to citizenship. It can be extremely difficult, but I'm saying I don't have I'm using language now. I'm trying to convey to you the argument that I was making. I don't have an issue with a mono-ethnic state. If the black people of the South wanted to form a mono-ethnic black state, that I don't have an issue with that. If they create immigration law that makes it really, really, really hard for other people to get immigration, but the people who are there have all the same rights and rules and abilities and live in harmony and kiss and hug and do all those things, that's fine. But I don't care if it's like some people don't believe that an area should be allowed to be 99% one race. Like it's not about the rights or one. They just believe that everyone should be like America and we should all live in the melting pot. I'm saying I don't think that everyone has to do the melting pot thing.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Does everybody understand? Is there any confusion?
So then what's your problem with apartheid?
Huh?
Do you have a problem with apartheid?
You gotta take your
Are you talking about apartheid of like the forcing people out, never granting citizenship?
Nigga don't need to know what apartheid means.
Like, I mean, forcing people out. I'm saying, let's ignore the forcing people out.
Tom is pro melting pot. He said everybody has to live in the melting pot.
No, because this is the point I'm trying to make. Because I'm trying to make a distinction between apartheid, right? Because
but Brian, can you force him to answer the question first? I would like to know what Bam's issue with apartheid is, if he has one.
Yeah, what's your issue with apartheid? However you define it.
I was about to say it's I don't like the concept of an act. I don't like when I think of second class. I don't like the concept of that But when I say second class citizen, what seems to be going on in Israel is debatable on the specific, depending on the group of people you're talking about. But I don't like the idea of like, oh, okay, there's people in here who are essentially slaves to us.
It's not debated by anybody.
Of course it is. What do you mean? You might not like the debates, but of course it's one of the most debated places in the world.
No.
Their debate happens.
That's like saying the French, the Haitian Revolution was debatable, but the people who debated it were the ruling class of France, right? Like,
no, this is a global issue. It's not just white people.
There's not a global debate. I haven't seen anybody global. The only people debating it are Israel and the U.S., and that's because the U.S.
That's because
directly funding.
Just because you're in America, that's the only people we pay attention to. But Israel-Palestine has an interest outside of just Israel
the
and
entire
the US.
world speaks. Almost the entire world speaks in unison, right? At the United Nations, saying this is illegal. This is
wait a minute,
war crime. So I don't know when she's saying that, she means like it's real. Like the U.S. debates it, and then our allies, a few of our allies follow along with us, right? A few of them do, but even then, it's just like the ruling class. And when you poll the people in those nations, like in France, right, they're overwhelmingly against it, right? The British people are overwhelmingly against it. Only America is in a debate.
No, when you ask, going back to the question you asked,
what's the problem with apartheid? Let's not forget that part.
I feel like I nailed it down. I'm saying that there's an issue with what I'm categorizing as second class citizenship, like where the differentiator comes from non-citizen to second class citizenship. You're gonna have to deal with the specifics of that, because some people consider like I said, the illegal immigrants in the United States to be second class citizens, and you argue the specifics of that.
I don't understand the answer that you gave.
I'm saying that I don't like second class citizenship, but you're saying, but they are second class citizens. I'm saying, well, then you have to have a whole nother debate.
No. I'm not saying anything. I'm just like trying to understand. Okay.
Yeah. My issue with apartheid is I don't like second class citizenship. Does that answer
your issue with apartheid? You don't like second class citizenship, right?
Yeah.
To maintain, and I guess that's where we're falling apart. To maintain an ethno state, you would have to do that.
Now, see, that's why I say, what does that mean? What does that specifically mean? Because that could be immigration, and that's why I said now we have to talk about what the specifics of what that means. So that's why I said that like, and before you have that entire separate conversation, just say that, like, understand that there's somewhere in there that I'm okay with, things that I'm not. And
how is it similar to immigration?
You don't believe that there's a massive movement in the United States believing that non-citizens in the United States are second class citizens? The people that they pay into the tax code and aren't able to receive like government benefits and things like that, that they live in cities and aren't able to vote.
The laws on the books suggest that people who have immigrated to the U.S. into the U.S. are not existing in an apartheid state.
No, I'm talking about like illegal immigrants or
Same for them too.
What is it? The people, asylum seekers and things like that. I'm saying
that
they have. Tons of people disagree.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. There's massive arguments that the not having access to a pathway to citizenship has been considered is considered
apartheid. You've heard people
not apartheid. They consider it second class citizenship. They consider it second class citizenship. They're saying that you don't have.
You already made the distinction. They're not citizens. So you already made that distinction yourself, though.
Right, but you're saying that the fact that we're not offering them all the same rights and access, they're saying that that's a crime, that's a wrong that's being done to them.
I've literally never heard anything.
Yeah,
you've never heard anyone advocate for illegal immigration.
I've heard it's a wrong to do that, and in fact, I've made the argument that hey, we should be massively expanding our avenues for legal citizenship. Right, that is a worthy goal. Right. And it was difficult for my parents, who were undocumented at some point. Now they're documented, they're citizens, to get that citizenship. It would be great for their lives would be much better if that was much easier. So yes, I think the way we treat undocumented citizens is a travesty, right? But I can understand that travesty is different from a system of apartheid, which is a very distinct thing.
You may feel that way, but tons of people disagree with you.
Okay, I'm not worried about those tons of people. I'm talking about you.
There are no scholars, researchers, activists.
There's no researchers or activists for the sake of
who have ever
undocumented people.
referred to it as an apartheid.
I didn't say apartheid. I said second-class citizens.
Okay, but okay. It's mixing up second-class citizens and applying it for all things. Yes, it can mean all of those things, but still can also have different connotations if we're trying to get down to the weeds of it.
We're saying that like people, like they're saying that like, oh, people have to go to hospitals and access benefits.
Like, one of the key points here is like, I think you get away with it because you're resting on immigration, but part of the major issue with these ethno states is that these are actual people who by birthright
haven't defended ethno states anymore. I'm talking about mono-ethnic states.
Whatever you want to call it, apartheid. These are people who actually should have. There's no legal explanation, right? These aren't. We're not talking about like immigrant. Like when we're talking about Israel and Palestine, like these are people who live there, were born there. In many cases, their ancestors. It's similar to like what happened in South Africa. We was here before you. Our ancestors was here before you, right? And I'm talking about the Palestinians that live in Israel. Like we can forget about the ones.
Sure, I can consider all those things bad. That's fine. Like that's not an argument. That's bad. Sure.
Oh, but you keep trying to make it comparable to should we have better pathways to citizenship in the U.S. Two completely different starting points. These people are birthright citizens, right? There should be no conversation. Like you can't compare.
Everyone doesn't believe in birthright citizenship. That's a debate thing from country to country across the world.
You see what Bab's doing?
I'm just saying that like we can't Americanize everybody. We can't put the bald eagle down.
Flawed, right?
It's nothing. I haven't flawed anything.
This is very Clubhouse to you. You keep moving the goalposts because you know that the fundamental like principles behind your argument don't make no goddamn sense.
They're not.
That's why every time
I've moved off of ethno state. Like I said,
first it was laws. It was all about I follow the law, and then we did some digging. I was like, friend, the law's not seeming that clear. Then it was like, oh well, it's really.
Wait a minute, no, the law is very clear.
Oh.
There's an actual definition for genocide. I'm about to say there's an actual definition for genocide.
I'm talking about you were saying what you were saying. What I rest my argument on is the fact that this land was legally sold and transferred. And,
for sure, that was super clear.
Like it was a clear point, and then we did some digging and was like, that's not so clear.
That was looking very clear. I'm about to say that was. I don't know how much clearer it could be. I don't
know how you got convinced to be a Black Zionist. I really don't. It's fascinating to me how you could be a Black liberal Zionist. I don't think you have to do this to vote for Kamala Harris. I don't think,
but I just think that I think the Americans of like I'm about to say the when we think of Israel, because we think of white people, and white people like it must be their fault. They must have killed themselves on October 7th. They must have.
What?
I'm not saying anybody said that. But I'm saying that like
confused.
I'm saying that
who's saying that then? Who's thinking this?
I'm saying that whenever people have made their decision on this, they said that wait a minute, who's the big guy and who's the little guy? Israel's the big guy. Israel must deserve to have like 500 bombs a day.
Oh, we can look at like numbers, right? We know the number of people that were killed during the October 7th attacks. We know that the response from many of which were Israeli military members, right? We know that the response has been disproportionate, and we know that it's part of a larger plan to move, right, relocate these people, which is genocide, right? Like we know that this is ethnic cleansing and genocide. It's not because Israel is the big bad guy. It's also like the ways in which Israel has gone about engaging in this conflict. Like some of the videos that come out are like the raping of children in jails. It's fucking disgusting. It's disgusting.
And them debating in the Knesset whether, should we be able to rape Palestinians in jail? Is that a worthwhile thing? Let's debate in Knesset.
But nobody's defended that.
But
they have a
so
okay.
wait,
Wow.
Wait,
when-
do you defend everything that do you defend everything Hamas did on October 7th, or are you just advocating for the Palestinian people? You didn't
I
defend.
don't
I'm
defend
saying
everything I did, but I know that
Sorry.
Exactly. So
Six.
I'm not defending everything Israel did. I'm just saying
Fine.
Israel exists. Exactly.
Oh, I didn't say
have to-
that you defended that. Hold on, I never was trying to imply that you defended that.
Oh.
No one's saying that you. Sorry, I'm just saying that like I think what Zimmy was saying. I don't think Zimmy implied that you would defend that either. That like this is the project you are defending though. You're defending the Israeli project,
Israel.
and that's
Israel can exist as a mono-ethnic state.
No, not just that, but like the
I think they have major changes.
But here's the thing, right? Because you think of this as an idea. Israel can exist as an idea, but then Israel has to interact with the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so for Israel to exist the way Israel wants to exist, right? To be a Jewish majority.
I want them to exist.
The way
as a mono-ethnic state. I don't care how they want to exist. I think Israel should be able
well, okay,
to
but that's a fantasy though. You understand that?
But stay there. Stay in my fantasy then. I don't care about your world. I'm saying
no,
you're
I care
arguing
about this world. Joe, you don't care about this world. Okay.
No, but you can't say that I'm wrong when I'm telling you I believe it. He's like, but no, you have to go into my. I'm saying
the thing you're defending is the thing that doesn't exist then, right? Then I guess it is pointless to talk about it. If the thing that you're defending doesn't actually exist, then you're not actually defending Israel, because then you're not defending the state. You're not defending the military, its actions, and then what it does to maintain that majority. You're defending this idea, like, oh well, I wish I want good things for the Jewish people, and I think a mono-ethnic state would be good for them. So that's what I defend. I defend my fantastical version of Israel, and I'll argue with other people who are living in reality as if I'm interacting with reality, but I guess I'm not.
To get here? I was about to say, why? Come on, it took you like 2 hours to get here. We could have made it 2 hours ago. Yes, they didn't exist.
Okay. All right, so he defends the right for his fantasy Israel to exist. Okay, I guess we got it. All right,
we got it.
That's a super disgusting a position.
He moved the goalpost so far. He's like, I'm just defending. I'm defending fantasy version.
Because when like I said, I was educated on what y'all are considered ethno state, which doesn't line up with the definition. But I'm going for this conversation on the things that you're discussing. I don't justify slavery. I don't justify any of the rape. I don't justify any of the atrocities. I want the war to end. But at the end of it, I still think that there should be a country that is.
I justify slavery. No, I'm pro-slavery. No, slavery in my head is when we get hugs and cuddles from another ethnic group, right? Oh, okay. That's what slavery is. And wait, so I will defend the institution of slavery to the end, right? Because I want hugs and cuddles from white people. And that's what slavery is.
Can you find
the fantasy version?
Can you find a legal scholar definition that matches that? Because I can for ethno state. I can drop it in the chat right now. They just shows that.
No. But for Israel, no, you said the fantasy version of Israel, right? Like the fantasy version that only exists in your head.
No,
right?
I said that once all this is over, there still should be a place. I don't even care what it's called. That's mono-ethnically Jewish, and it doesn't even have to be Ashkenazi. It can be whatever.
Oh my God!
Like the other 21 mono-ethnically states, Islam and Arab states.
That's not what that is. But anyway, drop your shit, because you know what? I want to fucking read your shit. This is what I've been asking for fucking all night, is what the fuck you're reading, because I want to fucking read into it, and then I want to fucking figure out why you believe that shit.
I think that honestly, white supremacy has done a number on BAM.
Okay, you have internalized that shit, nigga.
This idea you could take by force, you can destroy it's
hard for me to square this with BAM, because I know BAM, and like I said before, I respect BAM in general, right? Like I respect BAM. I think he can. My friend, and I don't mean to talk about you as you're not there, right? I'm talking, but like I'm saying that, like,
make me feel better, make me feel like I'm important.
I respect you, and I think you have some really interesting analytical skills, right? And sometimes you really impress me with that. Mm-hmm. I just don't understand why this particular project get caped for it. I don't get it because I see those analytical skills when you put them to test with similar situations, with similar injustices that happen, and you'll push against it. And you're not the only one, right? There's like a term for this, like liberal except for Palestine, right? Or liberal except for Israel. You know, that like these people who had these liberal attitudes, right? Or these even progressive attitudes, but the rules change when we're talking about Israel, and the excuses come out, and they're endless. And
No,
I don't.
like I said, I think you gave me something. You gave me some like actually. Again, we've gotten this argument.
Okay.
I super planted feet. Like I said, but I'll acknowledge that you did give me something to chew on whenever you brought up if Poland had initiated like some travesty on Germany, would that justify Germany's actions thereof? And there's something for me to take from that. So I'll accept
fair
that.
enough.
But like yeah, that's like I said. I in this conversation, yeah, I'm clearly my heels are dug. And
I know that. But
I know, but it's just so odd. It does not align with any of the other beliefs that you espouse to have.
I think it does.
It's
though. I think
very
it lines up
bizarre.
really well. But like I said, I'll examine the rest. But I think it lines up really well with advocating for what I believe is right.
Please drop your shit in the chat, Bam.
What
Please.
do you mean? Do you want me to drop like the
All these
history, or do you just
resources
want
you
the
keep
definition of
saying
ethnostate?
All the shit that
All right, yeah, I'm about to say
you read. Give me it.
for sure.
Give it to me.
I'll start
Give it
dropping
to
some history,
That's
and
fine.
I'm trying not to avoid like some like basically propaganda sites and stuff. I'll just try to go.
it's
No.
it's not easy. I get you.
Did you go down like a rabbit hole of like
For sure,
propaganda?
yeah.
Like I just really
can-
want to
It started like it started. It was
drop
probably
your shit while you're talking though. Don't use this as a deflection. Drop that shit.
there's not a single link. This isn't something I'm going to be able
It's
to do.
gonna take them time. It's gonna take them time.
It's not going
Okay.
to be like in this conversation. This conversation is over. It's after midnight.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like a mixture of multiple stances
But yeah,
that you've taken
I'm
on
about to say,
different things.
it happened after October 7th, and then
After you what?
it happened like
After October 7th.
So everybody, because I'm not going to pretend I was like I've been studying this for years. I haven't. And then
So it didn't bother you when the Palestinian people was being killed and stuff before October 7th?
No, I didn't pay attention to this conflict before October 7th. I was about to say that was my introduction.
Look, that's okay. October 7th is a lot of people's.
Everyone has a starting point. I mean, like,
Yeah.
But you understand the point I'm making, Prime? Like, isn't that
Oh,
interesting? Like,
yeah.
what mattered? It wasn't. Because you
When's
can
the beginning
count.
of history, yeah.
We
No,
know, me and Prime, and maybe, Debate
You're
Queen and
right.
Kyle, we
You're
know there are
so
countless
right.
examples.
there's conflicts going on in the world that you're not currently aware of.
No, what I'm saying is when it comes to Israel and Palestine, I at least, and I want to say some of the other people on this panel know of many times in which Israel has taken action that has been horrible, that has resulted in the death of hundreds of Palestinians, right? Oftentimes children being slaughtered, like just gross shit, right?
And
So it's interesting that your introduction into this debate came at the onset of like recognizing the humanity of those Jewish innocent people that
It wasn't
slaughtered.
about the Jewish people. It was about what the media presented to me initially.
I would say that's also interesting.
It's not interesting.
Right?
That's just life. You can't. There's a topic. There's people dying in the world right now that you don't know about because the media hasn't presented it to you.
It's not just life, Baron. That's
you're missing my point. I didn't say I started on October 7th and I never paid attention to anything that happened prior to it. I did the exact opposite. No, yeah, I'm saying I became aware of this issue on October 7th. I became aware of this issue on October 7th, and then probably like 3 months later, I think Destiny started engaging with the topic, and then he came to the conclusion that the Israeli people were right, and it's a large conflict created. No, it's not.
No, I don't know. Say the name again. I don't know.
Wait, I'm about to say
it's Destiny.
You're not. You see how everyone's hearing two words. Let me just say it out, and then you respond to the pieces. I'm saying that I was introduced to this topic on October 7th. I wasn't aware of the issues going on prior, outside of when Mark Lamont Hill made his statements about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. But blah blah blah. They got him kicked off CNN. I just didn't. I'm an American
content creator. I didn't hear their name.
And then then like 2 or 3 months later, Destiny started engaging with the topic. He's a content creator. He's a white dude content creator, does politics. And I thought, wait a minute, and I thought it was absolutely.
Nigga, I know you didn't just say what I think you said.
Oh, okay. I'm not saying words right now. I said that I thought he was absolutely wrong on the issue, and I was like, "Oh, okay. This is going to be a really I think I can have a really strong debate against him." So then I basically went back. I basically started looking at the conflict in itself, and I was like, "Oh, this is weird. This I was like, all of this is wrong, blah blah blah." But now I was like, "Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair to just start on October 7th. I should go back further." So then I went back from October 7th. I went to like 2005 whenever basically Israel ended up pulling out of the Gaza Strip. And then before 2005 I went back to like the 1990. And then behind that I was like, "Oh, okay, you know what?" I was like, "If we're going to do this, we should probably just see where it all starts." So I started back in 1947, and I figured out, "Oh crap, this actually goes back to the 1800s." And I started listening to history, found a few books, reading articles related to this issue, and I basically ended up coming out of it saying that, like, "Oh wow, Israel's done a lot of effed up things in this area, like tons of them, especially post 1980. I don't think anything's been defensible." I was like, but a lot of these conflicts are actually way more complicated than what like the historical context is a lot more complicated than people are giving it credit for. And then once I'm about to say, the more I ended up looking into it, insert date, insert conflict here, insert the reason for it starting, it came to the conclusion like, oh, okay. I think that Israel's done a lot of effed up things, but that doesn't mean that Israel shouldn't, like, there shouldn't be I don't think I have an issue with these Jewish people being able to live in this region, even though that I understand why the Arab people don't want them to live in this region.
But is it that the Arab crime?
No, Arab people don't want them to live in that region, and that's fine. Well, they have a right to do that.
But no. But like, that's the thing. They've been living, and Jewish people have been living in that area for centuries.
But not the European Jews, though.
True. Well, yeah. But even then, even their initial entries into this area, right? Like, it wasn't like it was immediately at war with the Palestinians. Like, oh, we don't want white people here. That, like, the problem would be the expansion and the domination. That would be the issue.
The conflict was immediate. Like,
no, it wasn't immediate. No, it wasn't. It's only. Sorry. Was there? Maybe I missed it. Maybe my understanding is incorrect. Right. So 1880, when they start moving there, or thereabouts, right, wherever like the Jewish settlers first started moving there, they're saying they were immediately attacked, on site.
Starting in 19. I'm about to say, there was a first trek into I guess what would be the Gaza Strip or Palestine that failed. They absolutely got pushed out by the Arabs. And then they was like, okay, we can't just go down here. And then they came back with guns and war and said, all right, now we're, pushing people back out. But yeah, they were met immediately with negative.
So you're saying the first,
European,
okay,
not because they're Jewish.
Not because. Okay, so they're not because they're Jewish. So then it's not a Jewish problem. It's so I need to. Sorry, that part of the history I actually do need to examine more closely. I'll admit that.
But the Arabs weren't even wrong for doing so. Like I said, if someone tried to move in now, you can fight, but then there's going to be a winner from that. And once there's a winner and a loser, and then like you have
then once there's a winner and a loser, then anything goes.
I think that's all of up to a certain point.
That means there's like effectively no crimes against humanity. You've eliminated almost all of them. You've eliminated almost all crimes against humanity. Then, once you establish, once you
win, you can do whatever you want.
After when you can do whatever you want, right? Crimes against humanity are like a thing of they're imaginary.
But that's the way a lot of history has gone, and like
does it make it good?
It's not about good or bad, but if somebody if an indigenous person that came into my house right now with a gun and said that like you're on stolen land, they would be absolutely right. But
okay.
I would fight them to the death.
All right, let's move away from a good or bad. All right, let's talk about international law, because we understood previously shit was a mess, right? Like, we are living, despite what it feels like sometimes, at like the most peaceful time in history, like considering like all of human history, and how many wars, right? And that's because of the international rule-based system that we established. We said, hey, these are the rules, right? Part of those rules is that these borders don't move, and that even when you're occupying a land, right? Because we understand that there can be a valid military occupation, that like there are rules as to how you treat the people on that land. We've established all of that, right? To keep those tragedies, like the tragedies of World War II, from happening again. So let's get rid of like a right and wrong. Let's talk about violating international law.
In 1880s,
so
that was international law.
So hold on, but it's international law now, and Israel is a signatory to that, right? So, why wouldn't we apply that law now?
So what would the application be? Like if you're talking about removing like
the settler project, right? Like, for instance, we're giving you an example. You said how would it be applied? The settler projects, right? That Israel keeps funding, and even though, like, yeah, you can't do that. You can't continue to encroach upon people's land and just claim it as yours once you push people out. Huh?
100% agree. That's why I said post 1980. I don't think Israel's done. I don't think. I think everything Israel's done has been bad because it has been just an expansion of settlements. But that's not like that's not.
What do you? So then, how if everything Israel has done has been bad, then what was all the pushback earlier when people were essentially making the argument about how Israel is engaging in a genocide now? And you said, well, it's not a genocide because they won the land.
Because genocide.
Am I tripping?
Because there's other words for bad besides genocide.
Because he doesn't like the word genocide.
There's other words for bad besides genocide.
Yeah, but again, words mean things, right? You don't get to. You're not the arbiter of words, right? Like it is by definition. What they're doing is ethnic cleansing and a genocide. But the point of your entire argument earlier was not the point of your entire argument earlier was that like Israel can kind of do whatever it wants because they won this land back then.
Yes, they could do.
But now you're saying everything they've done has been terrible since then. Isn't that kind of like the whole point of what everyone's saying?
It's a listening thing. Well, I'm saying post 1980. Post 1980. They're like Israel has been mostly just expanding settlements. Like there's like, oh, we're just gonna move some houses. We're gonna start building illegally. Here. Yes, illegally, 100%, and that's wrong. But when you talk about like, oh, the war that they engaged in 1947, that was like they're responding.
Then let's ignore that. Let's ignore that. Let's talk about 1980 then. We'll grant you that. So we're saying that you're right. Okay, 1940, you're right. Yeah. So then now. Why do you support the state after 1980, after the bad times began?
For sure, I don't support the things that they've done, but there's options on what the solution looks like. Oh, the solution is Israel should have never existed. They just came in and killed all they're doing is killing people. Like, and that's option A.
That's by definition not a solution. That's just something people think, but solutions actually have been proposed and turned down by.
The solution that the solution that the Palestinians are advocating for is a return to the 1967 borders. That would be like the indigenous people of the United States advocating for the return of the Louisiana Purchase.
Bam. How about this? But I'm still trying to work with you, right? You're saying because right now, look, I already understand that Israel is an immoral, white supremacist, illegal, human rights violating project. I don't need to debate that part, right? But like where I'm trying to understand like where you're coming from. Okay, so you said 1980, Israel starts doing bad things. My problem with you is that like you're not like correlating like the purpose of those bad things, right? It's been expanding, but the purpose of that is to maintain their idea of the Jewish state, the Jewish majority state. The Israel as an organization, right? It's intrinsic to its behaviors. All the bad things you're talking about, those are intrinsic. You don't have their idea, the idea of I think it's called revised Zionism or something like that, or revived Zionism, something along those lines, right? Like that. The dominant ideology within Israel, like that doesn't exist with a stagnant Israel that just like its borders don't move, right? Those things are part and parcel. So when you're saying you support Israel, sorry, what?
There's Israeli citizens that support Israel. They're two staters.
They exist. That Israel, the people who are against the settlements, I know they exist. They exist, right? But like they are the minority. The overall majority supports these expansions, right?
Sure.
And
No,
of course, it's because it's a settler colonial project. It's rotten to the core, in my opinion. But again, once 1980 happens, why do you still support? I guess. Let's try this. Let's try this. Because we're getting bogged down in you supporting the idea of Israel, right? Why do you support? Do you support the organization as it exists now? Because I disagree with the idea, but whatever, right? The organization. It's not the idea that's killing people. It's the organization. The organization that is Israel.
Right.
Do you support that organization?
No, I support the state. I don't really support the organization, like the leadership.
It's the same shit. The
No,
state.
That's what I mean, but
no,
okay.
it's not.
He means the state. Well, he means the state.
Okay,
so
then
I
do not support the organization. If the organization means state, then yes.
Hold on, sorry. No, it's state and idea are separate. Like the concept of America can be different. The concept can never come to fruition, but someone can have that concept. So I'm accepting the concept.
But I'm not for the
state.
dismantling of the United States.
You support the state, like of Israel, that's doing the actions.
No, but that's like saying I support Trump because Trump was the president of the United States. Like I don't support the Likud party.
No, it's not like saying that.
But there's absolutely an element of the Israeli government that is an expansion. That's non-expansionist. They are a part of the state.
No, what would be equal would the equivalent of that would be: do you support the U.S. state's financial support of Israel? Right? It's not equivalent. It's not the equivalent of this Trump thing you're doing. So what Prime is asking you is, do you support the state of Israel, meaning the government, its actions, its policies as it relates to Palestinian people?
No, not as it relates to Palestinian people. But that I don't think that. I think there's a lot of Israel left outside.
What is it you don't support about the state and how it relates to Palestinian people?
I don't like the way. I don't like that they ended up engaging into a war to begin with. I understand it's a reality that I think the Hamas initiated, but I think that I wish that the Israeli state would have come to a different solution, understanding that they have been occupying them for upwards of like multiple decades. Like, we got that. So that's one thing you don't support: the war, the current war. Yeah. Are there other things about the Israeli state that you do not support? I don't support this version of second-class citizenship that looks like slavery, or having the ID people where they go down streets. I don't support those things.
Do you support the settlement expansions? The settler.
No, I don't support the settlements. No.
But do you support the level of response that they have given to the October 7th attacks?
I think that was the first thing I was saying. Like, yeah, I even though I understand why a state makes that decision, but no, I wish they would have made a different decision.
So essentially, okay, so what about, but you said you support the state of Israel or you don't?
For sure.
You do?
Yeah.
What is it about the state? Because you just went down a list of things you don't support. What is it about the state of Israel?
Do you think that there's nothing left of Israel if they're not killing Palestinians, they're just not?
I'm asking you what you support.
Yeah. I support the people of I support the existence of the state that was purchased and established back in 1948. This had a couple of negative expansions via war, not via settlement, but via expansions via war.
Oh wait, how can you not support settlement, but you don't believe Israel has expanded through settlement? Then what's the issue with settlements if you don't think that they've been part of the expansion?
Prior to 1980, their expansions have came via war. Post 1980, the expansions have came via settlement.
Okay, so going back to the list of things,
I mean, I don't.
Sometimes I don't even be following.
Wait, you have to understand what. You have to understand the reason why they're expanding. They're just like, oh, we're taking land, we're just going to add a little bit, versus like a country like all of the Arab states surrounding surround come in to fight them in a war. They lose territory because it's a war, and then
But
Israel.
the expansions because of war was not the only way Israel expanded prior to 1880.
No, prior to 1980, yes, every expansion was
That's not true.
It is.
No,
it just is.
There are no historians that suggest
There
that
is.
that's
I was
true.
about to say you can look into one of the most well known Palestinian historians.
Who is it?
Please drop.
Benny Morris.
Who is
It's always
who?
Benny Morris is the only always go to. Benny Morris is the Israeli historian. And he's like the go-to guy for pro-Zionists on this.
No, he's not the go-to guy. He's one of the most pro-Palestinian.
It was like going to Tucker Carlson.
Benny Morris is not pro-Palestinian. Like I've actually listened to this dude talk. He is not pro.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go back
he's not pro-Palestinian.
Baron, don't get distracted. I want you to stay on task.
Oh.
I want you to stay on task. So you tell me the things you support about Israel. You support the fact that it was a state that was one through. Okay, but like, what do you support about the state of Israel today? Like,
correct. I believe it. I support that there is a country that exists mono-ethnically for the advocacy and defense of the Jewish people.
Okay.
Okay.
Here.
That's it.
Okay.
And all the other things that make up any other country. All those parts.
Okay. Can I just throw out a fucking random, maybe doesn't have to do anything, maybe we'll just hit the spaghetti on the wall here. Do you believe that Judaism is intrinsically tied to Israel?
Yeah, even though I heard a lot of people Israel are like non-religious, I do think it's intrinsic.
Why?
I was about to say because I think even part of their citizenship is related to conversion, like it's connected to the religion.
Okay, that's conversion, but I'm just talking about straight like not marriage, but you were like born
The Jewish
Jewish.
ethnicity. You talking about the Jewish ethnicity then?
Yes. So do you think that you can have countries, like it doesn't matter where in the world you are, but still be Jewish?
You can be Jewish other places, yeah.
Okay. So do you believe that to be Muslim, you need to have a Muslim state, intrinsically Muslim state?
I was about to say, I don't know. I'm not that caught up. Isn't that a requirement? Isn't that like in a part of Sharia? And not everyone doesn't apply to Sharia law. I'm not saying that, but isn't that like the idea?
No, this has nothing to do with Sharia law. This has nothing to do with anything. I'm just asking you, is being Muslim intrinsic to being tied to a specific country?
I mean, I know there's supposed to be a trek towards Mecca at some point in your life, but I guess
that
not.
has nothing to do with it. I'm saying a specific country. We'll just say it's Oman.
Okay.
Do you think that having Oman is intrinsically tied to being Muslim?
I think you want me to say no, so I'm gonna say no.
No. I don't want.
I'm just saying I don't know what you're thinking. Like I can say I don't know enough about it. I'm gonna take your word for it if you say it's not. You can be Muslim anywhere.
Okay, so if you can be Muslim anywhere and you can be Jewish anywhere, why do you need a specific state to prove your Judaism?
I think that it makes sense for people to want to have a place, especially who have a history as tragic as the Jews. And it's not just the Holocaust. The Jewish people have had like, centuries long of like negative interactions in whatever country they've been in. I think it makes sense for them to eventually hit a point where they're like, we want our own
my
place.
problem with this is that idea. So the idea is like a safe haven for Jews, right? It's a failure on that. Its entire history
Wait a minute. Now
shows
we're
it's a
going back to a
failure
different.
there.
Wait.
Right?
We're about to go back to step one, and it's too late to go back to step
No.
one.
I'm not trying to go back to step one. I'm not trying to go back to step one. I'm just saying that this entire history, like Israeli Jews live in a more dangerous part of the world because of Israel. Like Israel makes them a target, right? You have all these nations that are hostile to it. For its action. Now, maybe rightly or wrongly, maybe all the Muslim countries are big meanies, right? But whatever. Even then, it's a failure because they're less safe. They were Zionism, before Zionism, before Zionism settled on the idea of Israel, right? In that location, there were other places they were considered, including just like America, just going to the States, right? And that was all rejected. But Jewish people are probably the safest in the United States and anywhere. They're the safest there.
We know that. We can say that now, but can you say post a genocide that maybe they're not sure about living under the rule of another place?
I think it was less clear. I think it absolutely was less clear. I think the U.S. didn't cover itself in glory.
Especially the United States. I think the United States was even rejecting, taking...
I was going to bring it up. When they rejected that boatload of Jews, right? They took the children, the boatload of Jews were escaping Nazi-infested Europe, right? They arrive in New York or somewhere, and they... say, no, you guys can't stay here. We'll keep the kids. We'll take your kids, but the rest, the parents, you got to go back, right? The U.S. did not cover itself in glory. Understood, right? But the idea of, hey, we're going to do the settler colonial, and it's not surprising that Europeans, right, the Jewish individuals, who came from Europe that had been doing the settler colonial project across the world, that they got the idea in their head, hey, there's a land with brown people in it. We can just take that land. Right? These things aren't separated. Yeah, they existed in that European Western culture that said this was okay, and then they did themselves. Right? They decided to impress these other people of themselves. So these things are all tied. In any case, the idea became, from the get, according to you, right? If it's the case that the moment they came through, it was violent, right? They had a violent response. The project itself was a failure from the beginning. That this would be a safe spot, right?
I think that's fair, but I think that it was. I think the idea was that they were willing to fight for what they wanted. And again, so that becomes not an issue of who was right and who was wrong in the situation. That's where it was became this is a quote unquote where the might make right comes in. Sure. I think both of them have valid arguments.
Sure. Maybe I was distracted. I got that point out, but maybe I was distracted. I think Zimi might have had a better point that she was driving towards. Zimi, if you remember what you were saying previously, if not, it's okay.
I think I was asking him what he supported about the I don't remember. Yeah, but
what part of the state did I support? And I was like, yeah, just the people living under their own.
So what was left? Yeah. So he
was. I think this is hard because no shade to Barron, but I do believe some of the things he's saying just aren't accurate. But even when we started getting into the settler projects, right? And he's like, oh no, it was only happened by war. It's hard to have these arguments when it's but that's just not factually correct, which then gets back to your point of but so what do you think Israel's point is in doing all this? Because in Barron's view of the world, Israel doesn't care about any of this land, but people come for them, they get into these wars and they win more. But the reality is, no, they actually fully support and oftentimes fund projects because it's part of this larger agenda to
Israel prior to
cleansing. Huh?
I would say I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. Israel prior to this current thing, like I said, the Likud party has an expressed intention of basically wiping Palestinians off the map. That's what the Likud party's intention is. I don't
No,
think the
but
Likud
Israel
party
has
is all of
been
Israel,
they have
but
been expanding before this, right? Like
prior to
these
1980s, been
no,
via war. When you look at
no, it was not. That's what I mean by like you're not. This
I'm
is
saying
really
this is
hard
just
because you
historic.
usually are
You
somebody.
can just send me
You
links
usually
later and it'd
are
be like,
someone
oh,
who's
this doesn't feel like
grounded in fact. But the facts are that the only settlements that existed did not solely happen by war. This is a fact. So it's like we're
That's
not.
not a fact. That's what I'm saying. That's where
I know this is like
breaking your
I don't often argue with like Trumpers and like alternative facts and things like that, but I feel like that's some of what's going on here because these are facts as I and the overwhelming majority of historians
no, there's
understand them
not.
to be.
Do you
Yes,
okay? Do you think
it is.
do you think it's impossible? Because do you think that it's impossible that that the Palestinian people have just never wanted to like had come to a decision, not just the Palestinian people because they were riled up by Egypt and Lebanon and a few other people have decided that like look, this was your land, this is your grandparents' land. We're never going you never agree, you never stop fighting, you keep fighting until you push these people out. You think that's an impossible reality?
I don't think it's an impossible reality at all. I think it's quite possible and plausible. What I also know is factual and possible and plausible is that Israel has also chosen to expand the settlements.
Israel's often offered so many so many peace deals and pathways to statehood prior to the 1980s.
I think we'll be in circles all night. It's clear that like
say what do you
Aaron,
do you
hold on.
I'm sorry.
You have digested or ingested some type of propaganda.
Propaganda. It's just a fact. You can look it up and you would be like, wow.
We've already looked at it.
Why do you think they talk about the 67 borders? Why do they say the 67 borders? Do you have any idea what that means?
You are currently existing in a world of like alternative facts, fake media, like all of that. You are steeped really deeply into it when it comes to the Israel-Palestine conflict. And so it's hard to have like serious debate and conversation when you don't even acknowledge like basic facts that most historians, the overwhelming
you said that you haven't dug into the history.
You literally when you were asked for a source, you literally quoted somebody that Prime was immediately able to be like, yeah, they be on some propaganda.
Yeah, about to say no. Benny Morris is just
who are these other sources? Who are these other like reputable historians who have staked their name on
Prime? Would you say that Benny Morris isn't a reputable historian? Or would you say that
is?
Oh, sorry. I would go so far to say he's like propaganda. I don't, and my understanding is, from my understanding, Benny Morris isn't like genocidal, or anything like that. But he is definitely like pro-Zionist. Like he's definitely that's his stance on that. So I'm not saying that he's some sort of neutral arbiter of this. I'm not sure who is a neutral arbiter, to be very clear. But he has a Zionist stance. So when you say, well, look at this historian, well, yeah, this is a pro-Zionist historian. There are other like Jewish individuals who are historians who are not pro-Zionist, who are anti-Zionist.
Right, so, but no one questions his history, even if he comes to a conclusion based on.
I think people
history.
do.
He is a legitimate historian.
No, there are other historians who do. There's one, Elon Poppy, I believe his name is. I hope I don't want to be giving false information here. But Elon Poppy has debated him. It's like, no, you're wrong. Actually, Elon Poppy. I forgot how to pronounce his name. Yeah. Benny Morris and Elon Poppy. Yeah, these guys go back and forth. His name is spelled ILAN and then space PAPPE, Poppy, right? Like he is he believes opposite, and he's debated him. Like they have debates, like where they don't agree. They don't say Benny. He doesn't say Benny Morris is right, and there's no point for all my scholarship. He says no, Benny Morris is wrong.
No, what's typically debated.
You said he can't read. Okay.
I'm about to say, yeah, I don't. I'm about to say, I'll have to look at Elon Poppy. Honestly, I'm about to say that's completely fair. But what's typically debated isn't Israel expanded via winning conflicts that they were engaged in. The argument is closer to what you were making initially, Prime. It doesn't matter if it migrates right. It doesn't matter if Egypt and Lebanon and these different countries did aggress on Israel. Israel shouldn't be there to begin with. So it does so they have every right to continue to aggress on Israel until Israel leaves. Israel doesn't get to expand. And that's an argument. You can make that argument, but don't say that it's not history.
No, but I actually think it does matter. Like I understand what Prime is saying, right? About like, okay, but where are we now? But I actually think it does matter because this idea that Palestinian people and Arab people have always been the aggressor, and it's through Israel's defense of themselves. Israel has just always come into the picture in order
but
to try to.
they've been responding.
Okay, great. Israel has always come into the picture to try to like defend themselves, and even this land, you know, because they started out with this much land, but their ability to like grow and amass all this additional land has never come through the direct force of pushing people out unprovoked. It's like when they are provoked and then they engage in these wars, they then somehow by magic, like that is not true. That's
by aggression. No, it's not. I'm just saying, like you could just do like 2 days into this.
They're quite literally story. I literally remember stories, like news stories, Al Jazeera, some of these other networks, pre-October 7th, right? As someone who you are new to this conversation. Hold on, you are new to this conversation and debate. We can all agree that Israel and Palestine were not in conflict or war or in some a state of severe aggression circa 2022, let's say, right? There have been there were stories after stories about, like, that's one of the things people have been talking about the most leading up to before October 7th, right? When the conversation shifted, right? So, like, Prime, you can correct me if I'm wrong. How much of the discourse around Israel's treatment of Palestinians has been about these settler projects that keep popping up where Palestinians are being pushed off their land?
Wait, do you think I said there was no settler projects in 2022?
Huh?
Do you think I said there was no settler projects in 2022? Do you think that that's the argument I made?
You're saying, well, let's go back before then, because you're saying post 1980.
Yes,
right?
Prior to 1980.
We can look at history. We can look at history books to demonstrate that, like, pre 1980, there were settler projects that were not a response to Palestinian antagonism, violence, etc. What Israel is doing today is the same thing Israel was doing 20 years ago. Like this is not new. 30 years ago, 40 years ago, whatever.
That's not true. You have a narrative in your head. You have a narrative in your head.
This is how Israel has continued to expand the Israeli state, like the physical borders and boundaries, has been through seizing lands and pushing like these settler projects. So that's what I mean by, like, I don't know what propaganda
are you uncomfortable with defending the idea that that's the only thing about it.
What idea?
Are you uncomfortable with the idea that, like, oh, if it, like, just humor me, since you won't believe, and even without looking at history, you're just saying everything I'm saying is wrong. Are you uncomfortable with the idea that with defending that, oh, Israel may have responded to war, but that still doesn't mean they should have been able to keep the land? Like, you feel uncomfortable making that argument, so you're just saying that nothing
Israel may have responded to war, so that doesn't mean that they should be able to keep the land.
Yeah, even like. Yeah, like, are you saying that, like, is that
war concessions?
Like, are you saying that, like what I'm saying must be false because that argument is, like, indefensible?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm uncomfortable with. Now, if you're asking me, do I actually think that, right? Like, do I think that winning a war gives you the right to seize and take land for people from another country? I actually don't believe that, but that's not the crux of the argument I'm making about Israel. What I'm saying about Israel is this notion that Palestinians have been, everything Israel does is somehow in response to, like, Palestinian aggression or antagonism or hostility or war, etc., including the project of Israel itself, right? Which is this, like, continuous expansion until they push all the Arabs and Palestinians out. That's not how that has happened, right?
Okay,
they have literally seized, huh?
I'm just saying, this is a point where we hit an impasse because until you do
It's
any
not an impasse.
look,
And for the people in the comments talking about, oh, well, where are your sources? The United Nations is a source. Apparently, they released an entire 100-page brief about Israeli settlements in Gaza.
yes, they existed post 1980. They do have settlements.
No, they detail how they came to be.
So I think what he's trying to say, right? And maybe correct me if I'm wrong, Gambit, right? Sorry, I said Gambit. I apologize. Bam, sorry, we've been going for a while. I was just talking to Gambit in DMs. That's why that happened. But that you're saying that Israel has gone through different phases, right? Within its history, and expansion has happened for different reasons, and you're saying one of those reasons was because of a war, whether they aggressed or the other people aggressed, right? Whatever.
Several wars.
Yeah, several wars. Yeah, I get. Yeah, several wars. Yeah, several wars.
That's not what I'm disagreeing on. He didn't say one of those reasons. He said the only time is
that's the only time Israel expanded prior to 1980.
You said to me, Prime, sometimes Israeli expansion has happened at the consequence of a war one. I would say yes. Sometimes that's how they've acquired land. That is not Bam's proposition. Bam's proposition is that the only time Israel has ever acquired land was through pre-1980 was through land acquired after a war was fought and lost by the other party. That's not, it's ahistorical. So that's what I mean by we can't even agree on the basic facts.
Okay, so let's deal with the specifics and we'll go on. Do you think that if you want it, because let's I don't see of any settlements, but you think that 1% of their land was gained via settlements prior to 1980, or 99% of it was gained via settlements right now? If we had to put a percentage,
what percent of Israeli?
Sorry, hon, but this is why I don't understand why you're separating these two. Because where do the settlements go? Right, on what land do the settlements go? Right, so you're saying there's war expansion and then there's settlement expansion. But the settlements go on land. Where did this get that land to put the settlement?
And that's not via the post 1980. The way that Israel is acquired the settlement expansion is basically they bring out troops not to start a war, but they bring out troops and they bring out constructors and they just start building on a territory. They start building on a land.
Yeah. What land? Right. So that's the occupied territories, right? So there was land gained in a previous war, right?
No, once they won the war, they just build on.
Yeah, once they won the war. But then
that's not settlement. That's just
but you're separating these things, right? So you're talking about okay. So I'm understanding this a bit more. You're talking about physical expansion, right? Adding acreages to Israel, right? And then you're separating that from the actual settling of that land, right? So we have acreage under control, under Israeli control. But there's no people on that, right? So you're talking that. So that's Israel expanding before 1980.
I guess we're talking about
to you.
They're expanding acreages. Basically, we've won this territory. No, we pushed you back to this point. Okay. No one from this, no one Palestinian or Lebanese or Egyptian, whatever, can cross this line anymore.
Okay, and so what you're saying? Oh, all right. So right now, what's happening right now is that Israel is invading Lebanon, right? And Israel says, "Hey, we want a 10-mile buffer zone at southern Lebanon, something like 10 or 20 mile. I forget what it is, right? Buffer zone of southern Lebanon, right? So let's say they defeat Lebanon, right? Defeat Hezbollah, and they get that 20-mile buffer zone, so that Lebanon doesn't actually really control it, right? But that's Israel controls it. So you would say you count that as an Israeli expansion, right? Yeah,
Lebanon,
but there's no settlements on there, so you're separating that, right? So that's different. That's what you're trying to do.
Well, I'm saying that's an expansion, but there's another. The settlement expansion is particular. You're going to Palestinian or Egyptian or Lebanese land. Basically, you're just going to where these people are. You're bringing forces, you're bringing a small troop of armed people, whatever, and then you're just going to start building on it. It doesn't matter who was there. We're not starting a whole war.
Once you have control of that area, though, right?
Not necessarily. It doesn't take it doesn't. When I say control, we don't have to. You don't have to you don't have to build up an army to gain control. Like I said, it's like 6 guys in a truck.
No,
with
no,
guns.
no. The only way in the occupied territories, the West Bank, the only way that the Israelis like can do that, the settlers can do exactly what you're talking about. When just like a group of guys get in a truck, right, and they go to a Palestinian town, right, or go to a house, and they say, "Get the fuck out," is because they have weapons, right, and the Palestinians don't. Why can't the Palestinians have weapons? Because the overall territory is run by the IDF. The IDF has control of those territories, and they let the settlers do whatever they want, even though they're saying, "Oh yeah, you really can't do that," but they let them do anything. So they have.
And then once
so
there's a house there, or a settlement, or a city, now they say, "Well, we kind of can't make."
If Israel had not launched this war against Lebanon currently, right, southern Lebanon, where people were living, right, in that 20-mile buffer zone. Again, I don't remember exactly how big it is, right, but in that 20-mile buffer zone, there would be Lebanese people. If that exact same scenario that you laid out, right? A bunch of crazy settlers got in a truck with guns in hands and went into Lebanon, right, to make a settlement, they'd get shot. They'd be murdered. Hezbollah would destroy them because Israel doesn't have control. You understand what I'm saying here?
That, yeah, I'm
making
anti these types of settlements.
Huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm like anti. I think all of those types of settlements are bad. That's why I was saying that, like, post 1980, yeah, like that's just taking land versus like oh, we're gonna go in there and kill all of you, Jews, and then like, oh crap, you lost, retreat, you retreat from that land, and now Israel's like, yeah, we're keeping this.
So you're saying that if a country retreat, I don't know if you can. So if if
you don't have to like it, like I said,
no. I'm just trying to understand it, because if the U.S. gets in a conflict with Canada, right, and Canada loses, right, because of course they're going to lose, screw them. The Canadian army would fall back, right? The government would fall back, but that doesn't mean that all Canadians are gone from the land, right? That there will be Canadians left as we like march forward. That not everyone simply leaves. That we're seeing this in Ukraine, right? Where that the Russians are making incursions, but just because the Ukrainian military and the government no longer controls that land doesn't mean there's not Ukrainians on that land, right?
Right, for sure. Yeah, that's how the negative second class citizens end up being created. Because it's like, oh, okay, technically you're in what's considered occupied territory now,
which is why we shouldn't expand and hold permanent occupied territory, right?
I can agree with that now, but I'm saying that this is how the world was formed, and every other country did it, all of these exact things.
And that's wrong. And if any other country does it now, they're also bad, and I'll also protest against them, right?
Sure. I would protest. If Israel did that to Lebanon,
so I wouldn't support Sudan if Sudan.
When we talk about what they did in 1880, or what they did in 1948, or what they did in 1967, or what they did in 1970,
they were literally part of the. I mean, we had already established international based roles, right? Like we can start there because that happened after World War II.
But we did, and it's unfortunate that you had a world that didn't enforce that. But like now,
we did for everyone else, except for like the winners of World War II, right? The Western powers, they decided we're going to make an exception for our colony Israel.
I understand, but I'm saying this project. But now that we're like 50 years from that, like now it's not the role of the it is not the role of the United States government to roll in and say that like for the next 50 years all of you guys get out now, we shouldn't have let this happen. Way.
So I don't think we should do that. I don't want to ethnically cleanse because I'm not for ethnic cleansing no matter what. I'm not for genociding the Palestinians or the Israelis. I don't want to ethnically cleanse Israelis, right? This is why, and we haven't talked about it yet, and we don't have to get into it. We don't have to get it. No. I think the only actual solution is a one-state solution. That's the only way it works. A solution where, yes, that we establish that Palestinians and Israelis have equal right, or Jewish Israelis have equal rights within this one single nation, and they work it out together. That if we draw a border, right, if we just try to draw a border, there's going to be another incursion. That's especially true when you're dealing with a settler colonial state, which is Israel, which cannot abide by this other group of individuals. There's still going to be another conflict, even if we have a treaty tomorrow, right? We draw some borders treaty tomorrow. It doesn't end with that.
So let's say you do your single state solution because you said you don't like dealing with fantasy, you like dealing with the reality. Let's meet you there. We do your single state solution. Do you believe in unlimited right to return, or you say that no?
Unlimited right to return. That's a good question. I don't know how best to handle that. I think I think first of all, I think all of them should be able to have the right to return. But how do we reapportion land? That's a good question. I don't know like the easy solution to that. There is no easy solution to that.
No, because I was about to say if you have 9 million, like Arab Palestinians from around the world that go back into Israel, and then they have the democratic vote, and the democratic vote is to
yeah. I think part of it is that there's going to be a vote, and
the vote is to get rid of the Jews.
Yeah, that's. But you can make allowances even at the start, saying, "Hey, as part of the creation of the state, we will come up with a process, like some sort of a mutually agreed upon process of figuring out land ownership." Or I'd be in favor. So, if my money is going to go to this area of the world, I'd be in favor of helping them build settlements, right? Okay, so now that we have this one state, right? These incoming millions of Palestinians, let's help build towns and roads. Let's build infrastructure. So, okay, maybe we can't allot everything in the most fair fashion. That's really fucking unfortunate. But we're gonna build you cities. We're gonna build you towns. We're gonna build you the water infrastructure and electricity. That's American money will do that for you. That I would be proud of. Let's do that.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be messy one way or the other. I don't pretend that this is going to be easy. Yeah, but there's going to just be another conflict if there's a two-state solution, especially if Palestinians never get a chance to create a fighting force that can actually stand up against the idea. It won't have a superpower behind it. If a Palestinian state appears tomorrow, right, along 1967 borders or whatever, right, then the U.S. is not going to support it. How do they have a military that can actually defend their borders from Israel if Israel decides to get belligerent? The state that's famously belligerent decides to get belligerent again. How does that work?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and maybe there's a world where all of those things work out, and everything ends up peaceful in the end. I just, like I said, not even just the Likud. I could, if I was an Israeli citizen, just a person on the ground, I don't know if I would ever take that chance on hopefully the Palestinians.
A lot of them would leave. No, you're absolutely right. Because a lot of them would leave. Because now once the white supremacist project has ended, they're going to flee. People fled from South Africa, right? Because now that I don't have the privileges that I was promised, then a lot of these motherfuckers, right? A lot of those settlers are motherfuckers from Manhattan, are from are the Orthodox Jews from upstate New York. They came from upstate New York. They have the New York accent, and then they go to the occupied territories, and then they take this land and they go, "This is ours," right? If that project ends, a lot of them are going to leave. The population of Israel drops significantly, right? Because they're going to abandon it. I can't have the thing that I was promised.
I ain't just the things you promised. I may not have the ability to exist. Due to democracy.
That's what they said about the South Africans, right? The South Africans have massacred the white ones.
This is why
it's a racist trope. Yeah, you can make this happen.
Right. This is why I asked you if it was intrinsic if you were a Jew, for you to have a Jewish homeland.
I think it actually is the Jewish. Like I said, you disagree, but I think it is pretty intrinsic.
Not
the concept of a Jewish state is pretty. I think it is like 98% of Jews around the globe believe that Israel is a significant portion of their religion.
Yeah, and that's a tragedy. But okay, let's leave it there. Let's leave it there.
Mm-hmm.
Because I got you up to 2 a.m. I'm lucky we had Zimmy for that long.
I was literally about to be like, all right,
Okay.
guys.
Yeah. So let's leave it here, guys. This was a great conversation. I'm really happy I got to have this out with you, Bam.
Yeah, we went into pieces, but this is the first time we went.
Yeah, without some others who would have interfered with the conversation. I'm not talking about who you think I'm talking about. But I've been wanting to have it out with my friend Ban, and he is my friend. I really appreciate him. It's just we have a deep disagreement here. But I think we made some progress, made some strides. We started understanding each other a bit better here, and I really do appreciate that.
I appreciate you two for showing up. I was about to say, I know you. You're the girl with
You're
busy
welcome.
things.
I really thought about it because I was like, it goes so late.
We typically don't. We like. If I say, well, honestly, it's late every time you're on, but it's technically ended like 4 hours ago.
Yeah, we ended 4.
You could have left 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, the conversation be good, but then I'm like, all right, I gotta work out.
The conversation be good. When Zimmy's around, the conversation be really good. That's the problem. So let's end here. I'm gonna give it outro to all of you. We'll start with my man Bam. Bam, thank you again for everything that I just said. For the subs earlier, I do appreciate that. And anyone else, there's a few other people who gave a few subs. So if I didn't thank you before, then thank you now. But yeah, thanks Bam for being here and being game for all of this.
Yeah, for sure. No, always thank you for having me. I appreciate that. No, I'm not gonna. I was about to do the conservative thing where we could disagree, but at least at the end of the day we can get along. I'm not gonna do that BS. I just appreciated that you called me. You called me straight. You believe in what you believe in, and you didn't hold back. But you at least tried to hear out what I was saying clearly, even if at the end of it you still called BS. And that's all I can respect. Respect you as a man. I respect you for the platform that you have, and thank you for the opportunity.
I reflect everything that you just said. Yeah. We lots of times we can't seem to agree, but at least we try to hear each other out. And go from there and respect each other afterwards. So shout out to you. Lila Water Kai, thank you for being here. You're wonderful, you're amazing, and we love you, friend.
I really appreciate being on ground zero when unstoppable force met an immovable object.
I've been waiting for that.
Much to say after that.
Yeah, that was a
long time coming.
When we introduced you, Zimmy, to whenever we brought you on for that, like that was a question. Me and Prime had a conversation on is this gonna work? We thought that that thing was it was inevitable at some point. And
that man, whatever.
You and Fanatic.
That was crazy. Y'all be letting him say the R word like that? I was like, oh, look, I cannot. I really don't live like that. It's not just like I'm not just like I say it online. Like I ain't heard nobody say that in real life in like years. That was crazy to me.
Fanatics, he's good conversation, but he's a lot, and he doesn't like me, and I have my issues with him. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Thank you, DQ, for coming here as well. It's nice to see you again.
Yeah, this was a great conversation at the end. And also, Bam, I stand on what I said. I want to read your sources. And I would love to have this conversation. No, it's fine. I would really like to have this conversation with y'all over again, and especially Bam, because I think that this is important for you to get, and I think this is important for us as a community to be there and hold our friends accountable, right? This is stuff that we tell people all the time, but we never do, right? And if we're friends and we believe what we're supposed to believe, which I believe all of us are friends now, that this is important. This is important. These are important conversations to have. Yes, inshallah. And thank you for having me again, Prime. I appreciate it. It's been great. And Zimmy, it's great to have you on.
Thanks.
Absolutely great. You are a treasure, a true treasure, saying everything that I want to say, but I can never get my ass a word in, and I'm just.
Did you think DQ was gonna be super conservative Muslim when you seen her?
No, I used to live in Philly.
Oh, okay.
I'm With that, Philly has a huge Black Muslim population, and so like I don't. It's like a range, so I don't
Doesn't mean
assume. It's
anything.
just like
Seeing.
it doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
I'm like,
I
they could
thought
be
so.
conservative, they could be super liberal, they could be lit when it's like all women setting. You really don't know, like after living in Philly.
Okay.
Like,
Oh no, I was just agreeing with her. I was like, okay, true.
last
fact.
but not least, thank you, Zimmy. You are fantastic every time you come on. Holy crap, do I enjoy these conversations so much. I always want more. Right? I'm like, how much longer can I keep this woman on before she gets annoyed at me?
Tired, but this was so good. I learned like a lot. Like I learned a lot.
Yeah. I think this was fun. This is elucidating. And I'm always like, because I think about like, oh, is this going to be a good topic for Zimmy? Like, I run it through my head, like, oh, do you think she might be interested to this one? I like hit up Bam, like this, because I'm trying to get you around here because it's so much fun. It's so much fun to have you on. And I really appreciate your perspective and you the way you express yourself. I think it's different and unique in the way that most other people here express themselves and the way you like tackle these things. It's your professorial background, I think, kicking in, and it adds a lot. So shout out to you, Zimmy. Also, I'm really glad that Zimmy does not know my real name because she won't stop using it. She just can't.
Yeah,
she can't do it.
I'm sorry.
I'm
I
end up
knew
on the
him
news
for
tomorrow.
years is one thing, and then I think I did it on Clubhouse too. I would call you your real name.
I think my real name was on Clubhouse at that point, but it's
Yeah,
it's
but
cool.
then you changed it to Bam, and I would still be like,
This man.
Do it in there. You ready? I'm telling you, I'm gonna be on the news tomorrow. I'm gonna be doxxed as black Zionists. Fired from my job. They gonna get my address. Everything. It's cool. You know what? It was worth it. Good conversation.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to raid out. You would think I would have a raid already. I never do.
Don't
At
raid
this.
me out. I'm going my ass
I can
offline.
tell you was
That's okay.
fighting it.
I'm going to raid. No, I'm just going to raid any woman who looks attractive. Oh, this is the one that looks attractive. I'm just going to raid her. That's how that's going to work. But thanks to the audience as we send you out. This was a fantastic